World Revolution, 1917 to 1936. The Rise and Fall of the Communist International, by C.L.R. James. Abbreviations: ERIC, L'Association Républicaine des Anciens Combattants, the Republican Association of War Veterans, France, CGTU, Confédération Générale du Travail Unitaire, United General Confederation of Labor, France, CI, Communist International, CP, Communist Party, CPG, Communist Party of Germany, CPGB, Communist Party of Great Britain, CPSU, Communist Party of the Soviet Union, ECCI, Executive Committee of the Communist International, GPU, Государственное политическое управление/State Political Directorate, Soviet Union, NEP, New Economic Policy, POM, Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista, Workers' Party of Marxist Unification, Spain, SOP, Part 1 Socialist Ouvrier et Paysan, Workers' and Peasants' Socialist Party, France, TU, Trade Union, UNC, Union Nationale de Combattants, National Union of War Veterans, France, YCL, Young Communist League. Editor's note: for this edition of World Revolution, being published on the centenary of the Russian Revolution, one aim has been to preserve as much as possible of the essential, original text as it appeared in the 1937 edition, while making the volume accessible to a new generation of readers. For the sake of readability, we have therefore corrected the dozen or so typographical mistakes that crept into the original edition, and also where possible brought the spelling of individuals and place names in line with modern scholarship and usage. So, for example, Bukharin is now Bukharin. Moreover, this edition, unlike the 1937 edition, uses numbered endnotes instead of footnotes and includes an index, which will hopefully aid readers. I have also added a list of abbreviations to define the acronyms that James uses. One necessary consequence of the changes made for this new edition, though, which should be noted at the outset, is that the pagination is different in this new edition from previous editions. This, regrettably, has meant that references to page numbers of the original edition in the text of World Revolution itself, and elsewhere, for example, in my introduction and in the contemporary reviews that are reproduced in this edition, no longer fit for this edition. To try to offset this and to avoid any potential confusion arising, I have placed the relevant new page numbers from this edition in brackets after references to earlier editions of the work throughout the text where necessary. There are many people who helped in various ways when it came to researching James's World Revolution by providing me with some of the miscellaneous material that I include in this volume. My research here initially began in earnest while working on my doctoral thesis on James's life and work in the 1930s in the Department of History at the University of York. Many of the people whom I thank in my acknowledgments in C.L.R. James in Imperial Britain, Duke University Press, 2014, the monograph that resulted from my thesis, deserve thanks again here. However, for the sake of space, I shall just take the opportunity to specifically thank Tullett Ahmed, Logie Barrow, Ian Burkle, Paul Blackledge, Paul Bull, Ted Crawford, Daniel Evans, David Featherstone, Paul Flewers, David Goodway, Christopher Hall, Ron Heisler, David Howell, Staffen Linda, Kevin Morgan, Fergus Nickel, the late Sidney Robinson, Sean Wallace, Sam Weinstein, Kent Worcester, and the late James D. Young. Reg Wicks kindly gave me permission to reproduce the 2 reviews of World Revolution by his father, Harry, while I am also grateful to Henry and Maureen Rothstein for their kind consent for me to republish the review by Andrew Rothstein. An earlier, shorter version of my introduction first appeared as A Kind of Bible of Trotskyism, Reflections on C.L.R. James's World Revolution in the C.L.R. James Journal 19, numbers 1-2, 2013. And I would also like to take the opportunity to thank the editors of the C.L.R. James Journal for their assistance and support. My thanks also to the many librarians and archivists who assisted my research at various points, particularly at the British Library, the Glasgow Caledonian Archive of the Trotskyist Tradition, Hull History Centre, the Institute of Commonwealth Studies, London, the Marx Memorial Library, London, the National Archives, Kew, the University of Leeds, the University of Stirling, the Alma Jordan Library, University of the West Indies, St. Augustine, Trinidad, and the Working Class Movement, Library in Salford. Special thanks are owed to Robert A. Hill, the literary executor of the C. C.L.R. James Estate, not only for his support for this project but also for his characteristically astute comments on my introduction, which improved it immeasurably, and expert editorial guidance throughout. I also owe a debt of thanks to the team at Duke University Press for their support for this project, and I would like to especially acknowledge the anonymous readers, as well as Gisela Fasado, Lydia Rose Rappaport-Hankins, Danielle Houts, Christine Dolan, Liz Smith, and Amy Ruth Buchanan. As is customary, I am responsible for the argument within my introduction and for any errors in the text. As a coda, late in my research of world revolution, I finally acquired a rare copy of the original C.L.R. and Warburg 1937 edition, which included personal handwritten inscriptions inside the front cover, Tom Taylor. May 1937, Glasgow, and the back cover, from Isabel on April 27, 1937, on 25th birthday. Thomas Johnston Taylor, 1912 to 2001, who received World Revolution the month it was published as a birthday gift from Isabel Wands, whom he would marry 6 years later in 1943, had been born and educated in Glasgow. At age 3, Taylor had lost his father, who was killed fighting in France in the First World War, which perhaps led to him becoming a socialist and pacifist. In 1931, Taylor won a scholarship to study in Germany, where he joined the German Young Socialists and witnessed the violent rise of Hitler's Nazis. Returning to Glasgow, Taylor worked closely with James Maxton of the Independent Labour Party, ILP. At age 22 in 1934, Taylor was elected for the ILP to Glasgow City Council as the city's youngest councillor. The handwritten markings throughout Taylor's edition of World Revolution are in themselves fascinating, as they not only show how carefully the work was read but perhaps also give a first-hand glimpse into the kind of revelatory impression that James's work must have made on a young socialist reading it in 1937. For example, Taylor has a little bookmark highlighting the importance of the United Front in the chapter relating to Hitler's rise to power, and there are handwritten notes in the text regarding, for example, James's details of the then little-known ghastly famine during Stalin's collectivization in the early 1930s, page 304 of this edition, and James's argument that there were in 1935 well over 5 million men in concentration camps in the Soviet Union, 395 to 96. Taylor's knowledge of the German language meant that in 1938 he was persuaded by the ILP to visit Vienna, Austria, and carry out heroic but dangerous work undercover, successfully helping anti-fascists escape as political refugees. A Quaker and socialist who registered as a conscientious objector during the Second World War, Taylor subsequently joined the Labour Party and went on to have an illustrious conventional career, being appointed to the House of Lords by the Labour Party as Lord Taylor of Greif in 1968. But perhaps most remarkably, Taylor's copy of World Revolution included a loose newspaper clipping headed only Stalin's Birthday Honors, dating presumably from around Stalin's 60th birthday on December 22, 1939, and it seems to me fitting to reproduce this newspaper clipping here. There is no need for further comment. In a sense, the clipping speaks for itself, but that Taylor chose to preserve it inside World Revolution stands in its way as a fine testament to the essential truth of the argument underpinning James's work. Stalin's Birthday Honors. The Presidium of the Supreme Soviet, to mark Stalin's birthday, conferred on him the title of Hero of Socialist Labor. Stalin is also to receive the Order of Lenin for exceptional services in organizing the Bolshevik Party, in creating the Soviet state, in building up socialist society in the USSR, and in consolidating the friendship of the peoples of the Soviet Union. Hitler sent a telegram to Stalin in which he said, "I combine my best wishes for your personal prosperity and for a happy future for the peoples of the USSR and their friends." Praise for Stalin's foresight in pursuing a new foreign policy of friendship for Germany, thus defeating the encirclement plans of the Western powers, was the theme of German press comments on the birthday. Introduction. In November 1967, the Black Trinidadian Marxist historian C.L.R. James attended a rally at Mahatma Gandhi Hall in London to speak about the unfinished revolution, 50 years since the Great Russian Revolution. Alongside Harry Wicks, a veteran British Trotskyist who had been a member of the British Communist Party in the 1920s, the Irish radical Jerry Lawless, and the Palestinian-born Marxist Tony Cliff, the leading figure in the International Socialists, IS. One of those who heard James speak that month at another meeting organized to mark the 50th anniversary of the Russian Revolution, this time at Ruskin College, Oxford, was Christopher Hitchens, then a young IS member active in the movement for colonial freedom. Hitchens later recalled that James chose to speak on Vietnam, putting it squarely in the context of imperialism and the resistance to it, and his wonderfully sonorous voice was as enthralling to me as his very striking carriage and appearance. He was getting on by then, but the nimbus of white hair only accentuated his hollow-cheeked, almost anthracite face. For me, a little crackle of current was provided by the reflection that here stood a man who had, in real time, associated with Trotsky, and anti-colonial revolution, and the very early stirrings of the American civil rights movement. Regarding the Vietnam War, by the fall of 1967, Hitchens noted, the fantastic web of official lying and bluff about the war had already been torn irreparably apart. James did not waste any phrases on the revelations of atrocities that were beginning to disturb even Cold War liberals. He was a historian of imperialism, and he knew all he needed to know about free-fire zones and strategic hamlets. He understood them by analogy from his rigorous study of the French in Haiti, the Spanish in Cuba, the British in South Africa, and the Italians in Ethiopia. Such conduct toward lesser peoples scarcely rated a raising of the voice. What was impressive about the Vietnamese, he said coolly, was the proven fact that they wouldn't put up with it any longer, and had taken the decision to endure anything. This was how history was made. Listening to James, the author of, among other works, The Classic History of the Haitian Revolution, The Black Jacobins, 1938, speak on the Russian Revolution and its relevance 50 years on was such an inspiration, Hitchens recalled, that he first began to think that utopianism was too feeble and colorless a term for those few who have the courage to talk of a future we cannot yet fully imagine. At the London rally, while speaking about the Russian Revolution and its legacy alongside Harry Wicks, James's mind could not have helped but have been cast back to the struggles waged by the tiny early British Trotskyist movement during the tumultuous 1930s. James, a recent recruit to that movement, having joined in spring 1934, had been helped by figures like Wicks write the work that would see the writer from colonial Trinidad emerge as one of the intellectual driving forces of British Trotskyism. World Revolution, 1917–1936. The Rise and Fall of the Communist International. Published by C.L.R. and Warburg in April 1937, James's World Revolution stands as a remarkable and in many ways path-breaking contribution to Marxist literature, one of the very first histories ever written of the Communist International, Comintern. World Revolution was all the more remarkable for having been written by James in less than a year. That he had managed to undertake the necessary research and writing in such a short space of time, and to produce a work displaying such mastery of the material, meant a lot to James himself. After completing the book, James would later recall, a recurring nightmare of his since he was a schoolboy in Trinidad. The report would come. It would say that I was not trying. My father would be very angry and I would be upset for days. Finally left him for good. In a speech given in 1983, James proudly recalled how in writing the book he had applied the Marxist method to the world as a whole. There was Britain, there was France, there was China, there was Russia, but there was not much about Africa because in those days I had come from the Caribbean and was concerned to learn all that I could about historical method. Any historical method dealt with the world at large. That I had to do and I did it. I think I did it pretty well because when I came to tackle the Caribbean history, the history of the Haitian Revolution, many of the things I learned to write in World Revolution still remain with me. The historical idea of world revolution. The idea of world revolution is, historically, a comparatively modern one, originating with that great citizen of the world Thomas Paine, who on November 4, 1791, in London gave a toast to the revolution of the world. Paine's toast came fittingly amid perhaps one of the most remarkable moments of internationalism in the age of bourgeois democratic revolution, when in the aftermath of the Great French Revolution of 1789, itself inspired by the American Revolution of 1776, black enslaved peoples in the prized French Caribbean slave colony of Saint-Domingue began their own uprising in August 1791. The young Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels were alive during the next great moment of international revolution, when democratic revolution in France in 1830 once again inspired young radicals across Europe, and even the rulers of the British state felt threatened enough by the potential for revolution from below in this period to enact the Great Reform Act of 1832. In 1847, Marx and Engels would become members of the Communist League, an organization for which they famously penned their classic manifesto of the Communist Party. The old motto of the Communist League was changed from "All men are brothers" To proletarians of all countries, unite. The Communist Manifesto was published just before the outbreak of the next great wave of international democratic revolutions that broke out across Europe in 1848, a struggle into which Marx and Engels threw themselves before ultimately being forced into exile in Britain amid the state repression that accompanied the victory of counter-revolutionary forces. In 1850, generalizing from the historic experience of 1848 as a revolutionary process across Europe, particularly the June 1848 rising of workers in Paris, which so shocked and terrified once revolutionary French middle-class radicals, Marx and Engels distilled an important new lesson regarding the necessity for independent working-class politics and political organization in the struggle for socialism and democracy, exemplified in the formation of the International Working Men's Association, IWMA, the first international, in 1864, in which Marx himself played a critical role. After the First International effectively succumbed to factionalism after the repression of the Paris Commune of 1871, the Second International was formed in Paris in July 1889, the centenary of the outbreak of the French Revolution. At the close of his inaugural address to the IWMA, Marx had praised recent concrete examples of workers' internationalism, including the heroic resistance by the working classes of England to the criminal folly of their rulers, whose natural sympathies inclined them toward intervening on the side of the slave-owning South during the American Civil War. Despite the fact that Lancashire cotton textile workers might have materially benefited in the short term from lining up behind the cotton textile lords of capital on this question, instead of supporting British imperialism, they waged a tremendous mass agitation in the early 1860s in support of the North, which, according to Marx, saved the rest of Europe from plunging headlong into an infamous crusade for the perpetuation and propagation of slavery on the other side of the Atlantic. Marx stressed the importance of workers challenging the criminal designs of their own capitalist class, playing upon national prejudices, and squandering in piratical wars the people's blood and treasure. C.L.R. James and Revolutionary Marxism in 1930s Britain. This is not the place to recount and detail James's political and intellectual evolution toward Marxism after making the voyage from colonial Trinidad to imperial Britain in 1932 at the time of the Great Depression and witnessing the concomitant dangerous rise of fascism amid mass unemployment across continental Europe. Suffice it to say that as a teenager growing up in Trinidad, C.L.R. James had heard talk of the danger of Bolshevism spreading to the island following a mass strike sparked by dockworkers in the capital of Port of Spain in 1919. Soon after arriving in London in 1932, James would write a short story for the Port of Spain Gazette about a young colonial intellectual who journeys to London and then rebels at the gap between his expectations of the imperial metropole as the center of a great civilization and the harsh reality of mass unemployment and poverty in the city. He now wears a red tie, has contributed to the Daily Worker, and the latest heard of him is that he contemplates speaking in Hyde Park on the evils of British colonial government. Why James did not himself ultimately follow the path of his protagonist in his 1932 story and end up supporting the Communist Party of Great Britain, CPGB, but instead chose to become a Trotskyist, owed something to his decision to leave London only 3 months after first arriving in Britain. He would spend 10 critical months with the family of his friend and compatriot, the great West Indian cricketer Leary Constantine, in Nelson, Lancashire. In Nelson, James saw socialist traditions of solidarity emerge in the face of austerity, and a collectivist spirit embodied among a militant working-class community of cotton textile weavers taking mass strike action in September 1932. He was also able to satisfy a growing interest in wishing to understand the events of the Russian Revolution after he came across the first volume of Leon Trotsky's newly published History of the Russian Revolution. Then, in London in the summer of 1933, after devouring all 3 volumes of Trotsky's history, James felt inspired to undertake a close study of Marxism and the Russian Revolution. After reading Trotsky, the prophet outcast now in exile from the land of the October Revolution, James recalled that it was then necessary to read the relevant volumes of Stalin. And, of course, I had to read Lenin in order to trace back the quarrel. And thereby I reached Volume 1 of Das Kapital and the 18th Brumaire of Marx himself. I realized the Stalinists were the greatest liars and corrupters of history there ever were. No one convinced me of this. I convinced myself. But having come to this conclusion, I wanted to meet some Trotskyists. Given the minuscule size of the Trotskyist movement, in Britain the first Trotskyist grouping, the Communist League, was formed when the 12-strong Balham group of veteran CPGB members in southwest London around figures like Reg Groves, Harry Wicks, and Hugo Dewar was expelled in 1932. It was no simple task. By the time James finally came across organized Trotskyists in Britain in spring 1934, after his return from a research trip to France, the Communist League had already split, and James found himself joining the minority led by Denzil Dean Harbour, who had been willing to follow Trotsky's tactical advice to join and enter the Independent Labour Party (ILP). The ILP had deep historic roots in the British working-class movement, particularly in regions such as the north of England and Scotland, and with over 16,000 members was about 5 times the size of the small but slowly growing CPGB. It had broken away from Labour in 1932 in what Gideon Cohen notes was the most important left-wing split in the history of the Labour Party. Living in Hampstead in London at this point, James would meet up with his new Trotskyist comrades at meetings held locally in the home of the distinguished scientist Dr. Azriel Heiger and his partner Esther. This little group were all part of their local ILP branch in Finchley, in northwest London, and James recalled the group had meetings almost every evening that summer, mainly in the Heigers' garden. Living with the Heigers at this time was a young Hungarian political exile, Hans Vida, whom Esther had met in Austria and invited back to live with herself and Azriel. James would still have memories of Vida decades later, describing, in Beyond a Boundary, a Hungarian refugee in London between the two wars. He was not 20 years old, as one of the few who after a few hours of talk have left me as tired as if I had been put through a wringer. James's knowledge and understanding of revolutionary politics now grew in leaps and bounds. As he remembered, I joined the Trotskyist movement and I learned Marxism in the Trotskyist movement. James's sharp intellect, keen memory, and wide general knowledge and reading quickly made him stand out. One new participant, John Archer, then a student at London University, remembered James giving a talk, an original analysis of the social and economic inequalities in the Soviet Union. Yet the group were not just about discussion and debate, but also activism and campaigning. As James recalled, in the summer we held meetings along the side of the road. We put up something to stand on and we sold books and spoke. In 1934, James moved from Hampstead into a flat in central London, at 9 Heathcote Street, and soon meetings of the group were held there. One new recruit, Louise Cripps, a former English student at University College London, later recalled vividly one such meeting. Cripps remembers that aside from herself, James, and Esther Heiger, there were 5 other comrades at this meeting, all relatively young. There was Arthur Ballard, a young carpenter, Ajit Roy, a young Bengali law student, and Earl Burney, a Canadian doctoral student of English, the latter both at the London School of Economics. There were also 2 young Oxford students who were old friends, Jack Whittaker and Hilary Sumner Boyd, an American, who had taken the pseudonym of Charles Sumner. Not sitting at the table but standing in a corner or moving, from time to time, from one place or another around the room, was an Indian named Bal Krishna Gupta, a tall, somewhat plump, ivory-faced man, very genial, a close friend of James. He never seemed to take part in any of the sessions, but he was there often, almost daily. I was told by James that his father had a very large export business of jute in India and was a very wealthy man, that Gupta had a large allowance, but because of a restriction visa could not take part in any political groups or meetings. James's connection with Bal Krishna Gupta, an economics student at London University, who helped James out financially during the writing of World Revolution, together with Ajit Roy, was to be significant for the future history of Trotskyism in India and Ceylon, now Sri Lanka. As Charles Wesley Irvin notes, Gupta had met James and, like so many others, was dazzled. Gupta then gave a copy of Trotsky's history to his Bengali friend Ajit Roy, then a member of the CPGB and League Against Imperialism. Roy was impressed by reading Trotsky and inevitably introduced to James, soon becoming a leading Trotskyist in his own right. I had rarely come across a finer political polemicist than C.L.R. James, Roy recalled. His attacks on Stalinism were absolutely devastating. After helping win Gupta and Roy to Trotskyism, James would go on to help train up what Irvin describes as a cohort of Ceylonese students in Britain during the 1930s. Aside from its international makeup, what is noticeable about this little group at this stage is its relative youth and inexperience, typical of the Trotskyist movement at this time. However, there were exceptions, such as Ballard, whom James recalled as a gifted intellectual with a proletarian base of support, largely as a result of his previous record of activism in various campaigns through the CPGB's Young Communist League. Burney, ostensibly in London to work on a doctoral thesis titled Chaucer and English Irony, had arrived from Canada, where he had been won to Trotskyism, in late September 1934, and while only 30, had the experience of working underground as a respected organizer for the Communist Party of the United States. In November 1934, an important meeting of Trotskyists inside the ILP took place, forming the Marxist group and vowing to try and transform the ILP into a revolutionary party. The original interests around Harbour now had some 60 members around them, having been very successful in the 8 months since joining, recruiting experienced ILP activists like Burt Matlow and Ernie Patterson. The latter was later a general secretary of the Construction Workers' Union and was remembered by Wicks as a marvelous debater, very earthy working-class speaker, as well as impressive new members like James. The group soon formalized relations with the International Trotskyist movement and agreed to publish a monthly bulletin of the Marxist group, a duplicated pamphlet series, mostly of the writings of Trotsky and statements of the international left opposition. However, while the Trotskyists in the ILP themselves were steadily growing and had cause for optimism, by 1935 the ILP itself, though retaining strong bases of support in many localities, had shrunk to only around 4,000 members. As a leading ILP member, Fenner Brockway himself noted, the ILP experimented in many different directions, at one time approaching the Communist International, at another moving towards the Trotskyist position, while most of the rank-and-file members regretted ever abandoning the mass Social Democratic Labor Party. As both the fortunes of the CPGB and the Labor Party recovered, Trotsky now felt that the centrist ILP, which vacillated between reform and revolution, had no real future and urged the Trotskyists to leave it in order to enter the Labor Party. The old Communist League majority of Wicks and Groves, having failed to grow outside the ILP, had by now already entered Labor and become the Marxist League. In February 1935, Harbour with a handful of other Marxist group members followed Trotsky's advice and left the ILP, soon forming the Bolshevik-Leninist group in the Labor Party. The majority of the Marxist group, increasingly now under James's leadership, decided to stay and try and continue to build inside the ILP, where they were slowly growing and making an impact at a national level. From our examination of just the first year of James's involvement in the British Trotskyist movement, we get some sense of the movement's small size and overwhelmingly, but not exclusively, lower middle-class composition with a high proportion of university students. The cosmopolitan character of the Marxist group is also quite striking, including as it did political refugees from Germany and Hungary, white South Africans, Indian and Canadian students, and James, the black Trinidadian journalist, working as a cricket reporter for the Manchester Guardian. Despite including a few former members of the CPGB, veteran trade union militants with an experience of working-class struggles dating back to syndicalism before the Great War, the Marxist group's combined total experience of the British working-class movement was not great. All of these factors meant that the political authority of the exiled Trotsky over the tiny Trotskyist movement cannot be overstated. Going by the success so far of the Marxist group, Trotsky's initial judgment in suggesting entry to the ILP had been vindicated, and for James and others to challenge Trotsky's new perspective about the necessity for his British supporters to now enter the Labour Party would not have been easy. In James's case, this would have been doubly so, for his intellectual debt to Trotsky was considerable, because of his indebtedness to Trotsky's writings not only on such critical questions as fascism and Stalinism, but also on the relevance of the Marxist theory of permanent revolution for anti-colonial struggles in an age of socialist revolution. However, staying and fighting for revolutionary politics inside the ILP remained an attractive prospect for James, who had been elected chair of Finchley ILP, not least because of one critical emerging issue in world politics: the Italian fascist dictator Mussolini's looming plans for war against the people of Ethiopia, then known as Abyssinia. As a militant Pan-Africanist and powerful socialist orator, James would soon make his name as a leading anti-colonial activist in Britain by helping form the International African Friends of Abyssinia to rally opposition to Mussolini's civilizing mission in early 1935. The ILP as an organization was also happy to give James a national platform from which to speak, write, and campaign, something that the Labour Party would never have done. The Italian war against Ethiopia was analyzed by James in some of his very first public theoretical contributions as a Marxist. For example, in October 1935 in his article ILP Abyssinian Policy in Controversy, the discussion journal of the ILP, and in searing polemical articles analyzing European imperialism more broadly in The New Leader. More critically, helped no doubt by the arguments and intervention of James himself in October 1935, as Mussolini's war began, the ILP stood out on the British left in calling for mass resistance to fascist Italy from below without calling for the intervention of British and French imperialism through League of Nations sanctions. As the Italian drums of war had begun to beat in earnest, from July to August 1935, the 7th Congress of the Comintern had met in Moscow. Communist parties like the CPGB made what James would describe as not only a right, but an about-turn as they accepted the need to support the League of Nations, which, although it had been denounced as a thieves' kitchen by Lenin, the Soviet Union had joined in 1934, and the strategy of collective security to stop wars of aggression between two League members, such as Italy and Ethiopia, through the threat of sanctions. The Soviet Union's rulers felt everything had to be subordinated to the urgent priority of securing military alliances with the British and French governments against Nazi Germany, even if the resulting turn of the communist parties in Europe to building the newfangled Popular Front against fascism for this purpose meant sidelining anti-imperialism and the idea of international independent working-class action from below. James would later describe in World Revolution how the Comintern was thrown into chaos by this about-turn, and, following Stalin, missed the greatest opportunity in years of at best striking a powerful blow against the colonial policy of imperialism, and at worst rallying round itself the vanguard of the working-class movement in preparation for the coming war. The turn of the Comintern toward the Popular Front after Hitler's seizure of power in 1933, and then the later abandonment of Ethiopia by the Soviet Union in 1935 when it put its own national interests first and sold oil to help fascist Italy's war machine, had thrown many black activists in Britain, particularly those who had once also been in or around the CPGB, such as the Barbadian co-founders of the Negro Welfare Association, Chris Braithwaite and Arnold Ward, into a state of confusion and disbelief. In autumn 1933, George Padmore, James's boyhood friend from Trinidad who had risen to become a leading black Comintern official as editor of the Negro Worker, published by the International Trade Union Committee of Negro Workers, part of the Profintern, had seen which way the wind was blowing and accordingly resigned his post, and in 1935 he turned up at the door of James's London flat out of the blue. As James recalled, as a Trotskyist, full-fledged by this time, the Kremlin betrayal was no surprise to me, but I listened with a great deal of sympathy to all that George had to say, and the slanderous accusations made against Padmore by the official communists after he had broken from them gave James a first-hand inside glimpse of Stalinism. The allegiance of black radicals to Bolshevism, a phenomenon that had reached an early high point when the black Jamaican poet and socialist Claude McKay addressed the 4th Congress of the Communist International in 1922 and discussed black liberation with Trotsky in Moscow, was sharply tested amid this crisis. Did Bolshevism mean loyalty to the current leadership of the Soviet Union and Communist International, or fidelity to the classical Marxist and Leninist principles of anti-imperialism and internationalism? Many Pan-Africanist activists, who had once been inspired by the hope represented by the Russian Revolution as a blow to capitalism and imperialism, now began to gradually shift away from the revolutionary left in bewilderment, anger, and despair. As James later noted of Padmore, Stalinism never shook the confidence in him of black people as a whole. What was shaken was the confidence of blacks in communism. In March 1936, James's fine anti-imperialist play Toussaint Louverture had been produced in London, a production that symbolized Ethiopian resistance to Mussolini on the British stage. But while his inspirational invocation of the revolutionary black Jacobins of Haiti undoubtedly lifted the spirits of many black revolutionaries in London, James also must have sensed that a clear, explicit theoretical explanation of the evolution of the Communist International was urgently required. After joining the organized Trotskyist movement in Britain in 1934, James had almost immediately become aware of the shortage of literature it had at its disposal. Though he was personally fortunate in that he was able to read some of Trotsky's writings in French, he recalls that, aside from Trotsky's masterful history of the Russian Revolution, there were no books in English, only pamphlets. James recalled how he came to the conclusion that what was needed was a published book summarizing the whole Trotskyist position. The responsibility, he felt, should have been on a more experienced comrade's shoulders, but, as he later recalled, no one else wanted to write it. One reason that James felt confident enough to write a whole new history of the Communist International might have been related to his reunion with his fellow Trinidadian George Padmore, who had worked with leading members of the Soviet bureaucracy in Moscow, including Stalin himself. Through the course of his political activism, James had also met many others on the left who would have given him important insights into the history of the international socialist movement. James had become friends with Nora Connolly O'Brien, the daughter of the legendary Irish socialist James Connolly, who had been murdered by the British in the Easter Rising of 1916. And James was invited to Dublin to address the Irish Citizens' Army in December 1935. In World Revolution, James would pay tribute to the martyred revolutionary James Connolly, suggesting the discipline and organization of his Irish citizen army was in its own way quite comparable to that of the Bolshevik Party. In Scotland, James knew Nan Milton, the daughter of the great revolutionary socialist John Maclean, and he even planned at one point to help Milton write a biography of her father. One reason that World Revolution is such a lively volume is no doubt due to James allowing the experiences and opinions of a whole range of revolutionary activists he had met or known personally, who had visited Moscow or been at the heart of the Communist International at one point or another, such as Harry Wicks and George Padmore, to come through in the work. James was also inadvertently helped in his researches by the amateurism of the CPGB. In 1935, the Comintern's turn toward the Popular Front meant that much CPGB literature dating from the previous class-against-class period of 1928 to 33 was now obsolete and thus redundant. As James remembered, infected with the new virus, the Popular Front, the Communist Party bookshop dug down in its basement and raked up all these old books, pamphlets, and documents which had not been sold and could not relieve themselves of the old doctrine. The communist booksellers could have destroyed them, but they placed these books out in front of their bookshop, selling them if need be by the dozen in order to get rid of them. I got number 1 of the International Press Correspondence, which contained articles by Lenin and Stalin to name 2 of the most important, denouncing what had become the new doctrine. I bought freely. I was an unsuspicious buyer, and it ended in my having a collection of material published by the Stalinists such as no one else whom I knew had. In early 1936, Fenner Brockway, the editor of the New Leader, had introduced James to Frederick Warburg, of the new publishing firm Secker and Warburg. Warburg asked if he would consider writing a book on African socialism, but as James recalled, I tell him, no, that is not the book for me. When James proposed instead a history of the Comintern, Warburg was skeptical, particularly given this was one history of the Communist International that few communists in Britain would be rushing out to buy. To convince Warburg, James sat down and, using the material he had from his now extensive collection of documents, wrote a 20,000-word synopsis in a week that was not only clear in analysis but full of quotes. For James to have found and convinced a sympathetic publisher such as Warburg was a vital breakthrough. James's research for the writing of World Revolution was undertaken during a particularly intense period of political activity, for in spring 1936 he had embarked on a national speaking tour about Mussolini's war on Ethiopia with the ILP, which had enabled him to engage with socialists in not only England but also Ireland, Scotland, and South Wales. Inside the ILP, the principled anti-imperialists around James had famously clashed in April 1936 at the annual conference in Keighley with the parliamentary group around James Maxton MP over the question of whether socialists should stand clearly in solidarity with Ethiopia against a war of colonial aggression or stand aside from a clash between 2 dictators, Mussolini and Haile Selassie, the Emperor of Ethiopia. For Trotsky, the ILP's debacle over their parliamentarians' appalling position on this question reinforced his earlier position that the cause of the ILP seems to me to be hopeless, and he reiterated his belief that James and the other leaders of the Marxist group must seek ways of preparing a truly revolutionary party for the British proletariat outside of it. The Marxist group under James's leadership, however, decided to stay and fight against the odds for revolutionary politics inside the ILP, and Harry Wicks, though not a Marxist group member himself, would always praise the work carried out by this tightly organized grouping. On June 21, 1936, we find James in South Wales, and one member of the Newport ILP, Sidney Robinson, recorded in his diary that he attended a day school organized by the National Council of Labor Colleges at Stow Hill Labor Hall, Newport, the lecturer being C.L.R. James, subject, International and British Working Class Movements. James was clearly thinking hard about his forthcoming book throughout this period, and in his introduction to the 1993 edition of World Revolution, Al Richardson noted how oral tradition in South Wales still pointed to a house where James allegedly worked on this book while campaigning for the ILP. On June 24, 1936, James was able to write to Trotsky, then in Norway, "Dear Comrade Trotsky, the obvious bankruptcy of the Comintern has had an effect in all quarters in England, although this effect has not penetrated to the masses as yet. After trying for nearly a year to get some publisher to take a book on the rise and fall of the Communist International, I have at last succeeded in getting a well-known firm of publishers, C.L.R and Warburg, to agree to publish a book on this subject. They have given me carte blanche, and at last all our material and our point of view will be put before the public in comprehensive form. The publication of the book is extremely important for us. The CP here are terribly frightened at the prospect, for they, more than anyone else, know all that is to be said about their criminal policy during the last few years. Although I am dealing with the Comintern, yet I am devoting as much space to the development of the Soviet Union as to the strategy and tactics of the Comintern on the ground that it is impossible to understand either the one or the other without realizing their basic unity. I told the publishers that I thought you would contribute an introduction. I hope you will, and I would like to bring the MS to you sometime in August so that, if you have enough time, you can look at it for me and see that everything is in order. I am anxious about this because I have got the publisher's permission to print an appendix in which I shall castigate without mercy the Webbs, Maurice Dobb, Harold Lasky, and all these left intellectuals who have been so constantly misleading the public about the Stalinist regime, especially in recent years. With comradely greetings, yours fraternally, C.L.R. James. In late July 1936, James, together with Denzel Dean Harbour, would attend the first international conference for the Fourth International, held in France, as an elected delegate from Britain. This was a rare opportunity for James to develop his knowledge and understanding of the international communist movement, given there were revolutionaries present from across Europe, including the fascist dictatorships of Germany and Austria. James recalled, "I would say a few words and speak as I could speak in French, but he distinctly felt that others present had come from the revolutionary movement, but we in Britain had not. What was happening in Britain was nothing. There were even one or two veteran Russian revolutionaries, members of the left opposition from the Soviet Union who were currently in Europe and came in secretly, and I remember them sitting there and I spoke with them. It took some time, they smiled and said, 'Yes,' but I know now that they were saying, 'You are nothing but left-wing Labour Democrats.'" James made friends with the veteran revolutionary Leon Lessoil, who had been a founding member of the Belgian Communist Party, until his expulsion for Trotskyism in 1927, and had been one of the leaders of the Belgian general strike of 1932. James also met Pierre Neville, a young French Trotskyist who would later translate James's The Black Jacobins into French. James's hoped for meeting with Trotsky himself in August 1936 was, however, not to happen, no doubt due to the opening that month of the first Moscow trial, the case of the Trotskyist Zinoviev Terrorist Center, which also explains why Trotsky was not able to find the time to read James's book World Revolution until 1939, let alone contribute an introduction. The Moscow trials represented a tremendous new test for the tiny international Trotskyist movement. Though accusations by the Stalinist bureaucracy of their assisting counter-revolution through acts of terrorism inside the Soviet Union had already become customary, in August 1936, however, surviving leaders of the old Bolsheviks, including Zinoviev and Kamenev, apparently confessed to having conspired with Trotsky to assassinate Kirov in December 1934, and of now plotting to assassinate Stalin and other Soviet leaders to restore capitalism. The Executive Committee of the Communist International, ECCI, ordered the leaders of Western Communist parties on August 28, 1936, to use the trial for the political liquidation of Trotsky and Trotskyism as a fascist agency that, in capitalist countries masking itself with radical phrases, disorganizes the workers' movement. On cue, leading British communists like Robin Page Arnott now insisted that the view that Trotskyism was a tendency within the working class movement is now long out of date. Trotskyism is now revealed as an ancillary of fascism. The ILP is in great danger of falling into the hands of Trotskyists and becoming a wing of fascism. It was not just hardened communists like Arnott who went along with the notion that Trotskyists were now dangerous quasi-fascist wreckers of socialism. Whole swathes of the British left, including even the ILP leadership, refused to hold meetings about the Moscow trials in order to not complicate discussions that had begun in early 1936 around potential unity with the CPGB, who aimed to construct a British popular front against fascism, leaving the Trotskyists more isolated than ever. More critically, by now the Spanish Civil War was also in full swing, and Harry Wicks recalled how that made matters even more difficult. It was the feeling of frustration, the feeling of defeat, that the trials gave one. I can remember vividly Reg Groves expressing it that the Moscow trials represents curtains for us. That was his phrase. It was most unpopular to defend Trotsky in the working class and even in Labor Party circles. There was great pro-Russian sentiment, particularly in the Spanish Civil War. There was aid for Spain, ambulances for Spain and food for Spain. Nobody wanted to know the politics of what was happening in Spain. The growing sense that the mounting atmosphere of hysteria and hatred created by Stalinist slander and terror represented a life-and-death question for the British Trotskyist movement led to members of the three main groups feeling, as Wicks put it, "We have got to get together, we have got to unify to erect some defense." On August 31, 1936, a meeting of 200 or 300 Trotskyists and their sympathizers in Hyde Park called for an international investigation into the accusations made, demanding Trotsky win the right of political asylum in Norway, free from internment and fascist thugs. On September 9, 1936, James joined Henry Serra and Wicks from the Marxist League at a meeting of the newly formed British Committee for the Defence of Leon Trotsky at Essex Hall in the Strand, London, the first of many such central London meetings. Wicks in particular was very eager for a firm position to be taken with respect to the slander and vilification of Trotsky, whom he had met in Copenhagen in 1932 as the sole delegate from Britain, because he knew from his own experience the Moscow trial was based on lies. I knew Leon Sadov, Trotsky's son, was not in Copenhagen, that it was a lie, and that the Bristol Hotel, allegedly a meeting place, but in fact a building that did not exist in 1932, was another lie, so I stood on firm ground and others did not. The British Trotskyists, though a small group, were significant enough to disrupt and intervene in public communist meetings held to try and justify the Moscow trials. Wicks remembers a packed meeting at this time in Conway Hall on Theobalds Road at which an Indian journalist, Raj Hansa, just as the meeting was about to start, leapt to his feet at the front of the hall. "Mr. Chairman, would it be in order, before the commencement of this meeting, if we were to ask everybody to rise in honor of the old companion of Lenin, Zinoviev, who has been shot?" In the resulting pandemonium, the communists were forced to let Wicks, a former CPGB member, speak from the platform. James remembers he made it a habit to wreck the Stalinist meetings. "I used to go to their meetings," he recalled, "and take only 2 people with me and their meetings would break up, because I had the Stalinist statements in my pocket and I would have a lot of copies and give the chaps copies and say, 'Now have a read.'" The official trial transcripts contradicted themselves, as was clear to anyone prepared to read them carefully. James, with his excellent memory and keen eye for detail, was able to remember and recall with ease relevant facts or quotes to expose any new communist argument he came across. Amid this campaigning work and despite not securing Trotsky's direct assistance, James succeeded in finishing writing in the winter of 1936 with the help of his comrades in the Trotskyist movement. As James later recalled, "My room was 1/3 full with newspapers, clipped or to be clipped, and periodically some of my friends in the Trotskyist movement would come in and clip and organize." As Louise Cripps of the Marxist group recalled, when he was writing World Revolution, we all did our best to help him by looking up sources, by finding clippings that would be useful. James also seemed to have been helped by Earl Birney, who in 1936 had returned to Canada, where he later would become Canada's Poet Laureate, and especially by Wicks, who not only had seen the likes of Kautsky, Bukharin, Radek, and Trotsky in action himself, but also had a rich collection of unpublished and original documents from his training at the International Lenin School in Moscow in the late 1920s. No less important, Wicks once recalled of his helping James at this time, "I commented on each chapter as he drafted it." As James noted in his preface to World Revolution, "I would like to thank Harry Wicks of London and those who, in Canada, and particularly South Africa, read the manuscript, pointed out errors, and gave valuable advice." James remembers writing the book with great speed, never once having to go to the British Museum or to any other collection of books. Wicks recalled how James labored through an enormous literature, working from a small room in Gray's Inn Road, heated by the smallest of gas fires. Working as his typist and secretary was Dorothy Pizer, the companion of George Padmore. With such help, James was able to make excellent use of some rare primary source material, in English, French, and German, relating to the early years of the Communist International, such as the secret 1924 ECCI conference report, the lessons of the German events, as well as files of international press correspondence, which he had been able to acquire or had been passed his way by supporters. He writes at one point how many of the most important articles by Lenin, written after 1918, have to be tracked down in obscure publications or translated afresh, as the present Soviet regime dare not publish them or, when it does so, truncates them. It was also the case, as L. Richardson has noted, that James was particularly open to theories of the sort dismissed at the time by Trotskyists as ultra-left, including literature of the French and American non-Stalinist and non-Trotskyist left. In part, this came from the same sense of fair play that had once led James to read Stalin after reading Trotsky, and now led him to read left-wing critics of Trotsky. Perhaps it also owed something to the rather eclectic environment of the ILP, with its various traditions, including council communism and diverse other forms of non-Leninist socialism. Trotsky, in an attempt to overcome the vast chasm that existed between the gigantic tasks ahead and the puny state of the actual resources at the Trotskyist movement's disposal, had turned to some very centripetal organizational measures to try to build a stable revolutionary apparatus around him. Each national section of the Trotskyist movement was expected to participate in the discussion of the way forward for other sections and to be aware of the details of other sections' faction fights and splits. The Trotskyist movement also adopted a very elaborate and tight organizational structure, and at the First International Conference for the Fourth International in 1936 set up not just an international secretariat, but also a general council and an international bureau. While this replicated the structures of the Comintern, unfortunately the Trotskyist movement was so weak it made any stability in terms of personnel very difficult, even leaving aside the additional difficulties posed by Stalinist infiltration, sabotage, and terror operating at the highest level. If the leadership of a revolutionary organization is constantly changing, it is harder for it to build up any real trust and moral capital with the rank-and-file members. As Tony Cliff, himself a Trotskyist at the time in Palestine, observed, the structure of a political organization cannot rise very far above its real base. An over-heavy structure under such conditions could only be an unnecessary burden. By the winter of 1936, James's Marxist group were internally in something of a crisis, having been effectively forced out of the ILP, and were now planning to go it alone as an independent organization. This ran against the expressed wishes of the International Secretariat, who were even considering the option of refusing to recognize them as an official part of the international Trotskyist movement if they did not now follow the overwhelming majority of their British comrades into the Labour Party. When James finished writing World Revolution in January 1937, his decision to dedicate it to his comrades in the Marxist group was political in more senses than one, a sign of loyalty to his comrades, even at the risk of upsetting the leadership of international Trotskyism. In late January 1937, a second Moscow trial was announced charging Trotsky, who had now taken refuge in Mexico in absentia, for working for the military defeat of the Soviet Union, in formal agreement with Hitler and the Emperor of Japan. Radek, Pyatakov, and 16 others sat in the dock, apparently confessing to the charge of plotting with Trotsky to form an anti-Soviet bloc. The leaders of Western Communist parties dutifully followed new orders to intensify their campaign in the press and among the masses against Trotsky and Trotskyism as a terrorist agency, a gang of wreckers, subversives, spies, and accomplices of the German Gestapo. The British Committee for the Defense of Leon Trotsky, in the midst of this growing atmosphere of hysteria and hatred, called a meeting under the banner of Justice for Leon Trotsky for February 10, 1937, in Memorial Hall in Farringdon, pessimistically expecting it to be the usual suspects. Yet this London meeting was to be a memorable one, as more than 600 people turned up, far above expectations, and some, including Labour MP Ellen Wilkinson, even had to be turned away. As James recalled, there was a tremendous contrast between that meeting and meetings we, the Marxist group, held. A lot of Communist Party members came and listened. It was a crisis for them. Even liberal papers like the Manchester Guardian, which was in general supportive of Stalin's program of collectivization and industrialization in the Soviet Union despite its brutal forced nature, were skeptical of what it called the Stalinist persecution represented by the latest Moscow trial. This was met with fury by British communist functionaries, and the ever-loyal Robin Page Arnott seems to have even tenuously tried to explain the Manchester Guardian's doubts about whether Trotsky and the other defendants truly represented what Arnott called a fifth column of fascism, as a result of C.L.R. James's, by now past, connection to the paper as a cricket reporter. As Arnott put it in March 1937, the paper's skeptical line was not a particular bizarre outburst of romantic liberalism, defending the man in the dock. The explanation is that on the staff of the Manchester Guardian there is a Trotskyist, and to his tender care the old newspaper of C.P. Scott entrusted its reputation. As chair of the Marxist group and editor of its paper Fight, where he penned a fine essay on the Second Moscow trial, James, the Manchester Guardian Trotskyist, ably and eloquently defended the organizer of the October Revolution and founder of the Red Army from the tirade of Stalinist slander during the Moscow trials at numerous meetings in Britain. James was in his element at such meetings, deconstructing the slanderous Stalinist myths and smears with indignation and humor. On February 14, 1937, he would debate the pro-communist Labour MP and King's Councillor D.N. Pritt at a meeting of the Friends of the Soviet Union chaired by Victor Gollancz at the Friends Meeting House on Euston Road. Many veterans of the early British Trotskyist movement had warm memories of James's taking apart representatives of the CPGB in various debates. For Charlie Van Gelderen, James was probably the finest orator our movement has produced, at least in the English-speaking world, and the movement made full use of his talents. He paid tribute to James's active role in combating the vicious Stalinist campaign against Trotsky and Trotskyism, noting he was the one person feared by the Stalinists as being more than a match for people such as Communist Party leaders Harry Pollitt and R. Palm Dutt. One can imagine it was rather hard for communist speakers to make out that James, who had made his name opposing Italian fascism as the chair of the IAFA, was some sort of Trotsky fascist. James was, after all, probably the most well-known black public intellectual in British politics and, like the Jewish Trotsky, seemed hardly the sort of person Hitler would want running the Soviet Union instead of Stalin. After seeing James in action, the CPGB agreed to only debate with Trotskyists as long as he was not the speaker. However, often the Trotskyists would set up such a debate with leading communists, such as Andrew Rothstein, who wrote under the pseudonym R. F. Andrews, and Pat Devine, only to send James along instead of the agreed speaker. As a leading Trotskyist activist in Britain, James then found himself writing a history of the Communist International in odd moments of respite amid the turmoil of 1936, another great year of international revolutionary struggle, with the election of a Popular Front government in France, which triggered mass strikes and workers' occupations, and then the Spanish Revolution. That world revolution appeared on April 12, 1937, during the torrent of lies against Trotsky fascism emanating from Stalin's Great Terror, reminds us that 1936 was not simply a great year of revolution but also a year of counter-revolution. As James would later recall, they were very serious days, citing the murder of Rudolf Clement, one of Trotsky's secretaries whom James had met in Paris on several occasions. After his abduction by Stalin's secret police in July 1938, James remembered that there was a German boy very active in our movement. One day we found him at the bottom of the Seine. James's 440-page long work fittingly aimed to analyze the past and present struggles of what he called the international revolutionary movement against capitalism during the most turbulent 20 years in all history. The title World Revolution, 1917 to 1936, emphasized two great revolutionary upheavals, in Russia in 1917 and in Spain in 1936, but aimed to demonstrate how and why one revolution ended in victory while the fate of the other revolutionary struggle was to go down to crushing defeat. In 1938, in his own work, The Communist International, Franz Borkenau, a German communist activist during the 1920s, testified to the path-breaking nature of C.L.R. James's work when he called it the one available general history of the Comintern. For Borkenau, World Revolution was a study which reflects throughout the Trotskyist point of view. The early history of the Comintern is dealt with very summarily, and the later period is envisaged entirely to prove Stalin's betrayal and the correctness of Trotsky's views. Borkenau's own work, The Communist International, was certainly wide-ranging and comprehensive in its coverage of various communist parties and their struggles, particularly in Europe, where he had had first-hand experience of the movement, but also internationally, for example, including a chapter on the Comintern and the colonial peoples. And Borkenau was correct that James in World Revolution was certainly in a fundamental sense building on Leon Trotsky, who had not only done more than any Marxist since Marx himself to help develop the theory of permanent revolution in the aftermath of the Russian revolutions of 1905 and 1917, but also had to play alongside Lenin a critical role in shaping the early years of the Communist International itself, due to the shortage of other experienced and able communists able to take such a lead. Before James, Trotsky had already advanced his own authoritative analysis of the decline of the Communist International under Zinoviev and Stalin's leadership after Lenin's death in numerous articles and works, perhaps most notably his 1928 draft statement in response to the Sixth Congress of the Communist International, published in English for the first time in 1936 as the Third International after Lenin. This work of Trotsky had first been published in French in 1929, and James also made time to read fresh from the French edition of Trotsky's The Revolution Betrayed, which, though written by June 1936, was not published in Britain until May 1937, 1 month after World Revolution came out. James himself acknowledged his debt to Trotsky in his preface to World Revolution, noting that how much the book owes to the writings of Trotsky, the text can only partially show. James's Trotskyist framework of permanent revolution, however, ensured that the analysis in World Revolution was strikingly superior to that of Borkinaw in the dialectical interplay of the national and international vis-a-vis developments in the Soviet Union and the Communist International. Borkinaw posited a fundamental division between Tsarist Russia and other industrially backward countries such as Spain, South America, China, where revolutions were possibilities, with highly developed modern industrial countries where at least some pretense of liberal parliamentary democracy existed, and all classes and groups are much too bourgeois to make a proletarian revolution a practical proposition. For Borkinaw, the history of the Communist International and the course of Soviet history were fundamentally not, as Trotsky and Trotskyists like James insisted, an immense betrayal, but a realistic and pragmatic coming to terms with the fact that international proletarian revolution after which the Bolsheviks originally hunted was a phantom. The failure of the Communist International to spread revolution internationally out from Lenin's Moscow was for Borkinaw an inevitability flowing from the objective circumstances. For James, following Trotsky, the failure of the Communist International was rather a subjective matter, the failure of politics and political leadership. The necessity of a tightly organized and disciplined mass revolutionary party like Lenin's Bolsheviks for Trotsky had been demonstrated beyond all doubt by the successful October Revolution in Russia in 1917, and then conversely in a negative fashion by the failure of the German October of 1923. James in World Revolution therefore devoted time to an examination of what was so novel about Leninism and what Lenin, one of the highest representatives of European culture, himself meant by socialism, and how this contrasted with the Marxism and socialism of Stalin, who, in every respect except single-mindedness of purpose, was the very antithesis of his predecessor. James's World Revolution was about defending the classical Marxist and Leninist tradition of revolutionary internationalism against the latest theoretical form of revisionist, National Socialism, Joseph Stalin's newfangled concept of socialism in one country, advanced in October 1924, and that fitted the mood of the new rising ruling Soviet bureaucracy after the failure of the German Revolution in 1923. As James put it in one critical passage, "We have devoted an apparently disproportionate amount of time to these two tendencies in the labor movement, Marxism and revisionism, international and National Socialism. The disproportion is only apparent. With the formation of the Third International and the adhesion to it of the revolutionary internationalists, revisionism became openly and without shame the ruling doctrine of the Second International. But in 1924 revisionism made its appearance in the Russian Bolshevik Party, for similar reasons to its appearance in the Second International, and with the identical results. Having established how theoretically the tradition of National Socialism had triumphed in Russia with the rise of a conservative bureaucracy led by Stalin, James now turned back to assert how this played out in practice with respect to the international class struggle. This was done in a slightly problematic manner, leading to one major criticism of the work, made by Leon Trotsky in conversation with James himself when they met for discussions in Coyoacán, Mexico, in April 1939. Though Trotsky thought World Revolution was a very good book, he felt it was marred by a lack of dialectical approach, Anglo-Saxon empiricism, and formalism, which is only the reverse of empiricism. More concretely, Trotsky argued that James made his whole approach to the subject depend on one date, the appearance of Stalin's theory of socialism in a single country. This makes the whole structure false. While James headed his chapter "Stalin Kills the 1923 Revolution," Trotsky pointed out that the German Revolution had more influence on Stalin than Stalin on the German Revolution. After discussion of the lost German Revolution of 1918-23, James turned to how the nationalist blundering of the central direction in Moscow helped ensure the general strike in Britain in 1926 went down to defeat before again, with slightly more justification here, making Stalin critical to ruining another revolution, this time in China during 1925-27. James then turned to Stalin's brutal industrialization and forced collectivization programs in the Soviet Union from the late 1920s, which seemed to promise a restoration of the proletariat to its rightful place in a worker state. But, because the whole notion of socialism in one country was an impossibility, could not and did not emancipate the Russian proletariat, but resulted in a tightening of its chains. James then switched back to the greatest disaster, which overcame the international working class movement in this period, the triumph of Hitler's Nazis to power in Germany in 1933, in no small part as a result of the Communist International's catastrophist perspectives during its sectarian class against class period of 1928-33, the egregious folly of social fascism, as a concept and its fundamental abandonment of the United Front tactic. In his discussion of the rise of Hitler's Nazis, James was helped by his German friend C.L.R, an anarchist bookseller whom he had first met in London in 1933. James later proudly recalled how Lar's concrete knowledge had helped him to penetrate more profoundly than usual not so much into the political arguments and conflicts but into the actual feeling of the different social organizations in Germany before Hitler. I do not hesitate in Chapter 12, After Hitler, Our Turn, in showing that the Communist International deliberately maneuvered Hitler into power. There is a sense of journalism from day to day in the chapter which is the result of my constant seeking out Charlie as events happened from day to day. Trotsky was understandably less impressed with the specificities of this aspect of James's argument, noting that he cannot agree that the policy of the International was only a materialization of the commands of Moscow in general, while the specific idea that by 1931 Stalin had a plan to allow fascism to come into power is absurd, a deification of Stalin. After discussing the rise of Hitler, James then returned to the social and cultural consequences of Stalin's first five-year plan and forced collectivization for the Soviet Union, what James called the Great Retreat underway, a section of the work that doubtless would have been revelatory for many of James's readers at the time. The final two chapters counterposed the Communist International's new Popular Front perspective of building a broad democratic alliance against fascism, in essence for James to be summed up as the revolution abandoned, with the tradition of Leninism and the first four congresses of the Communist International, which were now embodied in the tiny isolated movement around Trotsky. As James concluded, the forging of a Fourth International represented the only hope of preserving the revolutionary internationalist tradition. A year after World Revolution was published, James himself would be delegated to attend the founding conference of the Fourth International in France in 1938, where he was elected to the 15-strong International Executive Committee. Beyond Trotsky, James's general fidelity to Trotsky's general analysis explains the comments of James's authorized biographer, Paul Bull, that World Revolution represents James's least original major work. Yet World Revolution was in two important ways strikingly original for a Trotskyist book of the period, implicitly challenging and questioning Trotsky himself and even beginning to see further than he did. Trotsky's The Revolution Betrayed had been written before the first of the Moscow trials and before the eruption of the Spanish Civil War, and so James's World Revolution was able to, more clearly than Trotsky did, expose the counter-revolutionary nature of Stalinism. Though Borkinaw had argued James's study reflects throughout the Trotskyist point of view, World Revolution actually showed James was already starting to react against what he felt were the limitations of both Trotsky's analysis of the Soviet Union and the Trotskyist movement as he had experienced it, and it is worth looking at how these feelings found expression in the work. The first issue was the question of the character of the Soviet Union itself, the Russian question, about which James was as concerned as anyone else in the Trotskyist movement. On the face of it, Trotsky's pioneering analysis of the Soviet Union as a degenerated worker state run by a ruling parasitic caste of Stalinist bureaucrats described in The Revolution Betrayed was endorsed and expanded on by James. Indeed, some of the least original passages of World Revolution arguably come when James writes about the richer peasantry in the Soviet Union as the main danger that lay ahead. Though James stressed the growth of the bureaucracy, welded by the combined fight against peasantry and proletariat, and now constituting a distinct caste of millions, through Stalin and the apparatus controlling all the organs of politics and economics, He can still write, following Trotsky in 1936, passages stating that the greatest danger to socialist Russia was capitalism, not only on the outside, but the seeds of it inside, the peasantry who still posed the danger today. More critically, Trotsky's idea that state ownership of the means of production meant that the Soviet Union was somehow inherently socialist was deeply problematic in terms of Marxist theory. As George Padmore had noted in How Britain Rules Africa, 1936, there were state-built, state-owned, and state-managed railways in colonial West Africa, but this was very far from socialism. Indeed, as Padmore continued, it was imperialism or state capitalism as the people, that is, the 25 million blacks, don't derive any more advantages from these railways than if they were privately owned. When in February 1937 Sir William Beveridge, the famous British administrator, researcher, and head of the London School of Economics, noted in the Times the probable necessity for state ownership of British industry in any future war, James himself, in an editorial for Fight, commented that what Beveridge had in mind was not socialism. The ruling class in an emergency is willing to take over private property and administer it by the state in order to gain greater efficiency for war. Moreover, the idea that the rise of a blood-soaked dictatorship of Stalinist bureaucrats constituted the victory of socialism in the Soviet Union seemed disgustingly perverse to James. An article in the Manchester Guardian in February 1936 by Michael Polanyi, author of USSR Economics, 1936, and the younger brother of Karl Polanyi, had suggested the Soviet Union may not be the socialism of the fathers or the prophets, but it works. As James, the Manchester Guardian's former cricket correspondent, now countered in World Revolution, it is not the socialism of the prophets, it is not any kind of socialism, and it does not work in any precise sense of that word. Contrary to Marx's and Lenin's predictions, far from withering away, the state is more omnipresent than ever. Stalin's terrorist regime, for James, was not only a caricature of socialism, but also a revolting tyranny. Indeed, a political tyranny without parallel in Europe. Indeed, by the time he wrote World Revolution, James was already showing an openness to those arguing the Soviet Union had become a state capitalist society. According to Special Branch, the British Secret Police Service, when James spoke in defense of Trotsky after the first Moscow trial on September 9, 1936, he compared the conditions of the British and Russian workers, adding that a form of capitalism was creeping into the Soviet state. One intriguing reference in World Revolution was to the classic work The Secret of Hitler's Victory by the now forgotten but once legendary veteran Russian Marxist Peter Petrov and his German wife, Irma, which had been published in 1934 by Leonard and Virginia Woolf's Hogarth Press. The Petrov's Marxist analysis of the rise of the German Nazis made a passing reference in conclusion to established state capitalism, as we see it today in Russia. Another reference in World Revolution was to the German historian Arthur Rosenberg, who, with other leading members of the German Communist Party, had broken with Orthodox communism as supporters of Zinoviev in the late 1920s. In 1934, an English translation of Rosenberg's A History of Bolshevism, From Marx to the First 5 Years Plan, 1932, was published, the first serious academic treatment of the subject. Rosenberg wrote of the USSR's modernist civilization, which flowed from its system of state capitalism by means of which the governing bureaucracy contrives to maintain its hold. Yet perhaps the most significant influence on James's evolving thinking on the Russian question was that of Boris Souvarine. Born Boris Lifshitz in 1885 in Kiev, Souvarine had been a founding member of the French Communist Party and, having known Trotsky since meeting him in Paris during the Great War, spoke bravely against Stalin in Moscow. Though Trotsky had high hopes of Souvarine forming a viable French Trotskyist group, since 1929, Souvarine had broken off good relations with Trotsky, attacking Leninism and describing the Soviet Union as state capitalist. In his 1935 biography Stalin, first published in Paris, Souvarine had maintained that the Federation of Socialist Soviet Republics, the very name a fourfold contradiction of the reality, has long ago ceased to exist, and Soviet state capitalism, so-called Soviet society, rests on its own method of exploitation of man by man. James read Stalin as part of his research for World Revolution and was clearly impressed, describing it as a book with an anarchist bias against the dictatorship of the proletariat but irreproachably documented, very fair and full of insight. While James's World Revolution on the face of it rejected such heretical theorizing, There are sections that clearly do point toward James's future as a leading Marxist theorist of the USSR as a state capitalist society. Early on in World Revolution, James noted that, for Marx and Engels, collective ownership did not mean socialism. Everything depended on the development of the productive forces which this collective ownership would make possible. James quoted a telling passage from Engels's Socialism, utopian and scientific, detailing the circumstances in which a deficient and restricted development of production necessitated a class division between the exploited and exploiters, between those who are exclusively bond slaves to labor, and a class freed from directly productive labor, which looks after the general affairs of society, the direction of labor, state business, law, science, art, etc., added Engels. It is therefore the law of the division of labor that lies at the basis of the division into classes. But this does not prevent this division into classes from being carried out by means of violence and robbery, trickery and fraud. It does not prevent the ruling class, once having the upper hand, from consolidating its power at the expense of the working class, from turning their social leadership into an intensified exploitation of the masses. As James had noted, an understanding of this elementary piece of Marxism would riddle the delusion that there is no exploitation of man by man in the Soviet Union. Indeed, the fiction of workers' control after 20 years of the revolution is dead. But the bureaucracy fears the proletariat. It knows none better. The temper of the people it so mercilessly cheats and exploits. One who might have demurred on this point was actually Trotsky himself, who saw the Stalinist bureaucracy as a brutal oppressor, but not actually an exploiter of the Russian working class. Yet for James, the first 5-year plan meant that the remnants of workers' control were wiped away. Such ideas were increasingly in the air on the far left during the 1930s, though in part this was because at that time, as Trotsky himself had noted, the term state capitalism had the advantage that nobody knows exactly what it means. Such a charge of state capitalism, however, was given extra credibility by the role the Soviet Union would play in the Spanish Civil War, which had begun in July 1936, and which James had seriously considered volunteering to fight in, just as he had planned to go and fight in Ethiopia against Mussolini. James had concluded World Revolution with the discussion of the Spanish Revolution. Bourgeois democracy is doomed in Spain. The choice lies between the capitalist fascist dictatorship or the socialist workers' state. If the workers are to win against Franco and his German and Italian allies, the war must be a revolutionary war by workers and peasants organized in Soviets or other workers' organizations. But the Soviet bureaucracy made the fight for a democratic Spain a condition of assistance, and the bureaucracy and its agents, though active against Franco, are now preventing Spanish workers and peasants from doing the very things that created Soviet Russia. Indeed, James had made a prediction that the day is near when the Stalinists will join reactionary governments in shooting revolutionary workers. They cannot avoid it. In May 1937, a month after World Revolution had come out, James was tragically proved right as the Republican government with communist support repressed the Workers' Party of Marxist Unification of Spain, POUM, and anarchists in Barcelona by force, imprisoning thousands and murdering dozens. Incredibly, one of those briefly arrested in June 1937 in Barcelona, Charles, an American socialist who was working for the POUM, had actually been reading James's World Revolution in the days before his arrest. James was therefore one obvious person to be asked by Frederick Warburg to write an introduction for Red Spanish Notebook, an eyewitness account of revolutionary Spain through the eyes of two surrealist poets who had gone to fight for the POUM but had left in February 1937, Mary Lowe and the Cuban Trotskyist Juan Brea. Red Spanish Notebook, which came out later in 1937, priced at 5 shillings, was marketed by Secker and Warburg as the only study of the Spanish War written from the POUM viewpoint. Not only of political importance, but a brilliant piece of reportage recreating the atmosphere of the first 6 months. In his introduction, James praised Lowe and Brea's achievement as having provided to the ordinary reader, better than all the spate of books on Spain, some idea of the new society that is struggling so desperately to be born as workers' power emerged halfway from books and became a concrete alternative to the old slavery. George Orwell, who had just returned wounded from Spain having touched and seen both workers' power and then Stalinist counter-revolutionary terror in Barcelona while fighting with the POUM militia, reviewed Red Spanish Notebook in Time and Tide on October 9, 1937, praising the way in which, by a series of intimate day-to-day pictures, It shows you what human beings are like when they are trying to behave as human beings and not as cogs in the capitalist machine. Indeed, on returning to London, it seems Orwell had picked up a copy of James's World Revolution, and on July 8, 1937, had made inquiries as to how many copies it had sold, noting that the people who read that book would be the kind likely to read a book on Spain written from the non-communist standpoint. According to Louise Cripps, Orwell, presumably while working on what would become his classic Homage to Catalonia 1938, in the summer of 1937, visited James himself and was a serious inquirer into Trotskyism. Since he was so vehemently against Stalin's regime in the Soviet Union, he read and approved the literature we had. Indeed, in his review of Red Spanish Notebook, Orwell had noted that Mr. C.L.R. James, author of that very able book World Revolution, contributes an introduction. The experience of witnessing the counter-revolutionary role played by the Soviet Union and its agents in Spain led both Brea and Orwell to speculate about the nature of the Soviet Union itself. As Brea wondered in the conclusions to Red Spanish Notebook, let us suppose that Russia is no longer a proletarian state but is making her first steps towards capitalism. Orwell, in Homage to Catalonia, described the socialism in one country being built in Russia by Stalin as little more than a planned state capitalism with the grab motive left intact. Coming as it did right in the middle of Stalin's Great Terror, the Spanish Civil War was to be of critical importance for the political evolution of not only James, but also his key intellectual collaborator during the 1940s, Raya Dunayevskaya, with whom he would later form the state capitalist tendency, later the Johnson-Forrest tendency, within American Trotskyism. As Peter Hudis has noted, the role of Stalinism during the Spanish Civil War presented revolutionaries with what Dunayevskaya was later to call the absolute contradiction of our age, the emergence of counter-revolution from within revolution. Trotsky's Russian-language secretary from 1937 to 1938, Dunayevskaya later recalled how she first became critical of Trotsky's 1936 analysis of the Soviet Union as a degenerated worker state during this tumultuous period. Out of the Spanish Civil War there emerged a new kind of revolutionary who posed questions, not only against Stalinism, but against Trotskyism, indeed against all established Marxisms. On September 3, 1938, at the founding conference of the Fourth International World Party of Socialist Revolution, held in the home of the French syndicalist and communist Alfred Rosmaire, a former member of the ECCI, in Perigny, a village near Paris, James intervened forcefully in the debate that took place about whether Trotskyists should call for the defense of the USSR in case of war. As he remembered later, together with some from the American and Polish contingent, we were against the Trotskyist position on the defense of the USSR. We put forward our position and had it copied into the minutes, but we didn't press the issue. The Polish comrades told us, "We are not going to vote for you, but we are sympathetic to you, James. You have the line, although we are not supporting it." Nevertheless, we had a powerful influence on that conference. By now James had sought out Souvarine himself in Paris and had begun to translate Stalin. For the English edition, Stalin, a critical survey of Bolshevism, published in 1939, Souvarine wrote a new postscript, The Counter-Revolution, in which he pondered the recent experience of Stalinist terror, a process in which stains of blood become letters of fire and dark places are illuminated by a sinister glow, and the extent to which Stalinism was now akin to fascism in Germany, both being totalitarian regimes with Stalin as the Bolshevik Führer. James's increasingly critical reading of the evolution of the Soviet Union and its bureaucratic ruling elite raised the obvious question of why Trotsky and the left opposition had not been able to realize the danger and threat Stalin as head of the bureaucratic fungus posed earlier, a danger and threat Lenin in his testament had himself realized, and so put up a more effective fight against the rising Stalinist bureaucracy after 1923. As James argued in World Revolution, after Lenin's final incapacitation, Stalin bureaucratized the party more and more, Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Bukharin helping. What must not be forgotten is that this struggle went on in a narrow circle. So small had the governing group become, even after Lenin. The masses played little part, and Trotsky either could not or dared not bring the masses into it, as Lenin would infallibly have done sooner rather than later. Partly for James this was a matter to do with the personal political and theoretical weaknesses of Trotsky, who seems to have accepted with too much fatalism this emergence of bureaucratic corruption in the Soviet Union in a period of revolutionary ebb. Trotsky saw it as historically inevitable that a period of reaction would follow the revolutionary heights of 1917, insisting in his 1939 discussion with James that the defeat of the left opposition in Russia must be explained by the dialectic of history, by the conflict of classes, that even a revolution produces a reaction. Yet for James, as he would write in 1940, nearly all of Trotsky's mistakes flowed from a constant incapacity to acknowledge, perhaps even to himself, the full depravity of Stalinism. James clearly felt part of the problem lay with the nature of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and so there was therefore an inherent danger within classical Bolshevism, and with the party Lenin had built, which had transformed into a machine of bureaucratic corruption, allowing a tyrant like Stalin to wield unparalleled power. Running throughout world revolution is a serious and sophisticated discussion of democratic centralism, which again perhaps owes something to the impact of James's discussions with the likes of Souvarine. James, of course, vigorously defended the necessity for a Leninist party, and would have had no time for Borkinaw's ever-fashionable argument in the Communist International that the Stalinist dictatorship, with its bloated, privileged, and dictatorial bureaucratic elite, was somehow the inevitable result of Leninism in power, as the latter developments are the logical result of the basic assumptions of Lenin and of the early history of the Russian revolutionary regime and the Communist International. Following Trotsky, James had pointed to the concrete backward material conditions prevailing in Tsarist Russia before 1917, and then the destruction of the best elements of the tiny Russian working class during the Russian Civil War that historically explained the roots of the rising Stalinist bureaucracy. Stalin's great terror for James in world revolution showed that the Stalinists seek to kill Leninism. Yet rather more heretically, James also found much of value in some of the warnings about where Leninism could lead that had been made by the young Leon Trotsky and also Rosa Luxemburg. James, for example, discussed the charge of substitutionism made against Leninism by the young Trotsky out of his early fear of the replacement of the dictatorship of the proletariat by the dictatorship over the proletariat, of the political rule of the class by the organizational rule over the class. Trotsky himself had never returned to these earlier charges against Leninism after he joined Lenin's Bolsheviks in 1917. However, for James, the whole history of the Russian Communist Party and of the whole Communist International from the moment Lenin lay hopelessly ill up to the final triumph of Stalinist dictatorship proved Trotsky's specific criticisms which he leveled against Lenin's principles as they worked out in practice cannot be dismissed, least of all today. Indeed, they must have had a solid foundation. In an apparent implicit criticism of his leader, James noted that Trotsky has since admitted that he was wrong. Too generously, for the question is not so simple. To hear is more in this than simple wrong and right. In the context of the Marxist group's own dispute with Trotsky's International Secretariat, we might see one reason why James was now interested in bringing up the young Trotsky's critique of democratic centralism to attack Stalin's abuse of democratic centralism, which Trotsky had always feared in any system which, like Lenin's, so openly glorified central control. James noted that after Lenin's last struggle to stop Stalin failed, with the development of the bureaucracy, the democracy dropped completely out of centralism. From the Russian party, it spread to the whole international. Centralism, which helped to create the international, helped to ruin it. James had quoted the young Trotsky. During the last 3 to 4 years of intense party frictions, the life of very many committees has consisted of a series of coups d'état in the spirit of our court revolutions of the 18th century. Somewhere way up on top somebody is incarcerating, replacing, choking somebody else, somebody proclaims himself something, and as a result, the top of the committee house is adorned by a flag with the inscription, Orthodoxy, Centralism, Political Struggle. Instead of building up a truly international revolutionary leadership composed of those able to think critically for themselves, it created a body of leaders who looked always to Moscow and were incapable of independent appraisal and action. James seems determined to ensure that centralism would not ruin the Fourth International in the same way, perhaps speculating on what might happen once Trotsky himself was not available to offer clear guidance, but was also conscious that there is no specific solution for this problem. It will have to be fought out anew in each party as every emergency presents itself, but that can best be done only when there is a clear understanding of the issues involved. It is perhaps the greatest of the many bows that the revolutionary Ulysses will have to bend. For both new leftists like Paul Bull and orthodox Trotskyists like Al Richardson, This discussion of revolutionary leadership in world revolution constitutes an organizational challenge to Leninism and Trotskyism. Certainly, James himself remembers that he soon ran into difficulties after joining up with the American Trotskyist movement because of this section. When I began to attack the orthodox Trotskyist position over Russia, some people in the United States said, "When we read your book World Revolution, we said that it won't be long before James is attacking the Trotskyist movement." It was pointed out to me in a particular paragraph. I agreed with the interpretation. As Bull suggests of James's discussion of democratic centralism in World Revolution, Trotsky himself was unlikely to accede to this formulation. He took criticism of himself badly and outright disagreements still worse. Yet while Trotsky could indeed be arrogant and dogmatic at times, he appears to have been slightly more tolerant when it came to James at this stage. In a private letter to James P. Cannon on May 17, 1938, Trotsky regretted that he had not yet had time to read James's World Revolution, but had been told James had criticized him very sharply from an organizational point of view. I suppose that this criticism at that time was a theoretical justification of his own policy towards the Independent Labor Party, but that is not of importance. I suppose that he now considers his own criticism as a hindrance to friendly collaboration with us. It is very important to convince James that his criticisms are not considered by any one of us as an item of hostility or as an obstacle to friendly collaboration in the future. It would be very bad if under the influence of this fact and some others he finished with a rupture from us. Moreover, James's discussion of Leninism in World Revolution surely stands as a considered contribution to the question of revolutionary organization, and one rooted within the tradition of classical Bolshevism. In 1938, when James was described as Trotsky's lieutenant by one British communist, few readers would have thought the label inappropriate. While there was not quite a meeting of minds over democratic centralism and the historical experience of classical Bolshevism, Trotsky acknowledged to James that it is very important to bring up these questions periodically. Reception and impact. As a delegate to the 1938 founding conference of the Fourth International, James received a letter from Trotsky. In the letter, Trotsky declared, "To prevent the shipwreck and rotting away of humanity, the proletariat needs a perspicacious, honest, and fearless leadership. No one can give this leadership except the Fourth International, basing itself on the entire experience of past defeats and victories. Permit me, nevertheless, to cast a glance at the historic mission of the Fourth International, not only with the eyes of a proletarian revolutionist, but with the eyes of the artist which I am by profession. I have never separated these two spheres of my activity. My pen has never served me as a toy for my personal diversion or for that of the ruling classes. I have always forced myself to depict the sufferings, the hopes and struggles of the working classes, because that is how I approach life, and therefore art, which is an inseparable part of it." Over a decade later, in 1949, James would develop Trotsky's theme, declaring, "I have long believed that a very great revolutionary is a great artist, and that he develops ideas, programs, etc. as Beethoven develops a movement. It is only if one understands that Marxism asks a fundamental question about human existence itself that we can begin to understand not only how James, the artist, became a revolutionary, but also how, for James, the writing of passionate political and historical works about the struggles of the exploited and oppressed like World Revolution and the Black Jacobins more than satisfied his earlier ambitions to make a literary career for himself in Britain. The publication of World Revolution meant, as Martin Upham noted, that James became the first British Trotskyist to make a substantial theoretical contribution. And Wicks's review in Fight gives a sense of just how important the book was for the Trotskyist movement, describing it as a book that every socialist should read and every revolutionary possess. Indeed, Frederick Warburg famously recalled that World Revolution became a kind of Bible of Trotskyism in Britain. Such a statement obviously stands in part as a testament to James's intellectual achievement here. As C.L.R and Warburg themselves declared in their promotional publicity, World Revolution was the first comprehensive study of world history since 1917 from a Trotskyist viewpoint, with much new material on the development of Russia since Lenin's death. Here, in fact, is a well-documented textbook of the Trotskyist movement, convincing and exciting. It is of vital importance that it should be widely read in all circles of the left. Yet that Warburg should evoke the sense in which World Revolution became for at least some British Trotskyists a text with the authority akin to scripture for a religious believer should not surprise us either. part of what held the early besieged and minuscule international Trotskyist movement together amid the dark clouds of reaction that gathered over Europe from the 1930s as the rise of fascism and Stalinist terror plunged the continent into what the great Belgian-Russian revolutionary novelist Victor Serge termed midnight in the century, was the fact that an almost millenarian outlook developed in the Trotskyist movement. As Trotsky himself insisted throughout the 1930s, objectively the potentialities for mass working-class revolutionary action existed and would inevitably develop following the outbreak of a future inter-imperialist war, just as the Russian Revolution had erupted during the Great War. In June 1934, in War and the Fourth International, Trotsky wrote that, at the beginning of a new war, we cannot doubt for a single moment that this time the shift of the masses to the road of revolution will occur much faster, more decisively and relentlessly than during the First Imperialist War. A new wave of insurrections can and must become victorious in the whole capitalist world. The manner in which James decided to conclude world revolution was quite in keeping with Trotsky's perspective. Cowards and cynics talk of an age of barbarism, as if mankind will destroy itself in the coming war for Hitler, for Mussolini, or for king and country. Let 80,000 civilians, 1% of the population of Greater London, be massacred in war, and the revolution is on the order of the day, and the same applies to every other great European city. As Duncan Hallis once noted, there was an element of near-messianism in Trotsky's conceptions at this time. In a desperately difficult situation with fascism in the ascendant, defeat piled on defeat for the workers' movement and a new world war imminent, the banner of revolution had to be flown, the program of communism reasserted, until the revolution itself transformed the situation. The tiny size of the Trotskyist movement was not a decisive factor, given Trotsky's reminder that they were still larger in number than the genuinely internationalist and revolutionary left at the outbreak of the Great War. In the spring of 1935, Trotsky wrote an open letter for the Fourth International claiming genuinely revolutionary organizations, or at least groups, exist in all countries. They are closely bound together ideologically, and in part also organizationally. Even at present they represent a force incomparably more influential, homogeneous, and steeled than the Zimmerwald left, which in the fall of 1915 took the initiative in preparing for the Third International. The resulting Zimmerwald mentality among Trotskyists helps explain the confidence and optimism with which James concluded world revolution, noting how the energy and determination and courage of one man who has given his life to the movement, Leon Trotsky, has ensured that the ideological basis of the new international is so quickly ready, and accordingly, in the looming war, the will and courage of a few men will make history. As James put it in 1937 in Fight, in similarly slightly messianic fashion, a few hundredest of us can face the future with enormous confidence. Once we get a strong nucleus, we shall grow automatically. Such an overly optimistic perspective was one of the limitations of James's intellectual formation and training as a Marxist in the minuscule and persecuted Trotskyist movement. Indeed, James acknowledged many of the Trotskyist movement's limitations at the time. The Trotskyists have committed serious errors. Our isolation, leading us to sectarianism, the polemical character of our propaganda and agitation, lack of contact with the mass movement, leading to bitter internal quarrels and splits, the imitation of Trotsky's faults by followers incapable of imitating his virtues, these and other grave errors no serious Bolshevik-Leninist would deny. But where was there ever a movement which did not carry the defect of its virtues? Today, our political line is 1,000 times justified. Nonetheless, world revolution should still be remembered and placed alongside Trotsky's The Revolution Betrayed and Victor Serge's Russia 20 Years After, all first published in English in 1937, as part of a classic Marxist trilogy on the destiny and fate of the Russian Revolution. Those few scholars and historians of the day who were prepared to examine such matters seriously recognized the value of the work. As C.L.R., who would emerge as a respected historian of the Comintern in his own right, put it in 1937, world revolution is decidedly useful, as in his analysis of the course of the Russian Revolution and of the point at which it took the wrong turning, Mr. James displays commendable independence of judgment and desire to arrive at the truth. Reviewing the work in the Manchester Guardian, the Scottish liberal journalist John Martin Douglas Pringle noted that Mr. James is always a lively critic. He writes throughout with passionate and lofty scorn for every living communist, liberal, and social democrat, and the utmost contempt for their ideas. But though fiercely partisan and inspired by all the fury of a doctrinaire misunderstood, His book is thorough and well documented. He makes a strong case for everything he so violently asserts, and many who read his book will feel there is a good deal to be said for Trotskyism. Others will at least be delighted by the righteous rage which torments his heart and forms his literary style. James himself remembered it as a piece of work which was recognized everywhere as worthwhile. And it even garnered positive reviews as far away as Australia and came to the notice of the conservative American journal Foreign Affairs. Fenner Brockway reviewed James's book in The New Leader and, while unsurprisingly finding faults with its Trotskyist bias, still declared it a great contribution to socialist history and thought. The veteran British socialist Raymond Postgate in The New Statesman described James's World Revolution as unique of its kind and very badly needed, while the economic historian Hugh Lancelot Beales, reviewing the work in Postgate's new left-wing monthly Fact, a series to which James would soon contribute his volume A History of Negro Revolt in 1938, noted, "We welcome Mr. James's illuminating essay, a careful, disciplined anti-Stalinist history of the course of the revolution since 1917. Despite communist denunciation, and despite the fact it was on sale for the not inconsiderable sum of 12.60, Warburg remembers it sold moderately well. Indeed, even some British communists of the 1930s were intrigued enough to risk a brief look." Tom Kemp, who was later to break with the CPGB after 1956 and join the Trotskyist movement, recalled that, "Back in the 1930s, worried about the Moscow trials, I had a surreptitious look at the revolution betrayed or C.L.R. James's World Revolution in the public library, only to hastily put it away if a friend approached." Outside Britain, the American Trotskyist movement published an edition through their Pioneer Press, but though the work had no real counterpart in the United States, it did not attract many readers on the American left. Meanwhile, the British colonial customs authorities, with James now himself under surveillance as a threat to imperial security, naturally moved to censor its sale across the British Empire, forbidding the import of a work that fervently denounced the violence and plunder which is called British rule in India into India itself. However, as Al Richardson notes of World Revolution, this did not prevent it from being smuggled in and from exercising some influence. G. Selvar Jatnan, who later became leader of the Great Strike in the Madras textile mills, was converted to Trotskyism upon reading it, and the Sri Lankan Trotskyist Leslie Gunwardine's Rise and Fall of the Comintern, written under the pseudonym K. Tilak, published 10 years afterwards in Bombay, was largely based on it. World Revolution Today. In June 1936, Trotsky had insisted that the miserable collapse of the Third International meant that, without the slightest exaggeration it may be said, the whole world situation is determined by the crisis of the proletarian leadership, and so what was now critically necessary was the purposeful selection of the cadres of a new international. After writing World Revolution and moving to the United States in 1938, however, over the next decade or so of activism inside the crisis-ridden Trotskyist movement and alongside thinkers like Raya Dunayevskaya and Grace Lee Boggs, James came to break fundamentally with this argument. In 1950, James and his co-thinkers published State Capitalism and World Revolution, which stressed how with the new stage of world economy, global state capitalism, East and West, the crisis of the revolution was no longer solving the crisis of revolutionary leadership, which necessitated building alternative revolutionary parties to counter both social democracy and Stalinism, but rather overcoming the crisis of the self-mobilization of the proletariat. Exactly the opposite. As the preface to the second edition of State Capitalism and World Revolution, 1956, put it, what type of new organization do we propose? We do not propose any. It is sufficient to say that in historical terms, the new organizations will come as Lilbin's Levelers Party came, as the sections and popular societies of Paris in 1793, as the Commune in 1871 and the Soviets in 1905, with not a single soul having any concrete ideas about them until they appeared in all their power and glory. Such a developing political perspective saw James and his co-thinkers break with the official Trotskyist movement in 1951, with the result that World Revolution found itself sitting awkwardly, literally orphaned, within the wider corpus of James's Marxism. During the 1960s, we even find James himself lacking and unable to easily acquire a personal copy of the work. In his later years, however, in his unfinished autobiography, for example, James would look back on World Revolution with a degree of nostalgia. When I returned to England from the United States in 1953, I found anti-Stalinism well established, and somewhat to my surprise, I found that World Revolution was the book with which many young people were educating themselves on the anti-Stalinist politics that they wished to carry out. By then, though, I had broken with Trotskyism 2 years before, but that did not seem to trouble them. People continuously wanted copies of the book, despite the fact that I had repudiated much that was in it, and in 1970 Krauss reprints photocopied the old edition exactly as it had been written. I reread it and found that it contained an astonishing amount of material dealing with these periods, well organized, and, in 1970, more readable than it was in 1937. Part of the attraction of World Revolution for this younger generation of the New Left One suspects was because, as Paul LeBlanc has noted, throughout, James demonstrates the utter incompatibility of the bureaucratic and authoritarian qualities of Stalinism with the revolutionary, democratic, scientific, and humanistic qualities of Marxism. James's Trotskyism meant his Marxism was from the first thoroughly imbued with the spirit of socialism from below, to use Hal Draper's term. As James wrote in his discussion of Lenin and socialism, the creative capacity of the masses, Lenin believed in it as no other leader of the workers ever did. That creative capacity had hitherto been seen only in revolution. The Soviet system based on the masses in the factories was to organize this creativeness not only for purpose of government but also for production, linking the two closer and closer together until ultimately the all-embracing nature of production by the whole of society rendered the state superfluous. Today, those interested in the history of the Communist International, from its founding in 1919 as a revolutionary body through to its transformation into a body at the service of Soviet foreign policy until its winding up by Stalin in 1943, can read powerful first-hand accounts and testimony, such as Victor Serge's classic memoirs of a revolutionary and Alfred Rosmer's Lenin's Moscow. Readers also can today access comprehensive translations of the proceedings of the Comintern's first 4 Congresses, 1919 to 1922, thanks to the labors of John Riddell. More definitive histories of the Comintern have since been written, most notably by Pierre Bru, and will no doubt continue to be written in the future, making use, for example, of the opening of the Comintern archives since the early 1990s. James's World Revolution, however, still stands out as not only one of the very first accounts of the Comintern ever to be written, but more critically, as Duncan Hallis noted, one of the first accounts written in English from a revolutionary socialist point of view. As the Scottish socialist Hamish Henderson noted in 1988, World Revolution is still one of the most concise expositions of the deformations and distortions that a principled Marxist revolutionary had to combat in the period when Stalin was consolidating his power. The rationale for this republication of C.L.R. James's World Revolution on the centenary of the Russian Revolution of 1917 is then clear, and the work deserves and demands to be recognized as a critical point of reference in the reflections and debates underway about the meaning and significance of that inspiring world historical event for the 20th century. There are surely few finer introductions to these questions for a new generation of activists than James's World Revolution, much of which retains all its full relevance and importance today. World Revolution, 1917 to 1936. To the Marxist group. But to overthrow the power of the bourgeoisie and establish that of the proletariat in a single country is still not to assure the complete victory of socialism. The chief task, the organization of socialist production, is still to be accomplished. Can we succeed and secure the definitive victory of socialism in one country without the combined efforts of the proletarians of several advanced countries? Most certainly not. The efforts of a single country are enough to overthrow the bourgeoisie. This is what the history of our revolution proves. But for the definitive triumph of socialism, the organization of socialist production, the efforts of one country alone are not enough, particularly of an essentially rural country like Russia. The efforts of the proletarians of several advanced countries are needed. So the victorious revolution in one country has for its essential task to develop and support the revolution in others. So it ought not to be considered as of independent value, but as an auxiliary, a means of hastening the victory of the proletariat in other countries. Lenin has curtly expressed this thought in saying that the task of the victorious revolution consists of doing the utmost in one country for the development, support, awakening of the revolution in other countries. Vide The Proletarian Revolution, The Theory and Practice of Leninism by J. Stalin. Preface. This book is an introduction to and survey of the revolutionary socialist movement since the war, the antecedents, foundation, and development of the Third International, its collapse as a revolutionary force. The Bolshevik Party, and the Soviet Union which it controls, being the dominating factors in the Third International, are given extensive treatment. The ideas on which the book are based are the fundamental ideas of Marxism. Since 1923 they have been expounded chiefly by Trotsky and a small band of collaborators. Many who sneered or ignored for years are now uncomfortably aware that inside Russia there is something vaguely called Trotskyism, which the Soviet authorities, despite the economic successes, discover in the very highest offices in the state and in increasingly wide circles of the population. At the same time in Western Europe, statesmen and publicists, frightened at the steady rise of the revolutionary wave, join with the Stalinist regime in Russia to condemn Trotskyism. Mr. Winston Churchill, in the Evening Standard of October 16, 1936, unleashes a fierce diatribe against the Trotskyists, coupled with scarcely veiled approval of the Stalinists, i.e. of the Third International. Governments and national statesmen do not concern themselves with Jesuitical differences between interpretations of Marx and Lenin. The whole future of civilization is involved. The present crisis in world affairs, the growth of fascism, the Spanish Revolution, the inevitable revolution in France, the role of Russia yesterday, today, and tomorrow, the constant ebb and flow of political parties and movements all over the world. These things must be seen, can only be understood at all, as part of the international revolutionary movement against capitalism which entered a decisive stage in 1917 with the foundation of the first worker state and, 2 years later, the organization of a revolutionary international. Ruhr invasion. The illness and death of Lenin and the quick victory of Stalin over Trotsky in 1923. Chiang Kai-shek's Northern Expedition in 1926. The failure of the Shanghai Commune and the disastrous adventure of the Canton Insurrection. The breakdown of the new economic policy in 1928, the liquidation of the Kulak, and the capitulation without a blow of the powerful working-class movement of Germany before Hitler. The restoration of private property on the Russian countryside, the Popular Front in France, the murder of Zinoviev and Kamenev, the turning of guns by the Third International on the POUM in Spain because it agitates for the socialist revolution. All these major events of post-war history are one closely connected whole. Seen in isolation, they are a jumble. This book shows their interconnection. How much the book owes to the writings of Trotsky, the text can only partially show. But even with that great debt, it could never have been written at all but for the material patiently collected and annotated in France, China, America, Germany, and Russia. My task has been chiefly one of selection and coordination. Yet in so wide and complicated a survey, differences of opinion and emphasis are bound to arise. Therefore, while the book owes so much to others as to justify the use of the term we, the ultimate responsibility must remain my own. I have called things and persons by the names I thought most fitted to characterize their political significance. Yet it is as well to remind the reader of the words of Marx. My standpoint, from which the evolution of the economic formation of society is viewed as a process of natural history, can, less than any other, make the individual responsible for relations whose creature he socially remains, however much he may subjectively raise himself above them. I would like here to thank Harry Wicks of London and those who, in Canada, and particularly South Africa, read the manuscript, pointed out errors, and gave valuable advice. C.L.R. James. January 17, 1937. Since the above was written, the Roddick trial has taken place. To readers of this book, however, any discussion of that or succeeding trials is unnecessary. C.L.R. J. Introductory. The Coming War. The Third International, foretold by Engels over a quarter of a century before it was formed, received its immediate impetus from the havoc wrought in the existing forms and organization of society by the Great War. With the memories of that war still in our minds, we move swiftly and inevitably towards another, more embracing in its scope, infinitely more deadly in its potentiality for destruction, not only of the security and lives of human beings, but a far more serious thing for the war-makers, of the very basis of the society on which their power and authority depend. Communism is no longer a specter. There, after nearly 20 years, with all its defects and shortcomings, stands the Soviet Union, making concrete in the minds of millions of working men and women the hitherto theoretical conception of a worker state. It is not only achievement but inspiration. The working classes of Germany, of Austria, of Italy, and of Hungary will not bear the strain of the coming war as they bore the strain of the last. Russia in 1917 showed a way out, and capitalism in those countries knows that it must win and win quickly. The war will begin as a conflict between nation and nation. The end of it will be the beginning of an era of conflict between rulers and ruled, in which all the cruelties and deceptions suffered by the workers in Central Europe, the bitterness and despair accumulated during the past 25 years, will find decisive expression in the working class struggle for power. The workers in Europe will make new mistakes, but they will not make the mistakes of 1919. But it is not only in Central Europe where fascism reigns that capitalism realizes the mortal risks which it runs in the coming war. Capitalism in Britain, superficially the proudest and most stable of the surviving democracies, is as frightened as the rest. J.L. Garvin, the ablest and most experienced of its publicists, knows that the coming war heralds the end of the British Empire. Baldwin, the British Prime Minister, a man of widely different temperament, skilled in deception, saying little in few words, in the House of Commons and on the public platform daily voices an even deeper fear. The inevitable revolution haunts him. While Mussolini's warplanes were pouring liquid fire on the Abyssinian people, Baldwin unctuously held up his hands in horror. If nations use gas, he informed the British public, then at the end of the next war the common people will rise up in their wrath at wickedness in high places and sweep their governments away. The warning is soundly based, and yet at the same time Baldwin's government, and every other government in Europe, provide their millions of gas masks for the destruction which each prepares. And there are things Baldwin knows but of which he dare not speak. The last war brought the partial freedom of Ireland, a loosening of the chains of Egypt, and an upheaval in India which has at last seriously crippled the merciless exploitation of centuries. How long could Britain's grip on India survive another war? A mere threat of war in the autumn of 1935, and Egypt and Palestine flared in revolt. In China and the Far East, where Britain has so much at stake, capitalism is more unstable than anywhere else in the world. The failure of the working-class movement in 1918-20 was due chiefly to inexperience and the lack of a revolutionary international. It was in just such another crisis as the one which faces us that the Third International was set up to be the deciding factor, ceaselessly struggling against nationalism in all its forms, patiently pointing out to the national sections of the working-class movement the international unity of the proletariat and the suicidal folly of sectional conflict. Thus, in those rare moments when the national class struggle reaches a high pitch of intensity and the working class as a whole instinctively seeks its class allies in other countries against its own capitalists, the theoretical and practical basis would already have been laid, and the international would be ready with policy, program, and organization. Lenin and Trotsky, who, more than any other men, were responsible for the formation of the Third International, who laid down its guiding principles and shaped the policies of its early years, taught that until the workers of the world could overthrow capitalism in the great capitalist countries of Europe and Asia, great wars between the rival imperialisms were inevitable. The majority of workers would go to such wars under the pressure of national tradition, the immediate instinct of self-preservation, lifelong education, the propaganda of press, pulpit, and radio, the shameless lying of their rulers, and the inevitable participation in that deception by trade union leaders and labor politicians. Not until 1935 did the Third International ever openly encourage any illusions about being able to stop war except by revolution. The workers, Lenin taught, would fight, but the memories of the last war, the unmitigated horrors of the new war when it came, the extension of hostilities from the fighting forces to the civil population, would bring early disillusionment and inevitable revolt in one country after another. Bourgeois nationalism and patriotic fervor would reach their highest pitch at the beginning of the war, and the bourgeois state would strike heavily at the international revolutionary movement. But after the first rush of enthusiasm, the movement, with its foundations well and truly laid, would become stronger with every succeeding day of the war. The more powerfully it had resisted every aspect of war preparation before the actual outbreak, the quicker would it be able to take advantage of the reaction, inevitable after the devastation of the civil population. Every section of the Third International would struggle for the defeat of its own country. Turn imperialist war into civil war. The years following 1917 had shown the possibilities of response to this audacious slogan by masses war-weary, maddened by suffering and stimulated by the prospect of peace and a new social order. If the Marxist theory of the class struggle was the basis of the whole ideological structure of the Third International, the peak of its edifice, the banner which waved over all its teachings, was the repudiation of the first duty laid upon every citizen by the bourgeois state, the duty of national defense. It was subservience to the doctrine of national defense which had ruined the cause of the masses of the people in August 1914. It was the great gulf between the Second International and the Third, the gulf which could never be bridged. A bold stand for internationalism at the very beginning of the war would have enormous significance in every country. The knowledge and the evidence that the same policy was, from the outbreak of war, being heroically followed in every country would give increasing courage to the awakening revolutionary spirit of the masses. Conversely, any breach in the international front might imperil the success of the whole movement, perhaps delay it for years at a time when every month was an historical period. The Third International and the coming war. Yet today, with the war long predicted imminent at last, with the great cracks in the imperialist structure widening day by day, with the rapacious Treaty of Versailles and its consequences, the fiasco of disarmament, the imposing assembly and pitiable collapse of the World Economic Conference, all teaching the masses the truth about capitalism far more ably than the propaganda of the Third International, with the clash of interests over the Abyssinian question stripping to rags the drapery of the League of Nations and exposing to millions of the most politically backward the hideous lusts and nauseating corruption of what they will be called upon to fight for. At this moment, the Third International has refurbished the doctrine of national defense, is ready to fight for tricolor or stars and stripes, and clamors to defend the Union Jack. In France, after the election victory of the Popular Front, the so-called Communists of France sent a special deputation to the French Prime Minister to ask for the strengthening of the French army, that army which for years they have so rightly taught is for use not only against enemies abroad, but against those who do not submit to capitalist law and order at home. In their propaganda against the Hitler menace, they outdo the most fanatical diehards who invade against Germany before 1914. In Czechoslovakia, it is the same. But it is not only in countries which have a direct military understanding with the Soviet Union that the communists shatter the foundations of the building which houses them. British capitalism at the present moment wavers between an understanding with Germany and a reform of the League, and a straight alliance with France, the Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia, and other small nations, a bloc which could be held up to the light as the League, pure, unadulterated, and unreformed. In Britain, the Third International seeks the good graces not only of labor leaders but also of liberals and churchmen, pacifists and cravens, and even for some weeks supported Eden against Baldwin as the protagonist of peace. In Italy, the Italian Communist Party calls to its brothers, the Fascists, to fight for collective security and international peace. In America, they summon to the new crusade farmers' organizations, the Communist Party, Socialist Party, state farmer labor parties, veterans organizations, working women's organizations, workers and farmers cooperatives, workers' fraternal societies, tenants' leagues, anti-war societies, groups of intellectuals, etc. The new mass party of toilers should also strive to include sections of the sprouting fascist or partly fascist organizations and tendencies, such as company unions, American Legion posts, and groups of the Coughlin and Long movements, etc. All the world must fight against Hitler and Japan, the African enslaved by the Kenya settler and French colonist, the starving millions of India whom for nearly 20 years they have called to struggle for their national independence. These also are summoned to fight for the peace-loving democracies against war-making fascism. In 1914, it was the war against German militarism. Today, it is the war against fascism. In 1914, it was the war for the independence of small nations and the pledged word of the Allied nations. Today, it is the same, except that the pledge is to be sanctified at the altar of Geneva, revised version or unreformed. To gain scope for this monstrous deception, the Third International does not hesitate to sacrifice every principle which stands in the way. It commits the unspeakable treachery and folly of impeding with all its power the revolutionary movement in France. Unity is the cry, and the sections hammer at the gates of the Second International. The British section makes strenuous efforts to enter the British Labour Party, and pledges itself to obey the constitution of the most reactionary labor movement in Europe. This at a time when the temper and suspicion of the masses is so great that the leaders of the Second International dare not use even the vapid pre-war phrases of resistance to war, but pledge themselves openly to fight for international law. In August 1914, Lenin was with Zinoviev in a little mountain village in Galicia when he heard that the German Social Democracy, the most powerful and influential section of the Second International, had voted for the German war credits. He refused to believe the news, said that the copy of Vorwärts was forged. When he received confirmation, his first words were, "The Second International is dead." After such a betrayal, not its millions of members, its hundreds of parliamentarians, the range and variety of its publications, could make of it an instrument fit to carry out the first wish of the masses who supported it, the wish for international peace. Every succeeding year has confirmed that instantaneous judgment. Léon Blum is one of the greatest jingos in France. In September 1935, not even waiting on their more cautious masters, Herbert Morrison, Walter Citron, and the British Social Democracy shouted war at Mussolini. Before Hitler planted the boot that they were bending to kiss on the face of German social democracy, Wells had promised the support of the social democracy to his foreign policy, that is to say, war to the death against foreign capitalism and the Soviet Union. And, following in the footsteps of these men whom it has condemned for 20 years, the Third International has announced its capitulation in advance. How has it fallen so fast and so far? What blindness is it that, at this most critical time, makes it even more short-sighted and more criminal than those labor leaders who in 1914 thought that they could forget internationalism for the duration of the war and maneuver with history as at a game of cards? It is superficial to say that it is due to a mistake in judgment, or that it is merely a tactic of the moment. It is ignorance or self-interest which attempts to deny the complete break with a past whose whole history is in the memory of so many living men. The Third International has not arrived where it is today by accident. The apparent volte-face is in reality the culmination of a process the first significant date of which can be stated with precision. October 1924, when Stalin, in defiance of all the teachings of Marx and Lenin, first produced his theory that it was possible to build socialism in a single country, that country being Soviet Russia. The present policies have resulted from this first conscious concession to nationalism. The opponents of this theory said at the time that, if it was adopted, then it led straight to the liquidation of the Third International as a revolutionary force. But the theory was forced through the International and acted upon, with the results that we see today. It is chiefly that process which we propose to trace. Not so much a history of events as a history of principles, their origin, when and why they were departed from, the necessity for their regeneration. And for us, any such study necessarily demands a parallel account of the foundation and development of the Soviet Union. The men who led the Russian Revolution and guided the Soviet state through those early years believed that the fate of the Soviet Union depended, in the last analysis, on the success or failure of the Third International. The USSR cannot survive without a revolutionary international. How far does the fate of the USSR depend today on the Third International? What has been achieved in Russia? How much of it is permanent, whatever the course of world history during the coming years? On the one hand, we have the 7th Congress of the Communist International celebrating in a resolution, undebated and unanimously voted for, the final and irrevocable victory of socialism in the USSR. Between 1917 and 1923, a resolution of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union or the Communist International aimed at that objective statement of the truth which alone can be the basis of scientific socialism in thought or action. It could be pointed to with pride as the only political writing in the world which could dare to tell the truth so far as apprehended in a political world compounded of lies and deception, a promise of the socialist society to come. Those days are over. For suppression, evasion, and hard-lying, the documents of the Soviet Union and the Third International today form, along with British colonial propaganda and fascist demagogy, a trilogy which future historians will contemplate with wonder. The final and irrevocable victory of socialism deceives nobody today, not even the communists themselves. But the inquirer who turns in despair from this subservient acquiescence in a mendacious absurdity is bewildered by the conflicting judgments in that section of the bourgeoisie which, within the limits of its own security, is not unfavorable to the socialist state. In a long leading article devoted to the Soviet Union, the Manchester Guardian gives a summary of the position today based on recent investigations. The level of life is still desperately low. Housing conditions are primitive. Professor Polanyi's interesting calculations put the nutritive value of the food supply per head as less than in 1913. The average monthly wage is no more than the pre-war wage. Professor Polanyi puts it at 52.6 a month. This dismal enumeration is, however, lightened by a hope. But everywhere there is industrial progress and confidence. In what do these originate? The change in policy is seen in many fields, in the growth of private property on the collective farms, in the abolition of the rationing system and the reintroduction of marketing and of a uniform value of the ruble, in the encouragement of piecework and the incentive to earn, which the high prices of a freer market stimulate, in the drive for profitability in industrial plants, the increase in managerial powers, and the lessening of the rigidities of planning. Is it then, as the scoffers say, that after nearly 20 years of Herculean effort and suffering socialist Russia is at last discovering what the capitalists knew hundreds of years ago? And, if so, where will all this end? But whatever problems these changes bring in their train, a skeptical world has to admit that collective ownership is surviving, that it has created a new kind of patriotism and new incentives, like the Stakhanovite movement, to labor. What is this new incentive, the Stakhanovite movement? As much pay and honors as possible for as much work as possible. Neither more nor less. And to crown this explanation which explains nothing, it may not be the socialism of the fathers or the prophets, but it works. It is not the socialism of the prophets, it is not any sort of socialism, and it does not work in any precise sense of that word. But whatever problems these changes bring in their train, that was and is the whole question. What has determined these changes in the past? What will determine them in the future? Where goes the Soviet Union? The answer is to be sought not only inside but outside of Russia, in the fortunes of the revolutionary movement in the East and West, in the rise and fall of the Communist International. Let us take other commentators. On a casual examination, and then after careful study, the book turns out to be a monument of painstaking research, with gross errors of historical fact, infantile political judgments, and, where evidence is too much for the enthusiasm of the authors, the most unscrupulous juggling. But both these widely divergent points of view are united on one common basis. They see no connection whatever between the Soviet Union and the Third International. For both of them, the future of collective ownership is taken for granted. Yet both rejoice in the bankruptcy of the Third International. For them, the Soviet Union is better off without it. The Guardian is always derisive, the Web's deprecating. The whole consistent body of thought which links the Soviet Union and the Third International, and makes them but component parts of the international workers' movement, has no significance for either. The Manchester Guardian ignores the issue. The Webs, in a book of 1,000 pages, cannot avoid it, and they resort to one of the most blatant and discreditable evasions that has ever appeared in a book of such scope and pretensions. The prophets and fathers who laid the foundations on which the Soviet Union was built would have abjured such errors as dangerous crimes. The leaders who were responsible for bringing it into being, who, all things considered, foretold the future developments of history with astonishing precision, ceaselessly taught, and those who are alive still teach, the dependence of Russia on the Revolutionary International, not only for its external safety, but also for its internal development towards socialism. The CI will not survive 5 more years of similar mistakes. But if the Comintern crumbles, neither will the USSR long survive. That was Trotsky's opinion written 8 years ago. How far is that true today? The Manchester Guardian and the Webs, typical of many, have no doubts, and their unity on this question is no accident. It is but another manifestation of nationalism, the common vice which is leading the capitalist world to destruction, and unites fascists, conservatives, liberals, laborites, the whole of modern bourgeois society, against their common enemy, international socialism. Nationalism in economics, and therefore nationalism in politics, nationalism in thinking, however bravely those on the left may use internationalist phrases. The radical bourgeois no sooner casts his eye towards international socialism than he seeks to divide it into its component parts. That is not to be wondered at. It is in the nature of things. What is to be noted, however, is the close relationship which now exists between this section of capitalism and the Third International. The International seeks to do in fact what liberals and socialists wish it to do in theory, lose its identity in the nationalist state of capitalism in the hope of building a national socialism in Russia. It seeks to separate the ultimate destiny of the Soviet Union from the organization of socialist revolution in the rest of the world. For us, the errors of such a view are fundamental and complete. For us, bourgeois nationalism of any sort is incompatible with socialism. The defense of the USSR from hostile capitalist countries cannot be artificially separated from its internal economic and social development. The problem is one. Every defeat of the Third International in Western Europe has thrown the Soviet Union further from the socialist road. If the Third International loses its last stronghold in France and fascism conquers in that country, then unless the workers of the world can create another international organization, that work has already begun, the worker state of Soviet Russia is doomed. No major economic or political development in Russia, and few of the minor ones, can be understood, except in relation to the strength of the revolutionary movement in Western Europe, so long dominated by the Third International. But for the defeat of the German proletariat in 1933, the new constitution might never have seen the light. For it is not only a reflection of the alignment of social forces in the Soviet Union, but it is a direct bid for more support in the democracies of the West. The Russians themselves admit it openly. No honest fighter for socialism, not even he who honestly fights for no more than elementary democratic rights for the toiling masses, can any longer find the least excuse for refusing to cooperate, for refusing to work together with the Communist Party. The fact that the fullest democracy in world history is now being carried out by the Communist Party has finally cut the ground from under the feet of all the enemies of the Proletarian United Front. No one can longer dare to oppose this united front in the name of democracy without exposing himself in the eyes of the masses as in reality an enemy of democracy. Yet Professor Harold Lasky, in appraising the Constitution, either does not see or does not think it necessary to mention one of the most powerful and obvious motives behind this sudden development. Thus nationalism leads to error after error. The Russian Revolution of October 1917 began as the first stage in the International Socialist Revolution, and despite the strangeness and variety of the historical developments of the past years, the two remain indivisibly linked. We shall show in detail not only how the revolutionary working class movement through the Third International has influenced the development of the Soviet Union, but how the development of the Soviet Union has in turn exercised a constant influence on the fortunes of the Third International and, through it, on the fate of the whole world. The intelligent observer, still more the commentator, may or may not accept the doctrines of Marx and Engels, of Lenin and Trotsky, but he ignores them at his peril. Without a firm grasp of these, he sinks deeper into the mire at every step. There is no understanding the USSR, its past, present, and future, except by the principles of Marxism. That is why the bourgeois from 1917 to the Zinoviev-Kamenev trial have always been so consistently wrong, and will go on being wrong. Of late, so many distortions have been introduced into these doctrines that it is necessary for us to restate them and bear them well in mind. Otherwise, it will be possible to avoid palpable inconsistency only by taking refuge in transparent and easily demonstrated falsehood. Chapter 1: Marxism. What then is socialism according to the prophets? To answer this question, we have to look back and not forward, at the origin of socialism in the scientific sense, placing it in the particular phase of social evolution to which it belongs. For though it is to be attained by the will and energy of men, it will not be attained how and when men please. It is neither pious hope nor moral aspiration, but a new form of society which will arise for one reason and one only, the unavoidable decay of the old. The French Revolution and Marxism. This emergence of a new society from the old Marx and Engels deduced from wide and profound studies of economics and history, and their standard illustration of it was the emergence of fully fledged capitalist society out of the bankruptcy of the feudal regime in France. So much of their work was based on their analysis of the French Revolution. So emphatic were they as to the value of French history for the proper understanding of their ideas. The French Revolution of 1789 acquires such historical significance with each succeeding year of post-war history, that we shall give here some idea of this revolution as they saw it in the early 40s of last century, a view which has been at last accepted by official French historians of today. For Marx and Engels, the basic division of society was into classes, groups of people who were distinguished from other groups by the fact that they earned their living and lived in a common way and therefore had common needs, aspirations, and ideas. These classes in the France of 1789 were the working masses, the landed aristocracy, the bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeoisie, peasants in the country, small masters and clerical employees in the towns. The outstanding feature of pre-revolutionary France was the breakdown of peasant economy, the basis of the whole structure. The peasants, still bound by the laws of serfdom, could not secure enough food. France suffered from chronic famine and the increasing dislocation of the finances and administration of the state. Nothing could improve the plight of the millions in the countryside and regenerate the country but the release of the peasantry from the feudal laws. But the state power in France was held by the monarchy which, though it had deprived the feudal aristocracy of political power, yet did not have, or at least believed that it could not have, any support in the country except from the aristocracy and the landowning clergy. The state power, as always, sought to maintain the existing regime, with its anarchic economic conditions in the countryside, and its privileged castes, corporations, and other social and political anachronisms. Within the state, however, had developed in the course of the centuries a new class, the French bourgeoisie. The French bourgeoisie was the richest class in France. Its wealth, created in trade and industry, was already greater than that of the aristocracy. The bourgeois had the experience and education which is acquired by those who organize and administer industrial and commercial wealth, and it had power over those large sections of the population whose livelihood was dependent upon them. Great as was their wealth and power, they could see possibilities greater still. But for this, their first need was the creation of a free market for the increased distribution of their goods. This free market was hampered on all sides by the feudal organization of France into tariff-surrounded provinces, the chronic disorder of production in the countryside, the incapacity of the peasant to feed himself, far less to buy, the parasitism of the aristocracy and clergy, whose extortions burdened the peasant and were wasted in luxurious and unproductive consumption. The bourgeois wanted to reorganize the state in accordance with the necessities of their industrial and commercial power, in which they justly saw the present, and still more the future, strength of the country. They had a model before them, England, where Cromwell had broken the feudal state power a century before. In addition, their pride suffered from the insults to their dignity and the restrictions on their social and political activities, which the long tradition of the feudal state power imposed upon all who were not members of the nobility or the clergy. These were the basic elements of a revolutionary change in society. On the one hand, the recurrent breakdown in production and the bankruptcy of the state power. On the other, a new class which, growing up within the old society, had already reached the stage when it was fully able to embark upon the business of freeing the productive forces from the old social and political fetters. This struggle of economic forces for their full expansion was translated, as always, into a political struggle, the struggle for control of the state power, without which it is quite impossible to transform the organization of society. It took, as always, a long and bloody revolution to accomplish this necessary change. This struggle against the aristocracy, the bourgeoisie quite genuinely inflated into the doctrines of the rights of man, only to recoil violently when the masses interpreted mankind to mean all men. The great bourgeoisie who began the agitation grew frightened at the revolutionary vigor and energy of the petty bourgeoisie which they had unwittingly unloosed. They became counter-revolutionary and were swept away by more mobile sections of their own class, driven by the pressure of ever broader and broader groups of people seeking to widen the economic and political formulae of the revolution so as to include themselves. It was the petty bourgeoisie of the towns and the country who carried the revolution to its conclusion. Nor did they in their turn fail to crush the Paris masses, feeling their way to communism a century before their time. The peasant, having got his land, came to a dead stop and isolated the revolution in the towns. Liberty, equality, and fraternity appeared to end in the Napoleonic dictatorship. But by the time Napoleon became emperor, the destruction of feudalism, the main business of the revolution, had been accomplished, and to this day France has never known a single famine. Napoleon instituted a modern system of legislation, which gave the French bourgeoisie full opportunity to develop the resources of the country. The irritating and hampering privileges of the aristocracy and the clergy were swept away. Careers were now open to those who had talent. However much Napoleon might disguise his bureaucracy as princes, dukes, and counts, the outworn paraphernalia of the old feudal system, the revolution had accomplished its purpose. Louis XVIII might be restored to the throne by reactionary Europe in 1815. His nobles might mulct the treasury of millions, but the ancien regime was dead. No power on earth could restore it, for it had been replaced by an economic system and a social organization that were vastly superior to the old. It is in that sense, and that sense only, that a new society is finally and irrevocably victorious. And whenever a socialist society is established in the world, its armies might conceivably, through act of God, be defeated by hostile powers, but the restoration of capitalism is impossible. The economic impossibility of a national socialism. Even before the revolutions of 1848, Marx and Engels had foretold a similar inevitable breakdown in the economic system of capitalism. They based their prediction on the periodic recurrence of commercial crises, due to the ownership by the bourgeoisie of the means of production. In these crises, the productive forces at the disposal of the community no longer serve to foster bourgeois property relations. Having grown too powerful for these relations, they are hampered thereby, and when they overcome the obstacle, they spread disorder throughout bourgeois society and endanger the very existence of bourgeois property. The bourgeois system is no longer able to cope with the abundance of the wealth it creates. How does the bourgeoisie overcome these crises? On the one hand, by the compulsory annihilation of a quantity of the productive forces. On the other, by the conquest of new markets and the more thorough exploitation of old ones. With what results? The results are that the way is paved for more widespread and more disastrous crises, and that the capacity for averting such crises is lessened. Bourgeois economists, having sneered at this analysis for over 80 years, have been frantically trying, since 1929, to find some more consoling explanation for the present encircling crisis, which has apparently eased its coils for a moment, only, as the bourgeois economists themselves admit, in preparation for a still more merciless grip. But the breakdown of capitalism did not mean that capitalism would shake at the knees and collapse of itself, any more than feudalism collapsed of itself. The economic disorder would be translated, as always, into political struggles and be resolved by the revolutionary victory of a new class. The other element for the revolution was therefore a new class which, suffering intolerably from the difficulties created by the chaos in production, would be driven to seize the state power and create the conditions for the new socialist society, in the same way as the bourgeoisie had taken over the state power and created the political conditions for the new capitalist regime. This class Marx and Engels found in the proletariat. And as the bourgeoisie within feudal society had been consolidated and disciplined by the direction and organization of wealth, in the same way the proletariat, organized in factories by the development of the capitalist system of production, disciplined by the increasing discipline of large-scale capitalist organization, would be forced to combine industrially and ultimately politically by the increasing pressure upon them of the bourgeois system of production protected by the bourgeois state. In this way, and in this way only, could they find themselves fitted to assume the direction of affairs and to initiate the new society. And in the same way as bourgeois assumption of state power had been caused ultimately by the breakdown, and resulted in the liquidation of feudal property relations, so the proletarian assumption of state power would be caused by and would result in the liquidation of bourgeois property relations. It was here, however, in the liquidation of bourgeois property that Marx and Engels saw the profound difference between all previous revolutionary changes in society and the change from capitalism to socialism. For whereas all previous revolutionary changes had merely substituted one ruling class for another, they claimed for this change that it would ultimately result in the abolition of all classes and the establishment of a society without exploitation over the whole of the world. On this important aspect of Marxist theory, a lamentable confusion exists, not only in liberal bourgeois thought, which is not important except so far as it misleads the workers, but also throughout the working class movement, a confusion deliberately created by the rulers of the Soviet Union, the ideological leaders of the Third International. An understanding of this elementary piece of Marxism would riddle the delusion that there is no exploitation of man by man in Russia today. For to Marx and Engels, the division of society into exploiters and exploited was not due to wickedness. The separation of society into an exploiting and an exploited class, a ruling and an oppressed class, was the necessary consequence of the deficient and restricted development of production in former times. So long as the total social labor only yields a produce which but slightly exceeds that barely necessary for the existence of all. So long, therefore, as labor engages all or almost all the time of the great majority of the members of society, so long, of necessity, this society is divided into classes. Side by side with the great majority, exclusively bond slaves to labor, arises a class freed from directly productive labor, which looks after the general affairs of society, the direction of labor, state business, law, science, art, etc. It is, therefore, the law of division of labor that lies at the basis of the division into classes. But this does not prevent this division into classes from being carried out by means of violence and robbery, trickery and fraud. It does not prevent the ruling class, once having the upper hand, from consolidating its power at the expense of the working class, from turning their social leadership into an intensified exploitation of the masses. But if, upon this showing, division into classes has a certain historical justification, it has this only for a given period, only under given social conditions. It was based upon the insufficiency of production. It will be swept away by the complete development of modern productive forces. And, in fact, the abolition of classes in society presupposes a degree of historical evolution, at which the existence not simply of this or that particular ruling class but of any ruling class at all, and, therefore, the existence of class distinction itself has become an obsolete anachronism. It presupposes, therefore, the development of production carried out to a degree at which appropriation of the means of production and of the products, and, with this, of political domination, of the monopoly of culture, and of intellectual leadership by a particular class of society, has become not only superfluous but economically, politically, intellectually a hindrance to development. For Marx and Engels, collective ownership did not mean socialism. Everything depended on the development of the productive forces which this collective ownership would make possible. And even in the world of 1848, the productive forces necessary for such a development were already international. As they wrote in the Communist Manifesto, by the exploitation of the world market, the bourgeoisie has given a cosmopolitan character to production and consumption in every land. To the despair of the reactionaries, it has deprived industry of its national foundation. Of the old established national industries, some have already been destroyed and others are day by day undergoing destruction. They are dislodged by now industries whose introduction is becoming a matter of life and death for all civilized nations, by industries which no longer depend upon the homeland for their raw materials, but draw these from the remotest spots, and by industries whose products are consumed, not only in the country of manufacture, but the wide world over. Instead of the old wants, satisfied by the products of native industry, new wants appear, wants which can only be satisfied by the products of distant lands and unfamiliar climes. The old local and national self-sufficiency and isolation are replaced by a system of universal intercourse, of all-round interdependence of the nations. By rapidly improving the means of production and by enormously facilitating communication, the bourgeoisie drags all the nations, even the most barbarian, into the orbit of civilization. Moreover, just as it has made the country dependent on the town, so it has made the barbarian and semi-barbarian nations dependent upon the civilized nations, the peasant peoples upon the industrial peoples, the East upon the West. In this atmosphere nationalism could not breathe. It was the all-round interdependence of capitalist production which was always the basis of the thought of Marx and Engels. They did not proclaim the international socialist revolution on the humanitarian principle of the more the merrier. With them it was sheer economic necessity. For ultimately, without the collective ownership of these means of production, it would be impossible to have that abundance of products without which the natural division of society into exploiters and exploited would remain. For thousands of years educated men had solaced themselves with dreams of a communist society. But the realistic conceptions of scientific socialism could only arise when the international forces of production had made possible the abundance of commodities. For Marx and Engels, therefore, basing their whole structure on the economic interdependence of the modern world and the consequent political ties, the mere idea of a national socialism would have been a pernicious absurdity, to be driven out of socialist ideology with whips and scorpions back into its natural home, the camp of the radical petty bourgeoisie. Proletarians of all lands, unite was no idealistic slogan, but the political expression of economic need. They would not have raised it otherwise. Classes, not individuals. From this economic basis of society and its division into classes, with the socialist revolution as their aim, they judged all political phenomena, from the future socialist society to the activities of single individuals. They defined with exactness the role of individuals in history. They knew how much the quality of individual genius counts in social struggles, but they knew that in politics an individual is more important for what he represents than for what he is. They would not have been deceived first by Sir John Simon, and then by Sir Samuel Hoare, and then once more by Anthony Eden. They claimed that both social and political types were created by the particular section of society which they served, and the portraits they drew of the typical political figures of their own day are as good a testimony as any of the fundamental soundness of their materialistic conception of history. To us who have known the Russian Mensheviks, as well as Léon Blum, Otto Bauer, Fritz Adler, Walter Citron, Herbert Morrison, it comes almost as a shock to know that Marx knew and understood them quite well. But the Democrat, because he represents the petty bourgeoisie, a transitional class in which the interests of two classes are simultaneously blunted, arrogates to himself a position of superiority to class conflicts. Democrats admit that they are faced by a privileged class, but they think that they themselves, in conjunction with all the rest of the nation, constitute the people. What they represent is the right of the people. What interests them is the popular interest. Consequently, when a struggle is impending, they see no reason for studying the interests and attitudes of the various classes, or for carefully reckoning up the forces at their own disposal. They need merely give the signal, and the people, whose resources are inexhaustible, will fall upon the oppressors. If it should turn out that their interests are inadequate and that their supposed power is impotent, they ascribe their defeat to the activities of pernicious sophists who have spread disunion and have split up the indivisible people into a number of mutually hostile factions. Or the army, they say, was so brutalized and misguided that it could not perceive the pure aims of democracy to be its own true advantage, or the whole plan was wrecked by some error of detail, or, on this occasion, an unforeseen accident ruined the scheme. Whatever happens, the Democrat comes forth unspotted after the most shameful defeat, just as he was a blameless innocent before he entered the battle. Defeat merely fortifies his conviction of ultimate victory. There is no reason why he and his party should abandon their old outlook, for nothing more is requisite than that circumstances should come to their aid. Although in their polemical writing Marx and Engels were violently abusive, they did not think that all men were selfish hypocrites, that the petty bourgeois Democrat, for instance, was always trying to enforce his own selfish class interest. He genuinely believed that the special conditions requisite for his own liberation were likewise the conditions requisite for the salvation of modern society. In no other way could society be saved and the class war averted. Nor were we to think that Democratic deputies are all shopkeepers or enthusiastic champions of the small shopkeeper class. In culture and by individual status they might be the opposite of members of the shopkeeper class, but intellectually they had failed to transcend the limitations which naturally were imposed upon the petty bourgeois by the conditions of petty bourgeois existence. Consequently, in the theoretical field, they were impelled towards the same aspirations and solutions as those towards which in practical life the petty bourgeois was impelled by material interest and social position. Even the bourgeois and aristocrat, ruthless and deceitful as they might be, were not crudely and without illusion merely seeking their own material interests. Speaking of the rivalry between capital and landed property which disguised itself as support on the one hand of the House of Orleans and on the other of the House of Bourbon, Marx poses and answers this question. They were bound by old memories, personal enmities, hopes and fears, prejudices and illusions, sympathies and antipathies, by convictions and articles of faith and principles? Who denies it? Upon the different forms of property, upon the social conditions of existence, as foundation, there is built a superstructure of diversified and characteristic sentiments, illusions, habits of thought, and outlooks on life in general. The class as a whole creates and shapes them out of its material foundation and out of the corresponding social relationships. The individual, in whom they arise through tradition and education, may fancy them to be the true determinants, the real origin of his activities. And of the British Tories in 1832. Thus the British Tories believed for generations that they were defenders of the monarchy, the church, and the beauties of the venerable English constitution, until in the day of danger, there was wrung from them the admission that what they really worshipped was land rent. Whatever the vagaries of individual persons, yet the actions of the class as a whole and those who represented it would be governed ultimately by its material interests. Marx's Tactics, 1850 to 1936. Marx and Engels were not theoreticians only, but active revolutionists, and it was this basic knowledge reinforced by close observation which made them the masters of political tactics that they were. Lenin did not discover, he merely adapted, applied, and developed. The instructions Marx wrote for the revolutionaries in Germany in 1850 retain all their validity today. and were the tactical basis of the Third International. In Germany, as in France of 1789, the classes were the feudal aristocracy, the bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeoisie, and the proletariat. The democratic petty bourgeoisie in those far-off days might be stirred into revolutionary activity, but their chief desire was always to finish with the revolution as soon as they could see a possibility of satisfying the demands of the democracy. They might fight side by side with the proletariat against the feudal aristocracy, but it was inevitable that sooner or later they would turn and crush the proletariat, of whom they were more afraid than of the bourgeoisie. The workers were, therefore, to be independently organized in groups and centralized under a directorship functioning from the central point of the movement. The quick organization of provincial connections of the workers' groups was one of the most important points in the strength and development of the Workers' Party. The workers from the very first hour of their victory must arm and organize themselves. The workers' candidates for the Revolutionary Assembly were to be put up in opposition to those of the Democratic Party. Even in those localities where there was no prospect of winning, the workers must put up their own candidates in order to preserve their own independence, to calculate their own strength, and to be in a position to bring their own revolutionary attitude and party straightway before the public mind. Above all, the revolutionary workers were to struggle to break the influence of the democracy upon the masses of the workers. They were not to listen to the phrases of the Democrats that the Democratic Party would be split because of the independent action of the workers, and that this would make possible the victory of the reaction. Wherever such phrases were used, the final result would be the swindling of the proletariat. Both during the struggle and after it, the workers at every opportunity were to put up their own demands in contradistinction to the demands put forward by the bourgeois Democrats. This wisdom remains. It was the neglect of these directives that ruined the Chinese Revolution of yesterday, threatens the Spanish Revolution of today, and if persisted in will ruin the French Revolution of tomorrow. But Marx never envisaged the simultaneous victory of the proletariat in every country in the world or in every advanced country. The uneven development of capitalism in various countries meant inevitably the uneven development of the proletariat, and for this and other historical reasons a different correlation of class forces in each country. He therefore detailed to the German proletariat the likely demands of the German petty bourgeoisie and the demands which the Revolutionary Party should put up in opposition. In Germany, the petty bourgeois Democratic Party in 1850 was extremely powerful. The German proletariat might not be able to establish the proletarian state power. Yet they were to drive the democratic revolution as far forward as possible. And even if they were not able to come to power and carry through their own class interests, yet they had the certainty that such success as they might win would be a signal for the immediate and complete victory of the more highly developed proletariat in France and would be very much helped by it. Proletarians of the world, unite. The German workers, by forming their own party as early as possible and by not permitting themselves to be fooled as to the necessity for the independent organization of the proletarian party, would have accomplished the greatest part of the final victory. There would be another revolution in Germany, and the revolutionary movement would spread all over Europe. The revolution would continue until all the property classes were more or less dispossessed, until the governmental power was acquired by the proletariat and the association of proletarians was achieved, not only in one country, but in all important countries of the world, thus ending the competition of the proletariat in these countries. But, and this is what is most significant for us today, even with the state power in their hands in all the advanced countries of Europe, the proletariat would continue to make revolutionary changes in the economic organization of society until the most important productive forces were socialized. For it was only in this way that it was possible to attain that immense development of production that would destroy private property as an institution and establish the classless socialist society. Their battle cry must always be the permanent revolution. The history of the last 75 years, and particularly the history of the last 20, has shown, and the prospects of the coming 25 years will show, that in comprehensive analysis and constructive thought these two men, neither yet 35, had made the greatest of all contributions to the theory and practice of human society. They were fortunate in their age. They owed their insight to the fact that they lived in Europe just at the time when the rapid development of capitalism and its social and political consequences could be seen more easily than in its more extended development in England. They had seen in France the first great battle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. They had the training and ability to disentangle the permanent from the transitory, the creative imagination to plunge boldly into the future, the scientific scrupulousness and immense capacity for labor which tested every hypothesis. They were not dreamers but the most sober and realistic of men. Revolution was the only way, and boldly and without reservation they advocated the permanent revolution. But they warned that revolution was not to be played with. It was a calculus with very indefinite magnitudes, the value of which may change every day. The forces opposed to you have all the advantage of organization, discipline, and habitual authority. Unless you bring strong odds against them, you are defeated and ruined. Secondly, the insurrectionary career once entered upon, act with the greatest determination. They were masters of retreat as well as of attack. In 1850, 6 months after Marx had sent the instructions which we have detailed above, it became clear that the industrial crisis was over and a period of prosperity had begun. Marx said that under these circumstances a real revolution was unthinkable, and was furiously angry with those who continued to toy with the idea at such a time. He ordered a drastic change of tactics. His party settled down to ordinary constitutional agitation, and he began the long years of labor on Das Kapital. In 1871 he was against the insurrection of the Paris Commune because he thought it would fail, though he accepted the fact and defended the communards. Finally he and Engels, although they maintained their revolutionary elan and enthusiasm to the end, never underestimated the colossal difficulties of the permanent revolution. They miscalculated in time, that was all. But from the first they knew the stupendous task that faced the revolutionaries. In 1851 Marx wrote that the revolutions of the 18th century were child's play compared with the social revolutions which faced the 19th century proletariat. He foresaw many attempts and many failures. The bourgeois revolutions went quickly from success to success, but they were short-lived. The proletarian revolutions, said Marx, were self-critical. They again and again stopped short in their progress, retraced their steps in order to make a fresh start. They were pitilessly scornful of the half-measures, of the weaknesses, the futilities of their preliminary essays. It seemed as if they had overthrown their adversaries only in order that these might draw renewed strength from contact with the earth and return to the battle like giants refreshed. Again and again they shrank back appalled before the vague immensity of their own aims. But at long last they reached the situation whence retreat was impossible and where the circumstances clamored in chorus. Hic Rhodus, hic Salta. We have seen between 1919 and today the hesitations of the workers, the half-measures, the shrinking back before the immensity of the task before them. But the moment approaches when for many of the working classes in Europe retreat will be impossible, and they will bring capitalism to the ground, not because Marxists tell them to, but because life offers no other way. And if Marx and Engels in the middle of the 19th century were too optimistic over the possibilities of proletarian revolution, they also necessarily envisaged a long period in which proletarian states would wage war against reaction. That period, happily, is not likely to be as protracted as it seemed in 1850. 1918-20 showed the speed with which a revolutionary movement could spread in the conditions of the modern world. Today, the proletariat of Belgium follows the French proletariat almost overnight in a nationwide strike movement, and Portuguese reaction struggles to dam the overflow from Spain. We may well see, especially after the universal ruin and destruction of the coming war, a revolutionary movement which, beginning in one of the great European cities, in the course of a few short months, will sweep the imperialist bourgeoisie out of power, not only in every country in Europe, but in India, China, Egypt, and South Africa. With an organized international revolutionary socialism could face the future without dismay. The task of rebuilding such an international has been begun. It is a race with time. For its original purpose, the emancipation of the proletariat, the Third International, despite the sincerity and devotion of many of the rank and file, is already useless. The betrayal on the major question of war could only have been reached by a degeneration which has since been intensified. Tested and amplified by the blood of millions and by the labors of some of the finest of modern minds, the ideas and principles outlined above have almost completely vanished from the theory and practice of the Third International. So far as individuals personify movements, Trotsky personifies the principles of Marxism, Stalin the degradation of the Third International. For years the world believed that Stalin, master of Russia, wielder of greater power than any living man, had triumphed. Trotsky seemed an egoistic exile, employing an embittered energy in futile attacks on a rival successful in the struggle for power. Then suddenly in the summer of 1936, the June strikes in France, the Spanish Revolution, and finally the trial and Trotskyist purge in Russia, showed the undying vigor of revolutionary socialism, and nowhere so much as in Russia, where its greatest enemy reigned. The bourgeois world realizes day by day that the banner of world revolution has passed from the Third International of Stalin to the Fourth International of Trotsky, and, a gigantic irony, the rulers of the workers' state and its satellites in the Third International are more eager than the bourgeois to crush the pioneers of the resurgent revolution. Chapter 2: The Forerunners of the Third International. The First International, the precursor of the Third, was formed in 1864. Marx had nothing to do with its actual foundation, but was invited to assist and wrote the original drafts of both the inaugural manifesto and the Constitution. Internationalism, the basis of the First International. So heterogeneous was the composition of the International that Marx could not state with his usual clarity the program and tactics of the permanent revolution. Yet the following contains his essential ideas and was transferred bodily by Lenin to the statutes of the Third International. That the economical emancipation of the working classes is therefore the great end to which every political movement ought to be subordinate as a means. That all efforts aiming at that great end have hitherto failed from the want of solidarity between the manifold divisions of labor in each country, and from the absence of a fraternal bond of union between the working classes of different countries. That the emancipation of labor is neither a local nor a national, but a social problem, embracing all countries in which modern society exists, and depending for its solution on the concurrence, practical and theoretical, of the most advanced countries. The defeat of the Paris Commune in 1871 was a death blow to the First International, but it should be noted that one of the immediate causes of its collapse was the conflict between Bakunin, the anarchist, and the strong central control of the General Council, dominated first by Marx and in its last years by Engels. These two devoted themselves with equal interest and energy to whatever national section seemed most important for the movement as a whole. Nationalism of any sort was quite foreign to them. In 1848, the center of the international working class movement was for them France, and remained so until 1870. With the defeat of the Paris Commune, they saw that the leadership of the working class struggle had now passed to Germany, which henceforth became the center of their activities. As in France, after the destruction by the revolution of the provincial restrictions to trade, so the national unity of the German states which resulted from the Franco-Prussian War widened the opportunities of German capitalism. The reparations tribute extracted from France, the mineral resources of Alsace-Lorraine, were the dynamic forces in this larger arena, and with the growth of German capitalism followed inevitably the development of the labor movement in Germany. There was much theoretical confusion in the German party between the years 1870 and 1880, but the party had fought against the Franco-Prussian War in true revolutionary fashion. Chiefly through the untiring efforts of Engels, Marxism in time became the prevailing doctrine of the German Social Democratic Party. The leaders of the German party, Bernstein, Liebknecht, Bebel, Kautsky, were in close and constant touch with Marx and Engels. They taught the irreconcilability of the struggle between classes, and that the state was merely the executive committee of the ruling class, foretold the inevitable collapse of capitalism, and preached the necessity of the working class seizing the state power by armed insurrection. But, there being no immediate prospect of a revolutionary crisis, with the full agreement of Marx and Engels, the German party organized itself to wrest immediate concessions from German capitalism through trade unions and legal political activity. In the course of these struggles, the workers would steel themselves for the revolutionary seizure of power. But despite the recurrent crises, the decades that followed the Franco-Prussian War saw a steady expansion of European capitalism. Revolution seemed more and more remote. The betterment of working conditions, increases in wages, could be won. There was the immediate struggle for full political rights under the Constitution. As the years went by, Marx and Engels could see that the prosperity of German capitalism and the concessions which the organized workers could win from their masters were corrupting sections of the German leadership. They used the Marxian terminology, but more and more they were slipping into purely parliamentary methods, and, what was worse, purely parliamentary aims. Universal suffrage and the secret ballot gradually superseded the revolution as the means of working-class emancipation. In 1883, Bismarck's anti-socialist laws drove the most revolutionary leaders into exile and strengthened the hold of the parliamentarians on the workers. The corruption of the movement by these leaders was so great that Engels seriously considered a split by the revolutionary section. Perhaps if Marx had been alive, the split would have taken place. But Marx had died in 1883, and in 1887 Engels was still hopeful, at times even confident, that these tendencies would be counteracted by the wonderful common sense of the German workers who had stood so firm and fought so splendidly against Bismarck's repression. But he was wrong. After his death in 1895, bureaucratic corruption conquered in every important labor movement in Europe, except the Russian, and there it was defeated only after a hard struggle. Marx and Engels in full vigor could have assisted the opposition to organize itself, given it theoretical clarity, and helped it to lay such a basis that it could have rallied the most advanced elements to itself and thus been ready for the next great crisis of capitalism, the War of 1914. More they could not have done, for the roots of the change lay deep in the economic developments of the time. The Second International reverts to National Socialism. The end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century saw European capitalism making a last attempt to solve its difficulties by more intense exploitation of the old markets and a piratical seizure of the hitherto neglected continent of Africa. Capitalist prosperity increased, and side by side with the expansion of trade and industry went the growth of the European labor movement. In all the great European countries, particularly in Britain, the labor movement became the happy hunting ground for a rising crowd of trade union officials, parliamentarians, municipal councillors, election agents, organizers, journalists, printers, publishers, a new caste in society which, on the basis of the successful struggle for better wages and more labor representation in Parliament, controlled the organized labor movement. The growth of imperialism, the spread of trade, the accumulation of superprofits, strengthened their position. It gave them support from below, in a thin stratum of well-paid and privileged workers who had no quarrel with capitalism. It gave them support from above, in the radical sections of the increasing petty bourgeoisie of the cities, notably the intelligentsia, itself a product, as an administrative necessity, of the worldwide expansion of capitalism. The petty bourgeois intellectuals supplied the new socialist ideology, the inevitability of gradualism, the common sense of municipal trading, socialism without tears. These ideas, perfectly adapted to the petty bourgeois movement of their authors, permeated through the bureaucracy and its apparatus into the working-class movement. Basing itself, as all ideas except those of revolutionary socialism are based, upon the inevitable growth of national capitalism, this socialism was national in origin and outlook. Such internationalism as it professed was merely a quixotic gesture having no roots in economics and therefore none in politics, doomed to perish at the first breath of the storm. That this decline from Marxism into National Socialism was no accident but an inevitable phase can be seen from the course followed by the labor movement in Germany after the death of Engels. Even before Engels died, he had had fierce quarrels with the leaders of the German social democracy for suppressing the revolutionary passages in his last writings. Now, with the old man out of the way, Bernstein in 1897 began openly to revise Marxism. By 1899 he had discarded the theory of the class struggle and the inevitable breakdown of capitalism, and substituted instead collaboration with the democratic and progressive bourgeoisie, and the gradual growing over of capitalism into socialism. Kautsky and others of the German party led the rejection of this adulteration, but in a lukewarm fashion that showed how near they already were to Bernstein. 1914 and the years of post-war history were to show that this revisionism was identical with Fabianism. And it is another remarkable testimony to the influence of economic and social environment on men, even men above the average of intelligence and education, that Sidney Webb of the Oxford tradition and the English civil service and Kautsky, disciple and companion of Marx and Engels, the greatest revolutionaries in history, should have arrived at identical conclusions which were demonstrably false. Yet Marx's internationalism remained on the lips of the social democratic bureaucrats. They organized themselves into the Second International in 1889. But so tenacious were they of their own national independence that it was only in 1900 that they formed a central bureau, and in reality each section always pursued its own policy. In 1904 at the Amsterdam Congress the Second International condemned revisionism, yet continued to act as if the future of capitalism were assured and each working class in the fullness of time would win a majority at the polls and institute the socialist order. And yet, before their very eyes, the system was showing unmistakable signs of the great fissures into which peer fearsomely all the capitalist world today. Side by side with the superficial prosperity went, as Marx had foretold, the development of capitalism into monopoly and the enlargement of the scale of competition. The export of capital was industrializing the native populations of foreign countries, and the class struggle was sharpening steadily all over the world. In the years before the war, a series of great strikes in Britain presaged the great conflicts of our own day. Overall, as even the Second International stated in its high-sounding but empty resolutions, the increasing rivalry of national capitalisms was leading steadily to the most gigantic war in history. But all this had no ultimate significance for the parliamentarians and trade union bureaucracy, with their eyes glued on seats, increase of wages, the extension of the party press, and all the other day-to-day activities of the organization, which coincided so admirably with their struggles for personal advancement. It was not a question of intellectual ability or moral caliber. There were many J. H. Thomases and Ramsay MacDonalds among them, and few men of this age were personally superior to Jean Jowers. Yet all went the same road. The leaders of great parties judge history from the necessities of their organizations and not their organizations from the necessities of history. The disintegration of capitalism did find some expression in dissenting political groupings within each national section. In Britain, for example, the English Social Democratic Federation, later the British Socialist Party, professed Marx's doctrines. Keir Hardie of the Independent Labour Party opposed the liberal labor tendencies of the British working-class leaders, but paid little attention to theory and never stiffened his party with the doctrines of scientific socialism. Inside the Social Democratic Party of Germany, Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg fought the internationalism in phrase and revisionism in action of Kautsky and Bernstein. But the revolutionary wings were weak. Even in Germany they were held in check by the organizational strength and discipline of the German party. The revolutionary leaders feared the isolation which would follow a split. Few, if any of them, could have foreseen how corrupt the leadership was. In every great European country except one, 1914 found them helpless before the revisionists. We have devoted an apparently disproportionate amount of time to these two tendencies in the labor movement: Marxism and revisionism, international and national socialism. The disproportion is only apparent. With the formation of the Third International and the adhesion to it of the revolutionary internationalists, revisionism became openly and without shame the ruling doctrine of the Second International. But in 1924 revisionism made its appearance in the Russian Bolshevik Party, for similar reasons to its appearance in the Second International and with the identical results. The Third International and the Russian Bolshevik Party is today completely revisionist. And yet it was in the Bolshevik Party that unrevised Marxism was kept alive during the years when revisionism was triumphant all over Europe. The Russian Bolshevik Party gave its stamp to the Third International. The strength of the International was the strength of the Bolshevik Party, but the weakness of that party was the weakness of the International also. Lenin's background. But for Tsarist reaction, the war would have found only a few sects in possession of Marxism, and the working-class movement, even though it was certain to find its way in the end, might have floundered for years. Throughout the 19th century, the Tsarist feudal autocracy had ruled Russia, a government that even at the end of the 19th century was in many respects more backward than the monarchy which the French Revolution had overthrown 100 years before. Despite the execration of democratic Europe, hypocritical as far as the financiers and rulers were concerned, Tsarism remained, and would continue to remain until the development of the forces of production had created the social and political forces which would overthrow it and take its place. Through the centuries, the peasants had tried in vain to rid themselves of the burden of serfdom. The historical development of Europe and Russia had resulted in the weakness of Russian industry and the corresponding weakness of the towns. The peasantry, from the geographical conditions of its existence and the intellectual backwardness which this entails, the constant differentiation between its members, is unable to create an effective political party of its own, and the agrarian revolution which lacks the political guidance and support of the towns cannot succeed. By 1861, the defeat in the Crimean War and the increasing pressure of the peasantry warned Tsarism of the necessity of ameliorating the conditions in the countryside. But though serfdom was abolished, the peasant was cheated in favor of the landlord, with the result that the agrarian situation was merely temporarily relieved. And, as in pre-1789 France, periodical famines undermined the fabric of the Russian state. Court conspiracies had at critical moments substituted one czar for another more suitable to the nobility. The system remained. The intellectuals who sought the overthrow of Tsarism without the backing of a mass movement slipped, as always, into the morass of terrorism. It was European capital, inevitably seeking new markets and as inevitably creating the means of its own destruction, which provided the basis for the revolutionary Marxist Party in Russia, and thereby paved the way for the first great breach in the capitalist system. Into this predominantly feudal country came the surplus of Western capital, constructing modern large-scale industry with its concomitant organization of the proletariat and impoverishment of the peasantry, drawing Russia into that relentless seesaw of boom and crisis which was already undermining the far more stable capitalisms of the West. The soil was fruitful for Marxism. In 1883 was formed the Emancipation of Labor Group, composed of Russian intellectuals in exile with Plekhanov as its leading figure. In 1889, Plekhanov paid a special visit to London to see Engels and to seek his advice on the new developments in Russia. At the inaugural Congress of the Second International in 1889, Plekhanov made his famous pronouncement that the revolutionary movement in Russia could triumph only as a revolutionary movement of the working class. There is not, nor can there be, any other way. Even to the liberal bourgeoisie in Russia, stifled economically and politically by Tsarism, Marxism came as a revelation. They could see Marx's analysis of capitalism being enacted before their very eyes. But these gentlemen no sooner touched Marxism than, as is their way, they expelled from it all that was revolutionary and made it legal. The backward workers of Russia should confine themselves to economic struggle, and in politics support the liberal bourgeoisie. This was the theoretical origin of the first Russian variant of revisionism, economism. Between 1890 and 1900, capitalism in Russia developed at a furious rate. The production of pig iron increased by 220%, iron ore by 272%, oil by 179%. The organization of industry, being new, was on the largest modern scale, giving the workers, though proportionately few, enormous power in action. The number of workers in industry was 1,424,000 in 1890. It was 2,098,000 in 1897. There were 17,000 on strike in 1894, 48,000 in 1895, 67,000 in 1896, 102,000 in 1897, 87,000 in 1898, 130,000 in 1899. In this period of capitalist expansion, the workers could win concessions, for it paid the employers to maintain production. But in 1900, the European crisis struck Russia. The decline in production threw the whole of Russian economy into disorder. The increase of unemployed killed the strike movement. Both workmen and the liberal bourgeoisie were brought sharply up against the burden that the country carried in the medieval Tsarist government. In 1900, 1901, and 1902, the influence of economism declined. The students began to take to the streets in political demonstrations, and the striking workers joined them. In November 1902, at Rostov-on-Don, a great economic strike ended as a political strike, and for days the organized workers called for the revolutionary overthrow of the government. In the middle of 1903, in Baku, Tiflis, Odessa, all the towns of the Ukraine and Transcaucasia, 250,000 workers took part in political strikes which again demanded the revolutionary overthrow of the government. Even the bourgeois intellectuals could see the coming revolution. Lenin was a genius, but it was this environment which enabled him to read Marxism and accept it so thoroughly that he could apply its principles to Russia and the rest of the world with the confidence and sureness which made him the greatest political leader in history. Social democratic propaganda groups sprang up in the large towns, at first small circles, then reaching out to make contact with the masses. In 1900, some of them coalesced and sent Lenin abroad to found a paper. Leninism, the organization. By 1903, his ideas were already clear. The revolution was inevitable. The masses would be inexorably driven to take the solution of Russia's problems into their own hands. But in the modern world, the successful accomplishment of the revolution was essentially the work of an organization, a revolutionary political party which would lead the masses. He distinguished three stages in the perspective: the first when insurrection was a theoretical objective, the second when the political party organized the insurrection, and the third when the party issued the call for insurrection. Each of these merged into the other, and their demarcation would depend on historical factors, some of which could be foretold, others recognized, proclaimed, and acted upon. It was the party which would do these things. Give us an organization of revolutionaries and we will overturn Russia. This was, and remains, his greatest contribution to the practice of Marxism. The party's first duty was to give theoretical direction, to clarify. No revolutionary theory, no revolutionary practice. Only that party could lead the revolution which was guided by an advanced political theory, Marxism, and for Lenin Marxism embraced every phase of human thought. The ideas of any epoch were the ideas of its ruling class, dominated always by the conception that the existing form of society was permanent. If the Revolutionary Party did not propagate its own ideas, scientific socialism, the Marxist interpretation not only of politics but of society, then the ideas of the ruling classes, directed to the maintenance of the existing system, would continue to corrupt the minds of the masses and weaken their will to struggle. Bourgeois ideology was with him no hysterical term of abuse, but a definite obstacle in the way of the revolution, to be hacked away from the working-class movement wherever it appeared. The idea of workers putting faith in the bourgeois conception of a League of Nations would have been intolerable to him. By means of an all-Russian newspaper, the party could do more than spread its Marxist analysis of politics and society and give general directions. The very work of disseminating such a paper over the huge country would keep the various members of the party in close touch with the center, and build up a skeleton organization in preparation for the revolutionary mass movement. For him, the first aim of the masses was to seize the state power. Between 1900 and 1903, therefore, he waged ceaseless war against the economists. But although the day-to-day economic struggle was always waged with a view to the ultimate political objective, yet the members of his party dug themselves deep into the workers' movements, pointing out the political implications of the struggle between capital and labor but fighting with the workers for their immediate demands. Lenin spent 2 years writing a philosophical work against a philosophical deviation from Marxism, but his party was always rooted in the masses, speaking to them in their own language about the things they could understand. The Second Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Party met in London in 1903. Chiefly owing to Lenin's paper and the intensification of the class struggle following the crisis, economism seemed defeated. The majority of the class-conscious workers in Russia were supporters of Lenin's revolutionary wing. Neither Lenin nor any other member of the party had any idea of a split. Yet it came over a matter comparatively simple but which by degrees was seen to be what it really was, another variant within the Russian labor movement of the opposing tendencies which we have seen at work in Western Europe. Lenin wanted a rigid, narrow organization with a highly centralized discipline. Far better to lose 10 absolutely first-class revolutionaries, rather than allow one chatterbox in. He wanted a strict division of labor inside the party, each member being responsible for a job of work with which he mainly concerned himself. The regulation of the party, he demanded, should be equally harsh. Under the regime of Tsarism, formal democracy was impossible. He advocated democratic centralism. The Central Committee should be freely elected. Whenever possible there would be free discussions, but once a decision had been taken it would have to be obeyed blindly. This meant long periods when the Central Committee living abroad would have to take decisions which party members in Russia would have to obey without question. Lenin himself could hardly have been conscious of all that these plans implied. Otherwise he would not have been so shocked and grieved at the opposition he met with. But he would not give way, and won by a narrow margin. Thenceforward his group was known as the Bolsheviks, the majority, and the others the Mensheviks, the minority. Trotsky, a young but even then a very brilliant member of the party, went with the minority on this question of organization. He has since admitted that he was wrong. Too generously, for the question is not so simple. The leaders of the Second International, even the Revolutionary Internationalists, were divided on Lenin's democratic centralism which had split the Russian section. Rosa Luxemburg was against Lenin. It is only on reading the old disputes in the light of today that we see the complex gravity of the issues involved. Few in Lenin's party understood them. Stalin and the Stalinists do not understand them to this day. Leninism, the party and its relation to the masses. Lenin saw the party as a small cog putting the great body of the workers into motion. Hence his insistence on the quality of the party. The stronger our party organizations made up of genuine social democrats, and the less the waverings and instability within the party, the broader and more varied, the richer and more fertile will be the influence of the party on the working-class masses who environ it and whom it leads. Trotsky, believing in a much broader organization, attacked Lenin with extreme bitterness and sarcasm. In order to prepare the working class for political power, it is necessary to develop and exercise in it the spirit of initiative and the habit of constant and active control over the entire executive personnel of the revolution. This is the great political task pursued by the international social democracy. But for the social democratic Jacobins, for the fearless representatives of the system of organizational substitutionalism, the preparation of the class for the government of the country is supplanted by an organizational technical task, preparation of the apparatus of power. The first task sees its main problem in the methods of political education and re-education of the entire, constantly increasing proletariat by the means of drawing them into active political work. The second task reduces everything to the technical selection of disciplined executives into the links of the strong and authoritative organization, a selection which, for the sake of reducing the work, cannot but be carried on by the mechanical elimination of those considered to be unfit, by derivations and deprivations of rights. Lenin had answered this objection in advance. No political party could educate the whole working class. We must not confuse the party as the vanguard of the working class with the whole class. We are the party of a class, and therefore almost the whole class, and in time of war or civil war absolutely the whole class, must act under the leadership of our party and must be associated with our party as intimately as possible. But it would be sheer Manilovism, sheer quotism, to think that the whole class, or nearly the whole class, can ever under capitalism attain to the level of class consciousness and activity of its vanguard, its social democratic party. There can today be no argument about the differing points of view. Trotsky was wrong. Yet from this false approach the specific criticisms which he leveled against Lenin's principles as they worked out in practice cannot be dismissed, least of all today. He painted a picture of party life since Lenin's insistent advocacy of centralism. During the last 3 to 4 years of intense party frictions, the life of very many committees has consisted of a series of coups d'état in the spirit of our court revolutions of the 18th century. Somewhere way up on top somebody is incarcerating, replacing, choking somebody else, somebody proclaims himself something, and as a result, the top of the committee house is adorned by a flag with the inscription, Orthodoxy, Centralism, Political Struggle. He accused the central apparatus itself of starting a new discussion every month. The apparatus supplies the topic for it, feeds it by false materials, draws its summary, dispenses justice, postpones Congress for a year, and is now preparing a Congress from among its own apparatus workers previously appointed, who are to authoritate the people on top to continue this work in the future as well. Even today, after 40 years of political life, Trotsky's fundamental intellectual integrity remains unshaken. These charges must have had solid foundation. Between 1903 and 1923, the Bolshevik Party did all that a political party could do. Yet it cannot be accidental that the history of the Russian Communist Party and of the whole Communist International from the moment Lenin lay hopelessly ill, up to the unanimous vote on the final and irrevocable victory in 1935, is but a series of gigantic variations on Trotsky's reasons for refusing to accept Lenin's methods of organization. For 14 years, he fought Lenin on this question. For him, Lenin's democratic centralism meant that the organization of the party substitutes itself for the party, the Central Committee substitutes itself for the organization, and finally the dictator substitutes himself for the Central Committee. It was the replacement of the dictatorship of the proletariat by the dictatorship over the proletariat, of the political rule of the class by the organizational rule over the class. While Plekhanov wrote some equally memorable and prophetic words, the ultimate end of all this will be that everything will revolve around a single man who, ex providentia, will concentrate all the power in himself. There is more in this than simple wrong and right. No proletarian revolution can succeed without a revolutionary party of the proletariat. No party can succeed without a strong centralized discipline. An international without centralism is no international at all. But centralism is a dangerous tool for a party which aims at socialism, and can ruin as well as build. Lenin was a man big enough to forge this weapon fearlessly, use it to the utmost limit and yet realize its limits. He was a dialectician and knew that democratic centralism was very near to democracy at one time and equally near to pure centralism at another. Yet it would be idle to deny that all through his association with the party he dominated it. But he was utterly selfless and devoted, and, lucky in the fact of his unquestioned superiority, at the height of his power he used party discipline for the party, never for himself. He remained always subject to it, prepared at critical times in 1917 to offer his resignation rather than seek to manipulate the party. Yet, despite his authority, he was more than once the prisoner of the conceptions he had so rigidly instilled. The dangerous centralism of the Soviet regime in Russia was the constant preoccupation of his last years. He could not have been unaware that he had himself contributed to this by countenancing the usurpation of the power of the masses in their Soviets. He had hoped that until the revolution in Western Europe relieved Russia, the party, always the advance guard, would act in defense of the masses against the bureaucracy, mobilize the masses against it. But it was only during his last illness that he saw clearly what was coming, what had already come in the party, that abuse of democratic centralism which Trotsky had always feared in any system which, like Lenin's, so openly glorified central control. From his sickbed, he fought it with a feverish intensity. He failed, and with the development of the bureaucracy, the democracy dropped completely out of centralism. From the Russian party, it spread to the whole international. Centralism which helped to create the international helped to ruin it. There is no specific for this problem. It will have to be fought out anew in each party as every emergency presents itself. But that can best be done only when there is a clear understanding of the issues involved. It is perhaps the greatest of the many bows that the revolutionary Ulysses will have to bend. International and National Socialism, the root difference between Bolshevism and Menshevism. Unconsciously, the two groups had been fighting the first decisive engagement in a battle of far-reaching significance, over no less a question than whether international socialism was to be kept alive in Europe elsewhere than in the studies of a few devotees. Engels had not been dead 10 years. That Lenin and the Bolsheviks won was due chiefly to the Tsarist regime in Russia. Liberal thought kept in contact with the labor movement through the Menshevik Party, seeking to turn the workers from revolution to liberalism. But Tsarism kept so tight a grip on the nation, allowed so little scope for parliamentary maneuvering, that not even the liberals, far less the opportunist leaders of the labor movement, could ever identify themselves with the Russian government. The Russian petty bourgeois socialists had no parliamentary prospects because there was no parliament. Trade unions were prohibited by law and allowed only on sufferance. An office in a trade union was a post of danger, not of security. Yet Menshevism proved itself inside 2 years to be incontestably another form of revisionism. All sorts of cross-currents, personal and otherwise, had played their part in the dispute of 1903, and continued to do so during the years that followed. But at every serious crisis, the masses of the workers followed the Bolsheviks in action. While in ordinary times they could not see the differences between the two groups and were bewildered and discouraged by the bitterness of the factional struggle. Yet it was in the intervals between political crises that Lenin had to fight hardest, keeping the Bolsheviks ideologically clear and organizationally firm against all forms of corruption, open or insidious. Never was any victory of world historical importance won so much by a single man as was this victory by Lenin. It is the intrigue, corruption, and stupidity of fellow workers in the cause which destroys revolutionary will, and not the repression of the bourgeoisie. Lenin, one of the strongest of men, nearly gave up in 1904, and contemplated going to America to study statistics. The fit of discouragement passed, and he remained. In the second week of the following year, on January 9th, Tsarism in defense of law and order shot down thousands of petitioners going to lay their grievances before their ruler. The great masses learnt from Tsarist bullets what the revolutionaries had been preaching for years. The whole Social Democratic Party recognized that the insurrection, the first stage of the revolution, was on the order of the day, but when Lenin, for the Bolsheviks, issued the call for the organizational preparation and the arming of the people, the Menshevik leaders accused him of adventurism, of trying to overthrow the government by conspiracy, of blankism. Did they admit that the revolution was on the way? They did. What then was to be done? Why not call upon the workers to prepare? No. Instead, Martinov, one of their leaders, said that the revolution should be unleashed, not organized. That instead of seeking to arm the workers, they should be filled with a burning desire to arm. Behind these differences in phrasing were different conceptions of the coming revolution which would make all the difference between a possible success and a certain failure. Like their brothers of the Second International today, the Mensheviks trembled at the prospect of the armed workers. In the middle of 1905, under the influence of the coming revolution, the groups held separate conferences, and with the Menshevik resolutions before him, Lenin realized clearly for the first time that there was more between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks than the organizational question. Theoretical differences have grown. The Mensheviks had watered down the whole revolutionary analysis of the insurrection, lest the bourgeoisie desert. Whatever their internationalism, in phrase, the Mensheviks were looking to their own bourgeoisie for help in the revolution. Lenin was looking to the Russian proletariat and beyond them to the proletarian revolution in Europe. It is this belief in the international proletariat which so sharply distinguished Marx and Engels, Lenin and Trotsky, from other leaders of the working-class movement. That is the eternal struggle in the labor movement in 1905 against Tsarism, in 1914, in 1935 on behalf of Abyssinia, in 1936 on behalf of Spanish workers and peasants, either to be with and therefore subordinate to your own bourgeoisie, or to be with the international proletariat. It is a struggle which will go on until international socialism is achieved. Men like Citron, Bevin, and Léon Blum have a contempt for the proletarian movement far greater than many capitalists have. And Stalin has joined them. Stalin today is the complete Menshevik, seeking to save Soviet Russia with the help of the French, British, and Czechoslovakian bourgeoisie. Trotsky maintains the Leninist position. The new ideological conflict is only another variant of the old. Lenin's democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. In those early days of the 1905 revolution, there were three views of the coming upheaval: the Bolshevik view of Lenin, for those close to Lenin no views apart from his own or if they had soon dropped them, the Menshevik view, and Trotsky's theory of the permanent revolution. It was in the shock of the first events of the revolution that Trotsky produced his theory. It was opposed in essentials by Lenin, adopted by him in April 1917 at a most critical moment in the history of the Third Revolution, and formed the theoretical foundation of the Soviet Union and the Third International until a few months after the death of Lenin in 1924. Both Lenin and Trotsky, like Marx and Engels in their instructions to the German revolutionaries of 1850, based their analysis on a scrupulous examination of the Russian problem in its relation to the international socialist revolution. Peasant Russia in 1905 was a country with some 100 million peasants in the countryside, living under semi-feudal conditions. The great landlords who dominated the countryside formed the natural support of the reactionary Tsarist autocracy. In France in 1789, the peasant revolt was successful because the bourgeoisie was also hostile to the existing regime. The French bourgeoisie using, however reluctantly, the leverage of the peasantry to destroy feudalism and create the conditions for the expansion of capitalist production, give the classical example of the bourgeois democratic revolution. Such a revolution seemed to be facing Russia at the beginning of the 20th century. But the Russia of 1905 was vastly dissimilar to the France of 1789. The more to the east they are, the more treacherous and cowardly are the bourgeoisie. This is a famous Marxist aphorism. With the discovery of America, the bourgeoisie of the seaboard countries of Europe so dominated the economy of the state that they were the natural leaders of peasants and people against feudal reaction. In Russia, however, owing to the Tatar invasions which cut off the eastern trade and ruined the industrial towns, and on the other hand to the long start of Western European industry whose goods flooded Russia and impeded native production, the bourgeoisie remained always helpless before Tsarism. Just as Spanish feudalism used the gold of America to strengthen its position against the Spanish bourgeoisie and ruin the future of the country, so Russian autocracy was able to use the means of repression developed in Western Europe, and later Western capital, in order to retain its position and thus retard the industrial development of Russia. For the big bourgeoisie of Western Europe, while prating of democracy, quite shamelessly supported Tsarism against the bourgeoisie and lent it money, because state loans were more dependable in their short-sighted view than any other. To this age-old historical weakness of the Russian bourgeoisie was added the rapid development of the labor movement in the last years of the 19th century, so that whereas the peasantry of France and the masses in Paris and the other big towns of France marched against feudalism full of confidence in their bourgeoisie, and could always find some section of the bourgeoisie to lead them when one section deserted, the industrial workers in the Russian towns long before the revolution were already in bitter conflict with their own bourgeoisie, the insoluble conflict of capital and labor. Lenin, therefore, saw that the Russian bourgeoisie might talk of overthrowing Tsarism, as liberals will talk of overthrowing fascism. Neither could they lead the peasantry. For the bourgeoisie in Russia were dependent, as the industrial bourgeoisie everywhere, upon the banks to which the landlords were heavily indebted. The bourgeoisie could not give the peasants the land without ruining the bourgeois banks. The proletariat therefore would have to lead the peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie against Tsarism, and accomplish the bourgeois revolution over the heads of the bourgeoisie. Hence the Bolshevik slogans, the 8-hour working day for the proletariat, the confiscation of land for the peasants, and the democratic republic. This plan of linking the proletarian revolution with the agrarian was, as with so much in the history of the Russian Revolution, Lenin's own. And as with so many of Lenin's ideas, he was developing a thought of Marx during the revolutionary period of 1848 to 1850, when he suggested that the task in Germany was to link the struggle of the German proletariat with the desire of the serfs to free themselves. In all this Trotsky followed Lenin. The question on which they split was, what form would the state power take which would carry through this revolution, and what would happen afterwards? All revolutionaries, indeed all students of history except social democrats, know that the transition from one social regime to another is made by a stern dictatorship, which violently destroys the basis of the old order and clears the way for the new. Cromwell's dictatorship had been a dictatorship of the petty bourgeoisie. Robespierre's dictatorship had been the same. Marx had therefore labeled the dictatorship which would accomplish the transition from capitalism to socialism the dictatorship of the proletariat. But for Lenin, as for Trotsky and all the great European socialists of the time, socialism for backward Russia was an absurdity. The proletariat could lead the nation against Tsarism and destroy it. But in Russia, overwhelmingly an agrarian country, the productive forces were too backward, the proletariat, the new class which would create socialism, was too weak in relation to the rest of the country to begin the task of transforming Russian capitalist society into socialist with any real prospect of success. Therefore, for Lenin, the dictatorship of the proletariat in the familiar Marxian sense was out of the question. The dictatorship of the proletariat was a government that would destroy the bourgeois state and maintain power until the abolition of every vestige of capitalism. But the Russian proletariat had to abolish feudalism and institute a democratic republic. The dictatorship he foresaw was, therefore, a democratic dictatorship. But though the proletariat was to lead, the driving force of the revolution was to come from the peasantry, and the proletariat would have to share the political power with a party representing the peasantry. Hence his final formula of the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. The relationship between proletarian party and peasant party in this revolutionary government he did not know, and according to the period at which he was writing he gave a different content to the formula. The social revolutionaries, the party which worked among the peasantry and claimed to represent its interests, were an unknown factor. He at one time even considered that it might have such support from the peasantry as would enable it to dominate the proletarian party. Lenin did not know. The most cautious of men, he put forward his formula and observed events to see how things would work out in practice. Whatever form this revolutionary government took, its work was to give the land to the peasants, clear away Tsarism, crush the reaction, and call a constituent assembly to elect a democratic parliament. He knew the elementary truth, that the nature of the constituent assembly and the coming democratic constitution of Russia depended on the class nature of the revolutionary dictatorship which summoned the assembly and laid down the conditions of election and suffrage. His intention was to drive the democratic constitution as far forward as possible. His further perspective was a great development of Russian capitalism under a democratic Russia. It was the revolutionary proletariat of Russia leading the peasantry that would give the craven liberal bourgeoisie its chance at last. In this republic, the proletarian party would for a period occupy the same position that the communist parties in Western Europe today occupied up to 1935, fighting for the socialist revolution. But the revolution did not end there. The peasantry as a whole would have supported the revolution at the beginning, but as the revolution drove forward, the peasants would detach themselves and join with the reaction. The democratic revolution, left to itself, would then most certainly be defeated. Lenin was as clear on this as he was on any point. But the proletariat and the poorer peasantry in Russia had an ally, the proletariat of Europe. He calculated that the first few years of a revolution in Russia led by the proletariat would unloose tremendous upheavals in the shaky structure of European capitalism. He counted on a socialist revolution in Western Europe, and stated over and over again that, Unless there were such revolution, even the Democratic Republic of Russia would collapse. With socialist revolutions in Europe, however, the Russian proletariat, further strengthened by the capitalist development in Russia, would be able to achieve the second revolution in Russia, the Russian Socialist Revolution. This would institute the dictatorship of the proletariat and set out on the building of socialism. Trotsky's permanent revolution. Up to 1904, Trotsky had a similar perspective. Then in 1905 he changed and waged irreconcilable polemic with the Bolsheviks against Lenin's formula of the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, leading to a bourgeois regime. According to Trotsky's new theory, the Russian proletariat would lead the revolution from the start, but the revolutionary government would result in the dictatorship of the proletariat and the road to socialism, or it would collapse. The peasants could not form an effective political party of their own. The moment the proletariat held the power, the proletarian government would be faced with the opposition of the capitalists. These would immediately decide upon the lockout because, there being no socialism, their property was still capitalist property. The proletarian government, faced with unemployment and the disorganization of economy, would have no alternative but to take over the factories and run them themselves for the benefit of the workers. This was the socialist road, and once begun the process could not stop. The proletariat would have to hold the power. The peasantry would support the revolution until the confiscation of the land. But after that, every socialistic step that the proletariat would be compelled to take would send the richer peasantry into the arms of the reaction, so that these allies of the proletariat today would be its enemies of tomorrow. So backward Russia was ready for socialism. Both Bolsheviks and Mensheviks derided him. No. He saw the salvation of the premature dictatorship of the Russian proletariat in the socialist revolution in Europe, which would place the state power in the hands of the proletariat of one or more of the advanced countries such as Germany, England, or France. Like Lenin, his analysis of European capitalism led him to the belief that the revolution in Russia would serve as a detonator for the revolution in Western Europe. Without that revolution, the Russian proletariat was doomed and the reaction would conquer. He did not ask for the slogan of the dictatorship of the proletariat to be raised forthwith. The struggle would begin as a struggle for a bourgeois democratic revolution, but the logic of the situation in Russia would lead inevitably to the proletariat establishing its own dictatorship and beginning the socialist reconstruction of Russian economy. So that the revolution was permanent in three ways. First, in the way that what was apparently a revolution for the rights of bourgeois democracy would grow inevitably into the dictatorship of the proletariat. Secondly, the way in which the dictatorship of the proletariat would be compelled to begin the long transformation of Russian capitalism into socialism. Thirdly, the way in which the Russian Revolution would lead to proletarian revolution in Europe and the permanent economic revolution in capitalist society. We shall understand and appreciate the range and profundity of these analyses when we remember that for both this was a perspective covering decades. The Russian Revolution would last years. The Mensheviks produced a special theory of their own. Marx had said that a new social order appeared only when the old is exhausted. Obviously, capitalism in Russia still had a large capacity for expansion. Therefore, they agreed with Lenin that the revolution was a bourgeois revolution, and agreed with him and Trotsky that Russia was not ripe for socialism. But like the Russian bourgeoisie, they saw Russian capitalism in isolation. They would not see what Marx and Engels had always seen, that capitalist production was international and therefore was always to be seen as a whole. For these nationalists, therefore, the only ally of the Russian proletariat was the Russian bourgeoisie. Nothing was to be done to frighten it. The workers were not to arm themselves too soon. Instead, they should be stimulated with burning desire. The revolution would be spontaneously accomplished somehow. The Social Democratic Party was to take no part in the provisional revolutionary government. This was to be left to the bourgeoisie. The Workers' Party would supply vigilant criticism. Thus, even when hounded down by tyranny, imprisoned, tortured, and executed, driven by the knout of Tsarism to admit the necessity of revolution, with the workers of their own accord challenging the government in the streets, the Mensheviks, first in theory and afterwards, as we shall see in practice, had no perspective beyond supporting the liberal bourgeoisie. They would urge the liberals. They would bring pressure to bear on them. After 1903, as soon as Trotsky realized where the Mensheviks were tending, he disentangled himself from them. but separated from Lenin first by the organizational question and then by his opposition to Lenin's democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the party, he remained outside both groups. It was one of the fundamental weaknesses of Trotsky as a revolutionary leader that he could produce this masterly theory of the permanent revolution, driving ahead so far beyond Lenin, and yet at the same time advocated organizational fusion with the Mensheviks. Lenin was consumed with rage at the program which the Mensheviks put before the revolutionary workers. The revolutionary mood of the proletariat is growing daily and hourly. At such a moment Martinov's views are not only absurd, they are criminal. He proposed that more workers should be brought into the local committees which controlled various sections of the movement. In 1903, his rigid restriction of the party membership was aimed at keeping out the bourgeois intellectuals. Now in 1905, he closed the net against them still tighter. They did not understand discipline, and he knew that the Menshevik ideas which would assuredly lead the revolution to ruinous defeat came from above, from the liberal bourgeoisie. Leninism, the international basis. So often to many even of his closest followers did Lenin's ideas at their first utterance seem the product of a disordered brain, so logically on the other hand did they follow from his Marxist outlook, that it is imperative and convenient here to give some example of how he thought. Without this his theorizing about Russian Revolution and world revolution, and Trotsky's theory of the permanent revolution, must seem to be mere raving. A quite casual article, written in 1908 after the failure of the 1905 revolution, will show us how different from those of the bourgeois and the Second Internationalists was his view of politics. He entitles his article Inflammable Material in World Politics. But he is really writing about the Second Russian Revolution, which for him is inevitable. The revolutionary movement in the various states of Europe and Asia has manifested itself so formidably of late that we can discern quite clearly the outlines of a new and incomparably higher stage in the international struggle of the proletariat. He begins with Persia. It is nothing unexpected that the Tsar had helped the barbarous rulers of Persia to crush a revolution, but he notes as a phenomenon that the liberal English bourgeois, irritated by the growth of the labor movement at home and frightened by the rise of the revolutionary struggle in India, are more and more frequently revealing how brutal the most civilized European statesmen can be in defense of capitalism. In Turkey, the Young Turk movement has won only half a victory, but such a half victory involving concessions given by the old government under pressure are the direct pledges of new, far more decisive and acute vicissitudes of civil war, involving broader masses of the people. Civil war includes inevitably the victories of the counter-revolution with its debaucheries of enraged reactionaries, and savage punishments meted out by old governments to rebels. But only downright pedants and decrepit mummies can grieve over the fact that the nations have entered the painful school of revolution in which the oppressed learn how to conduct a victorious civil war. There is no end to the violence and plunder which is called British rule in India. Lenin details the oppression and the tyranny, but notes that the Indian masses are beginning to come out into the streets in defense of their native writers and political leaders. The Indian proletariat too has already matured sufficiently to wage a class-conscious and political mass struggle, and that being the case Anglo-Russian methods in India are played out. Further plunder and terrorism will only harden millions and tens of millions of proletarians in Asia. The class-conscious workers of Europe now have Asiatic comrades, and their number will grow by leaps and bounds. There is little information from China, but the transformation of the old Chinese riots into a conscious democratic movement is inevitable. In France, and even in America and England, where there is complete political liberty, and revolutionary and socialist traditions are lacking, the growth of socialism and the independent proletarian struggle are plainly visible. Two hostile camps are slowly but surely increasing their forces, are strengthening their organizations, and are separating with increasing sharpness in all fields of public life, as if silently and intently preparing for the impending revolutionary battles. In France and Italy, the conflict has reached sudden outbursts of civil war. The international revolutionary movement of the proletariat does not proceed and cannot proceed evenly and in the same form in different countries. The thorough and all-sided utilization of all possibilities in all spheres of activity comes only as a result of the class struggle of the workers of various countries. Every individual country has its own weaknesses, theoretical or practical. Every country has its own distinctive traits to contribute. But international socialism has made an enormous stride forward, and in a number of concrete encounters the millions of proletarians are welding themselves together for the decisive struggle against the bourgeoisie, a struggle for which the working class is immeasurably better prepared than at the time of the Paris Commune, the last great struggle of the proletariat. It is in relation to this background that he places the inevitable Second Russian Revolution. This stride forward by the whole of international socialism together with the sharpening of the revolutionary democratic struggle in Asia places the Russian Revolution in a peculiar and particularly difficult position. The Russian Revolution possesses a great international ally both in Europe and in Asia, but just because of this it possesses not only a Russian, but also an international enemy. Reaction against the growing struggle of the proletariat is inevitable in all capitalist countries, and this reaction unites bourgeois governments of the whole world against any revolution, in Asia and especially in Europe. The opportunists, the Mensheviks, like the Russian intelligentsia, were dreaming of a revolution which would not scare the bourgeoisie. Vain hopes, a Philistine utopia. Inflammable material is accumulating in the progressive countries, and awakening so rapidly the countries in Asia which yesterday were fast asleep, that the struggle of international bourgeois reaction against each individual national revolution is absolutely inevitable. The Russian proletariat must therefore follow its own path independently and assist the peasantry to destroy feudal reaction. It must set itself the task of establishing the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry in Russia and bear in mind that its struggle and its victories are indissolubly bound up with the international revolutionary movement. Fewer illusions concerning the liberalism of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie in Russia and the entire world. More attention to the growth of the international revolutionary proletariat. That was Lenin. He saw society internationally, not nationally, horizontally, not vertically. In the unruffled confidence of this luminous survey, we see into the basic structure of his thought. He could no more wrench the Russian Revolution, or for that matter any other revolution, from its international background than he could wrench the heart out of his body. Fewer illusions concerning the liberation of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie in Russia and the entire world. More attention to the growth of the international revolutionary proletariat. Who but Lenin, Trotsky, and a few others were thinking of the international proletariat as a force in 1908. The war accelerated, it did not create. The international proletariat, despite fascist victories over so many countries in Europe, is still a powerful force today. It could have been used on behalf of Abyssinia, on behalf of Spain, if the will and the means existed to set it in motion. Lenin would have made a pact with France, but never at the cost of the French proletariat. Stalin, his successor, has been congenitally unable to think in this way. Whenever faced with a choice between proletariat and bourgeoisie, he and the bureaucracy whom he represents have always chosen the bourgeoisie and always paid heavily for that choice. 1905 and after. The 1905 revolution failed, but the whole course of the revolution served only to strengthen Lenin's belief in his ideas. A general strike in 1903 had indicated that this was the initial form the revolution would take. The October strike of 1905 began in Moscow, and in a few days had stopped the whole life of the country. Trotsky and one of his collaborators in the theory of the permanent revolution took over a small paper, the Russian Gazette. In a few days the circulation went from 30,000 to 100,000. Inside a month it was at 500,000. To wit, the czarist bureaucrat, the whole people seemed to have gone mad. For Lenin, 1905 was only another proof of the terrific driving power and creative capacity of the masses during a revolution. On the initiative of the Mensheviks, the workers formed their Soviets or factory councils, one delegate to every 500 workers, and Trotsky, the acknowledged leader of 1905, as far as there was one, in time became president of the Petersburg Soviet. Lenin reached Russia late, and as always without him, his party blundered. The workers, irrespective of party, rushed to join and support the Soviets. But the Bolshevik leaders, misunderstanding Lenin's insistence on the organizational integrity of the party, wanted to keep the Bolsheviks away from the Soviet as a non-party organization. It was only after Lenin arrived that the Bolsheviks entered these mass organizations of the workers to influence them. In the onward sweep of the revolution, Bolshevik and Menshevik workers insisted that the two fractions should work together. The Menshevik leaders exercised little influence, and Trotsky's policy at the Soviet coincided so closely with Lenin's that the two groups for a time worked harmoniously. When Tsarism, in an attempt to split the anti-Tsarist forces, offered a travesty of a constitution, it was at once gladly accepted by the liberals. The Mensheviks were ready to trot docilely behind, but the masses of the workers followed the Bolsheviks always. With the defeat of the revolution, however, and the decline of the movement, the differences again became acute. At a Unity Congress in 1907, the Mensheviks had a majority of 62 to 49. They raised the cry that the revolt should not have taken place. Lenin ordered a change of tactics from the organization of revolution to ordinary humdrum, everyday constitutional activity. But he poured scorn on the impertinent thesis that the great mass uprising of the Russian people against Tsarism should not have taken place. In the international field, the revolution showed that the analyses of both Lenin and Trotsky were fundamentally correct. The Russian Revolution, failure though it was, stirred the sleepy Second International. It gave universal suffrage to Austria. It was felt in the liberal elections of 1906. In those days when revolution at home was, in their opinion, impossible, the Second Internationalists had no objection to revolutions elsewhere. Even Ramsay MacDonald was pro-Bolshevik in those days, and insisted that some money for the Russian revolutionaries should be used for active revolution and not for propaganda. Confident of a second uprising, Lenin called for and set the example of a close study of the revolution to see why it failed, in order to guarantee success next time. The period of the reaction saw a great development of Russian capitalism and the strengthening of the liberal bourgeoisie. Their influence on the Mensheviks increased. They subsidized the Menshevik papers. A large body of Mensheviks, the liquidators, sought to liquidate the illegal organization and the preparation for a new revolution in Russia. They were expelled from the party. Trotsky, still outside both groups, fought for unity, making his last attempt in August 1912. But Lenin, though anxious for unity, was adamant on his principles, and this time the split was final. The movement began to rise again in 1912, and with its rise it was clear that the majority of the Petersburg workers were following the Bolsheviks. Despite his untiring abuse of Trotsky for seeking unity, Lenin always knew the caliber of the man, and as the movement rose again asked him to write for his paper. Trotsky refused. He edited a paper of his own, and in addition to polemics with Lenin made one important contribution to Marxist theory. In his studies of economics, he discovered that after the failure of a revolution and the demoralization of the masses, a period of prosperity was needed to strengthen the masses and make them take up the struggle again. As prosperity increased, the masses, on the basis of increased wages, successful strikes, etc., grew stronger and more militant. Another economic crisis would then precipitate the new revolution. The theory was to prove its value in the post-war years. The revolutionary movement gathered strength. In July 1914, there were barricades in Petersburg. The war damned the revolution for a time, only to give it greater force 3 years later. August 1914 found Bolsheviks and Mensheviks still split, each section claiming to represent the Russian social democracy at the Second International. The Bolsheviks had kept alive the theories and practice of Marxism. Thus it happened that, when they were needed, the European labor movement did not have to search painfully for them. Chapter 3: The War and the Russian Revolution. Engels foretells the Third International. Before the Franco-Prussian War was over, Marx had written that a war between France and Germany meant of necessity war between Germany and Russia, unless previously a revolution broke out in Russia. If they take Alsace-Lorraine, then France with Russia will arm against Germany. It is superfluous to point out the disastrous consequences. Engels by 1895 could trace the full consequences of this division of Europe, intensified by the development of capitalism, the ensuing scramble for domination of the continent, which spread, when Europe became too small, to Asia and Africa. It would be a war, he foretold, of positions and varied success on the French frontier, attack and capture of Polish frontiers on the Russian border, and a revolution in Petersburg, which will at once make the gentlemen who are conducting the war see everything in an entirely different light. Between 15 and 20 million armed men would slaughter one another and lay waste Europe as never before, and this would lead either to the immediate victory of socialism or leave behind such a heap of ruins that the old capitalist society would become more impossible than ever before. Socialism might be set back for 10 or 15 years, but would then conquer in a more speedy and thorough fashion. But much as he hoped otherwise, Engels had at last realized the full corruption of the German social democracy. A European war would smash it to pieces and throw back the movement 20 years. But the new party that must inevitably arise in the end from these conditions would in all the countries of Europe be free from a host of vacillations and pettinesses, which today hem in our movement on every side. Not in Germany alone, but in all the countries of Europe. It was the Third International. Between 1897 and 1912, the Second International at conference after conference passed resolutions calling for international action of the working class against war. A special conference was called at Bâle in 1912 to prepare for the imminent war danger. All words and words only. On August 4, 1914, the Second International split into its component parts, each section of the belligerent nations going with its own bourgeoisie, except the Russian party, Bolsheviks, and a wing of the Mensheviks, and some small parties in the Balkan countries. Lenin calls for the Third International in September 1914. Lenin was in Galicia in August 1914. He was arrested on August 8 and released on August 19 as an enemy of Tsarism. On the 28th he left for Switzerland, reached Bern on September 5, and on that very day wrote his first article on the ideological and political collapse of the old international and the necessity for the new. It is these things that distinguish the great Marxist from all the peddling social democrats and the blundering Third International of today. The future international, he said, must realistically and irrevocably free itself of the bourgeois trend in socialism, by which he meant collaboration with the national bourgeoisie, instead of reliance on the international proletariat. By October, he was full of confidence. The proletarian international has not perished and will not perish. The working masses will overcome all obstacles and create a new international. Long live a proletarian international free from opportunism. And later in the same month, the Second International has died. Long live the Third International. From that time on he devoted himself to preparing its theoretical foundation. Look through his works between September 1914 and March 1917. Though he was still almost entirely responsible for the direction of his party, his writings on the international situation and in what way the new international must differ from the old overshadow his writings on Russia. He brushes aside the responsibility of individuals and, ranging over the whole socialist movement in Europe, traces the social basis of the bourgeois trend in socialism, or as he called it, opportunism. He seeks to split the true internationalists from those who have destroyed the international working class movement by following their own bourgeoisie. He explains that by the collapse of the Second International he means its collapse as a revolutionary force. He appeals for a program which will call on the workers to build a Marxian international openly and without the opportunists. Only such a program showing that we believe in ourselves, that we believe in Marxism, that we declare a life and death struggle against opportunism, would sooner or later secure for us the sympathy of the real proletarian masses. Never was any doctrinaire leader better served by the teeming heterogeneous millions of every country, and he won their support because he believed in them. He could not have got it otherwise. When the International would be formed, neither he nor anyone else could say. It was a revolutionary duty to work for it, and the first necessity was a clear program which would not compromise on a single aspect of Marxian socialism. The immediate issue was, however, the war. He formulated his policy without hesitation or equivocation. Startling as it appeared at first, it flowed inevitably from his political background. The workers had no business fighting each other. The enemy was in your own country. Peace, but peace by revolution, by fighting the class war against your own bourgeoisie, by turning the imperialist war into civil war. The war was not for democracy or any such impudent deception, fit only for liberals and social democrats. Was Tsarist Russia fighting for democracy? It was a war for the redivision of colonies and spheres of influence. Any imperialist peace would therefore be a mockery. To lead the masses to expect a democratic peace, without annexations and with self-determination for nations, was bourgeois lying or petty bourgeois ignorance and stupidity. Peace, but peace by revolution. The slogan of peace without the call for revolution was a preacher's slogan. When the revolution would come no one could say. Cautious as ever, he said that it might be during this first imperialist war or during the one which would certainly follow it. The task was to work to that end. To refuse to enter the army was a rejection of the struggle. When there was no revolutionary situation and you were given a ballot box, take it. Tomorrow, when you were given a rifle, it was your business to take this weapon of death and destruction. Do not turn to the sentimental whiners who are afraid of war. Much has been left in the world that must be destroyed by fire and iron for the liberation of the working class. When the revolutionary situation was at hand, these useful weapons were to be used against your own government and your own bourgeoisie. To the objection that the masses were not ready for these ideas, he replied with his old conception of the difference between the working class party and the working class. The slogans of the class-conscious vanguard of the workers, revolutionary socialist democracy, are one thing and the elemental demands of the masses quite another. And another profound revolutionary maxim: it is never too early to tell the proletariat the truth about its own condition. History would bring the masses. Meanwhile, he sought to unite all who remained true to Marxism to lay the foundations of the new revolutionary international. Without it, the unity and cohesion of the working class struggle against capitalism was impossible. Not that he sought the universal overthrow of each national capitalism at the same time. The uneven development of capitalism, the peculiarities of the class struggle in each individual country, would bring the conflict to a decisive issue sooner in certain countries than in others. Each national party would have to lead the struggle against its own bourgeoisie. But the national party must be built on the international Marxist foundation, so that the growth of the national party meant the growth of the international. Leninism, the tactical approach to sympathizers. But having stated his principles and his program so that the simplest-minded worker, whether he accepted or rejected them, would at least have no doubts as to their meaning, Lenin set out to seek allies, however vacillating, however temporary, for his views. And in his approach to those elements in the Second International who were moving, however slowly, to his own position and the position of his party, he showed yet another side of Leninism, its flexibility of tactic, without which its programmatical rigidity would have doomed it to a dangerous and perhaps fatal sterility. The Second International, as we have seen, had not been homogeneous in its adherence to its own bourgeoisie. But even in those national organizations which had shepherded the workers to the slaughter, opposition had early shown itself. It ranged from those very close to revolutionary internationalism on the left to pacifists who abjured violence of any sort. Behind the banner of anti-war, a motley crowd will always march. As the full horror of the war unfolded itself, these began to seek some concrete means of checking the murderous savagery that was being enacted all over the world in the name of civilization. In January 1915, a conference of women socialists met at Bern. Lenin sent his wife and some others to represent the Bolshevik Party. The conference rejected the revolutionary program of the Bolshevik women, which Lenin had, of course, written, and passed a miserable pacifist resolution. Lenin's delegation refused to sign it and withdrew. In September 1915 came the conference of anti-war socialists at Zimmerwald, which Lenin attended at the head of the Bolshevik delegation. His resolution condemning the Second International and calling for peace by revolution and civil war was rejected by 19 votes to 12, and the Bolshevik delegation signed a compromise resolution. In his paper, Lenin openly faced the doubts as to whether the Central Committee was right in signing this manifesto, suffering as it did from lack of consistency and from timidity. He put the case to the Russian workmen that it was. At the conference, the Bolsheviks did not hide one iota of their views, slogans, nor tactics. Their writings were distributed. We have broadcasted, are broadcasting, and shall broadcast our views with no less energy than our manifesto. After all, the manifesto, with all its shortcomings, was a step forward. It would be sectarianism to refuse to take the step together with the minority of the German, French, Swedish, Norwegian, and Swiss socialists, when we retain full freedom and a full possibility to intrigue unceasingly and to struggle for more. That was the Leninist method, an inflexible rigidity in theory and organization, but a willingness to combine for specific purposes with any other group once his independence for action and criticism was not tied. Trotsky and Rosa Luxemburg had early called for the new international, but Trotsky refused to accept Lenin's uncompromising demand that each socialist should fight for the defeat of his own country. He still sought to bring together the various fractions of the party. He talked about peace without annexations. He maintained his theory of the permanent revolution. On all these points, particularly the first three, Lenin was violent in his denunciation of Trotsky. Yet he again asked Trotsky to write for his paper. Trotsky again refused. The Second Internationalists, now violently pro-war, excelled the capitalists in patriotic wrath against Zimmerwald, but events were steadily flogging waivers towards Lenin's position. In April 1916, there was another conference at Kiev. The cruelty and rapacity of the imperialist statesmen were now plain to all who wanted to see, and the Kiev Conference passed a resolution which stated that socialism was the only way out. It called upon the proletariat to fight, but though it criticized strongly the jingoists of the Second International, it hesitated to break with them. Though the conference condemned bourgeois pacifism, it shirked the simple call, "Turn the imperialist war into civil war." But the revolutionary left, under the leadership of Lenin, convinced of the necessity of a break and the formation of a new international, had consolidated itself. The rest was now merely a matter of time. Then suddenly the steady leftward tendency in the international working-class movement exploded in the Russian Revolution. Lenin's tactics at once changed. When he had been in Russia a few weeks and 7 months before October, the Zimmerwaldists proposed another conference. Lenin refused to have anything to do with them, and was in a minority of one in his own party for so doing. As the Bolsheviks without Lenin had failed to understand the necessity of immediately working in the Soviets in 1905, so now they failed to understand that the revolution in Russia had made it necessary to break with the vacillating Zimmerwaldists, that from the higher plane of the Russian Revolution the Bolshevik Party was now dominant, and if it could lead the Russian workers to victory would be able to impose its own terms for the fight against war. His followers did not understand his method then. They do not understand it yet. In January 1917, Lenin delivered a lecture on the 1905 revolution to an audience of young Swiss workers. He concluded with what is perhaps the most representative passage in his writings during the war. In it we see the range of his conceptions, the caution and precision with which he expressed them, his passionate convictions and his almost inhuman impersonality. Very often we meet West Europeans who argue about the Russian Revolution as if events, relationships and methods of struggle in that backward country have very little resemblance to West European relationships, and, therefore, can hardly have any practical significance. There is nothing more erroneous than such an opinion. No doubt the forms and occasions for the impending battles in the coming European Revolution will differ in many respects from the forms of the Russian Revolution. Nevertheless, the Russian Revolution, precisely because of its proletarian character, in that particular sense of which I have spoken, was the prologue to the coming European Revolution. Undoubtedly, the coming revolution can only be a proletarian revolution in the profounder sense of the word, a proletarian socialist revolution also in its content. The coming revolution will show to an even greater degree, on the one hand, that only stern battles, only civil wars, can free humanity from the yoke of capital. On the other hand, that only class-conscious proletarians can and will come forth in the role of leaders of the vast majority of the exploited. The present grave-like stillness in Europe must not deceive us. Europe is charged with revolution. The monstrous horrors of the imperialist war, the suffering caused by the high cost of living, engender everywhere a revolutionary spirit. And the ruling classes, the bourgeoisie with its servitors, the governments, are more and more moving into a blind alley from which they can never extricate themselves without tremendous upheavals. Just as in Russia in 1905, a popular uprising against the Tsarist government commenced under the leadership of the proletariat with the aim of achieving a democratic republic. So, in Europe, the coming years, precisely because of this predatory war, will lead to popular uprisings under the leadership of the proletariat against the power of finance capital, against the big banks, against the capitalists. And these upheavals cannot end otherwise than with the expropriation of the bourgeoisie, with the victory of socialism. We of the older generation may not live to see the decisive battles of this coming revolution. But I can, I believe, express the strong hope that the youth which is working so splendidly in the socialist movement of Switzerland and of the whole world will be fortunate enough not only to fight but also to win in the coming proletarian revolution. He was only 46 at the time and in good health. We of the older generation may not live to see the decisive battles of this coming revolution. He was never rhetorical. 3 months after he heard that Tsarism had been overthrown, and he prepared for the international proletarian revolution. Lenin abandons the democratic dictatorship. There is no exaggeration here. Lenin in January had seen that, in case of the collapse of Tsarism, the most probable government would be a government of Milyukov, the right-wing liberal, and Kerensky, that most mischievous type, the left-wing liberal with a socialist coloring. When the news actually did reach him that such a government had been formed, there are his letters to tell us exactly what his ideas were. The very first letter, March 16th, written to A.M. Kalantai, says, "Never again along the lines of the Second International. Republican propaganda, war against imperialism, revolutionary propaganda, as heretofore, agitation and struggle for an international proletarian revolution and for the conquest of power by the Soviets of Workers' Deputies." On the next day, he hammered again at the two cardinal principles of his life, the independence of the party and the international character of the socialist revolution. "In my opinion, our main task is to guard against getting entangled in foolish attempts at unity with the social patriots, or what is still more dangerous, with the wavering ones, and the organization committee, Trotsky and company, and to continue the work of our own party in a consistently international spirit." Lenin knew his colleagues, knew how easy was the descent into nationalism. The international revolution would begin with the inevitable second revolution in Russia. The people had not made a revolution to get rid of Tsarism. They wanted land, bread, peace and freedom. But the Milyukov government was a bourgeois government. It could not give the peasants the land because that would ruin the banks on whose stability bourgeois life depended. It could not give peace because it was bound by financial ties to the war-making bourgeoisie of Western Europe. It could not give bread because bread could only be got by revolutionary measures against the landlords and capitalists, and these measures a government of landlords and capitalists would not take. It could not give freedom because it was a government of the propertied classes and was afraid of the people. In his first letter, Lenin still speaks of a democratic republic. But his mind traveled fast. On March 20th, he had not yet left the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. "Our revolution is a bourgeois revolution. Therefore the workers must support the bourgeoisie," say the worthless politicians among the liquidators. "Our revolution is a bourgeois revolution," say we Marxists. Therefore the workers must open the eyes of the people to the deceptive practices of the bourgeois politicians, must teach the people not to believe in words, but to depend wholly on their own strength, on organization, on their own unity, and on arms. But during that night he definitely changed his mind. There were hints in the previous letters. In this third of the letters from afar, March 21st, he writes, "We need revolutionary power, we need, for a certain period of transition, the state. We need the state, but not the kind needed by the bourgeoisie, with organs of power in the form of police, army, bureaucracy, distinct from and opposed to the people. All bourgeois revolutions have merely perfected this government apparatus, have merely transferred it from one party to another." In those few words was the end of his long struggle with Trotsky's permanent revolution. If the state was to be merely for a period of transition, then it meant that he had thrown over the conception of a period of bourgeois democracy and the development of Russian capitalism. The transitional government, during the period when the development of productive forces would gradually make a state unnecessary, could only be the dictatorship of the proletariat. Why had he changed? It was because he was now confident that the Russian Revolution, coming in the middle of the greatest crisis capitalism had ever known, would most certainly place the proletariat in power in one or more of the advanced countries of Western Europe. Thus, the Russian proletariat, reinforced, would be able not only to capture the power but to hold it. Trotsky in America, whither he had been deported from Europe, writing for a Russian émigré paper, was making identical analyses based on the theory he had so pertinaciously maintained against all comers for 12 years. The workers give the power to the Mensheviks. We shall go in some detail into the course of the Russian Revolution. As Lenin told the delegates to the Second Congress of the International, the great theses which were laid down during those early congresses were but the heritage of Marx and Engels enriched by the revolutionary experiences of the Bolshevik Party, particularly in 1905 and 1917. Under the strain of the imperialist war, Russia, the weakest capitalist state, had cracked first. As usual, the cracks had begun from above. Not only were the liberal bourgeoisie hostile to the incompetence of Tsarism, but Tsarism, owing to the crisis, was itself split, and one section had murdered Rasputin, the guiding star of the other. But all the ruling classes feared the proletariat of Petersburg, Moscow, and the revolutionary towns in the south. The liberal bourgeoisie were willing to criticize Tsarism but dreaded the consequences of overturning it. Thus, they merely made their own overthrow the more certain and complete. In March, the workers, led chiefly by unknown Bolsheviks who had been through 1905, had read the Bolshevik daily paper and Lenin's writings, came out into the streets, and with the infallible instinct of masses in revolution set themselves to win over the soldiers. By standing their ground before the charges of the Tsarist police and the Cossacks, they showed the revolutionary elements in the army that this was not a demonstration but a struggle for power, which they could join with the hope of ridding themselves of the intolerable burden of the war and the whole system of Tsarist reaction, which pressed more heavily on the soldiers than on the civilian masses. The revolution triumphed, and the workers and soldiers, remembering 1905, immediately elected a council of representatives of the factories and of the soldiers, the Soviets. The workers, in gratitude for the help of the army, gave a great number of deputies to the soldiers, and these, politically inexperienced, elected chiefly Mensheviks and social revolutionaries, members of that party which had long claimed to represent the interests of the peasants. An executive committee consisting chiefly of Mensheviks and social revolutionaries was elected. The Mensheviks give the power to the bourgeoisie. The Menshevik view of the place of the bourgeoisie in the Russian Revolution we know. The social revolutionaries shared it, Mensheviks and social revolutionaries being determined believers in democracy. So that with the proletariat and the soldiers behind them, with the whole force of the Russian people in their hands, the executive committee of the Soviet, some of them men who had suffered hard labor under Tsarism and had shown conspicuous personal bravery and courage, could do no better than seek out a committee of the Tsarist Duma and offer the government to a group of landlords and industrialists, who were quaking with fear at their helplessness before the revolution. All that these Democrats asked in return was freedom to make propaganda. By this means they would urge the government and bring pressure to bear upon it. The revolutionary workers, especially those of the Vyborg district, the proletarian center of Petersburg, were bitterly angry when they heard what had been done. So hostile were the workers to the property classes that they refused to allow any member of the Soviet to participate in the government. Kerensky, from his reputation as a radical lawyer, had been elected a member of the Soviet, but broke Soviet discipline to gain the highest ambition of this kind of politician, a place in a bourgeois government. Stalin and other Bolsheviks follow the Mensheviks. All this was astonishing enough. But the history of the social democracy since the war shows that this cowardice is organic. What was far more astonishing, and is of enormous significance for the history of the Third International, is that the acknowledged leaders of Lenin's party, men who after his death were to play a dominating part in shaping the policy of the Soviet Union and of the International, took up an almost identical position with the Menshevik Executive Committee. What Lenin meant to Bolshevism, unpalatable as this may be to some Marxists, is proved by the fact that not a single Bolshevik leader, in a party trained to lead the workers, could give the correct lead until Lenin came. Stalin and Kamenev, coming to Petrograd from Siberian prisons, voted for the manifesto which promised the support of the Russian Revolution to the Entente. Misusing Lenin's doctrines of control from the center in the manner which had always kept Trotsky hostile to it, they exercised their authority as members of the Central Committee, removed Molotov and Shliapnikov, the editors of Pravda, the Bolshevik daily paper, and took over the direction themselves. Pravda, despite sentimentality and confusion, had been vaguely following Lenin's instructions to refuse any support to the capitalist provisional government. The revolution had merely put another capitalist government into power. The revolutionary social democracy would seek to overthrow it. Stalin and Kamenev therefore did not have the responsibility of finding a policy. It was there already. But they reversed Lenin's policy, and under their direction Pravda promised to support the provisional government insofar as it carried out the policy of the Executive Committee of the Soviet, composed for the most part of Lenin's lifelong political enemies, who no sooner had the power than they ran to give it to the bourgeoisie. Lenin's years of insistence on the international nature of the revolution, his long struggle against the Mensheviks as being penetrated by bourgeois ideas leading inevitably to nationalism and subservience to the bourgeoisie, all had passed them by. The international proletariat for Stalin then, as today, was not a living reality, but a shadowy abstraction. It proves once more that a purely intellectual conviction of international revolution is a rare thing among men, that Lenin was Lenin precisely because of this conviction, and that without him there would not have been in March 1917 that combination of organization and Marxism which led the Russian workers to victory. But what is so difficult for intellectuals to understand is the natural instinct of revolutionary workers. In the course of class struggle against their employers, they accumulate such hostility that at moments when the struggle reaches open warfare, the support of their own bourgeoisie is impossible and they turn instinctively to internationalism. It is this instinctive internationalism to which theoretical Marxism must give organization and direction. To the Menshevism of Stalin and Kamenev, the Petersburg workers reacted violently. They demanded the expulsion of Kamenev and Stalin from the party. The committee of the Petrograd Bolsheviks protested to the bureau of the Central Committee of the party. The former editors were reinstated with the newcomers as associate editors. Lenin, caged in Geneva, raged furiously at this betrayal. What would have happened if he had never been able to leave there? Despite his political backwardness, Stalin, as future events were to show, was, after Lenin, the most powerful personality in the Bolshevik party. He retreated after the rebuff administered by the Petrograd workers, but at the session of March 29 of the party conference, Stalin urged support of the provisional government. Insofar as the provisional government consolidates the advance of the revolution, to that extent we support it, but to the extent that the provisional government is counter-revolutionary, support of it is inadmissible. He recommended at that same session support of the Krasnoyarsk resolution, which called for support of the provisional government insofar as it carried out the wishes of the people. The revolution was a month old. Stalin and Kamenev were still hankering after the Milyukov government. Tseretelli, one of the Menshevik leaders of the Soviet, made a proposal of unity to the Bolsheviks. Stalin was in favor. We ought to accept. It is necessary to make precise proposals as to the lines on which we can unite. Unity is possible along the lines of Zimmerwald-Kienthal. Molotov expressed doubts. Stalin silenced him. For Stalin, the gulf which separated Lenin's view of the future development of the revolution and the Menshevik view was of no significance whatever. There is no need to run to meet or to forestall disagreements. Without disagreements, there is no party life. In the bosom of the party, we shall overcome the minor disagreements. He had then been a member of the party some 15 years. The fierce, implacable Bolshevik, the revolutionary of the school of Lenin, the man of steel, all this is pure myth. Stalin is implacable, but against rivals in the party. From 1917 to the present day, whenever faced with a choice between the international proletariat and the bourgeoisie, the test of the revolutionary leader, he has always chosen the bourgeoisie. Nor was he alone. A majority of the old Bolsheviks was with him. They defended this reversion to Menshevism by sticking to Lenin's old formula of the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. The revolution was a bourgeois democratic one, and could go no further. Any step beyond would lead to the dictatorship of the proletariat, which was the permanent revolution of Trotsky. The result of this was an immense confusion in the Bolshevik party. The Mensheviks, at first frightened of Lenin's insistence that the necessity to overturn your own government still remained, now rejoiced openly at this new common sense and unexpected moderation in the Bolsheviks. In the more backward provinces, Bolsheviks and Mensheviks drew closer together. At the very end of March, as we have seen at their all-Russian conference, the Bolsheviks voted for a resolution supporting the provisional government. No Lenin, no Bolshevism. Lenin, arriving in Petrograd in early April, recognized quite clearly that not only the deputies in the Soviets and the petty bourgeoisie, but the rank and file of the masses shared the illusions of those whom the revolution had lifted to power. They had to be one for the international socialist revolution. For the time being, it was enough to consolidate his own party. He was confident that he could win the Bolshevik workers of Petrograd and through them bring to heel those old Bolsheviks who already more than once have played a sad role in the history of our party by stupidly repeating a formula learnt by heart instead of studying afresh the new actual situation. He knew them well. Zinoviev had worked closely with him for years, and from August 1914 had assisted in all his writings on the war, but he was no sooner in Petrograd than he edged over to Stalin, Kamenev, Kalinin, and the others. But as later years were to prove, they were no match for Stalin, far less for Lenin. When Lenin put forward his policy, the majority of political Petrograd, from the members of his Central Committee to the British ambassador, thought him quite literally mad. But in 1 month, the party had adopted his policy. He redrafted the program, and to emphasize the break with everything Menshevik, he proposed to change the name of the party from the Russian Social Democratic Party to the Communist Party of Russia. Leninism, the art of insurrection. The revolutionary situation had arrived, and he now had his party ready, organized and disciplined, the fruit of his long struggle from 1903. Marxists believe in the predominant role of the objective forces of history, and for that very reason are best able to appreciate the progressive or retarding influence of human personality. For the moment, it is sufficient to state our belief that without Lenin there would have been no October Revolution, and another Tsar might have sat in the Kremlin. Lenin fought for the slogan, "All power to the Soviet," of which his own party was but 13%. He knew the Mensheviks too well to think that they would ever do anything else except urge and bring pressure to bear on the provisional government. But, if the Bolsheviks knew that, the masses did not know it, and merely to tell them was not sufficient. They would have to see it for themselves. Therefore, all power to the Soviet, and let the leaders expose themselves. For the time being, patiently explain in simple language. Among all the millions of Russia, the Bolshevik party in March was only 25,000 strong. In the Putilov works of 30,000 men, the heart of the Russian Revolution, there were only 30 Bolsheviks. But they had at their head a master in the art of insurrection, and the discipline and cohesion of the party he had built up was such that from him through his party to the Russian people radiated all the wisdom and knowledge and insight which he had learnt from his masters and developed in his profound studies of history and of revolution. But the process was not one-sided. From his party, rooted in the factories, the trade unions, wherever there were groups of workers, came back to him the moods of the masses and the stages they had reached in understanding the real development of events. In April, he proposed a demonstration to test the feeling and temper of revolutionary Petrograd. It showed him that the moment was not yet. The masses still trusted in the leaders of the Soviet, and the power of the Soviet rested on the masses. He therefore repudiated the very thought of insurrection, for no workers' party could preach insurrection against revolutionary workers. When a working woman helped him on with his coat and said laughingly that, if he were Lenin, she would help to murder him, he pondered long and deeply over this manifestation of working-class feeling. Near the end of April, some of the Bolsheviks raised the slogan of "Down with the Provisional Government." Lenin checked them sternly. The masses were not ready yet to take action on such a slogan, and if advanced it might lead to adventurism and the disorganization of the more advanced workers. And day by day, as he knew it would, the provisional government exposed itself and the temper of the people rose. It would not take steps to give the land. It would not stop the war but organized an offensive in defense of the revolution. The capitalist government would not take the drastic measures against capitalism necessary to feed the population. Instead, the capitalists profiteered, prices soared, strikes spread. The capitalists replied with the lockout and sabotaged whatever feeble measures the government proposed for the improvement of the situation. Under the pressure of the masses and its incapacity to solve the problems of the day, the provisional government began to break, and strengthened itself by bringing in members of the executive committee of the Soviet. Thus Kerensky, ready to go on with the war and not prepared to touch property, and therefore acceptable, for the time being, to the bourgeoisie, full of revolutionary phrases and therefore acceptable to the awakening but as yet politically unconscious masses, was of necessity forced to higher and higher power. Another source of confusion for the provisional government and the Second Internationalists of the Soviet was the national question. Second Internationalists of all sorts combine an indefatigable capacity for passing resolutions on the self-determination of nations with a readiness to support their own bourgeoisie in keeping in subjection Indians, Egyptians, Africans, Irish, Palestinian Arabs, Chinese, and Moors. The self-determination of these socialists is limited very strictly by the needs of their own capitalism. Tsarism held in subjection parts of Poland, Finland, Georgia, and numerous other subject nationalities. Lenin had maintained as a general principle the rights of all small nations to self-determination, even to the extent of splitting away from the Tsarist Empire. The March Revolution proclaimed liberty. The subject nationalities interpreted this liberty to mean liberty to govern themselves as they pleased. The provisional government, representing Russian capitalism with powerful interests in all these countries, understood this liberty to be strictly subordinated to the Russian imperialism which had changed its name but not its nature. Between Finland, Georgia, etc., and the provisional government violent conflicts arose. The leaders of the Soviet, just like their counterparts in Western Europe, gave national freedom in words but in deeds supported the government. The Bolsheviks supported the demands of the subject nationalities, fought for them and gained the interest and support of the nationalist masses. By July, the workers and soldiers and sailors, maddened by the continuance of the war that they had made a revolution to stop, and the incapacity of the government to substantiate the promises of the revolution, marched to the executive committee and demanded, "Down with the minister capitalists." They were ready to seize power that day. Lenin and the Bolsheviks knew that they could hold Petrograd, but that the country as a whole was not yet ripe. Yet the masses were on the streets and ready for action. The party, as a party, must put itself at the head of the demonstration, but only in order to prevent the workers making the mistake of seizing power too soon. There was a serious clash, there was shooting, and the movement swung backwards. "Now they will shoot us down one by one," said Lenin. "This is the right time for them." But decayed classes cannot produce men and parties able to act in such a situation. Yet Kerensky's government, with Mensheviks and social revolutionaries in it, opened an attack on the Bolsheviks. The Bolshevik press was smashed, Lenin and Zinoviev had to fly for their lives, Trotsky and other leading revolutionaries were put into jail, and reactionary gangs beat up and murdered Bolsheviks in the streets. For the moment, the situation seemed almost hopeless. The executive committee was triumphant at the apparent rout of the Bolshevik. But before he was arrested, Trotsky had noticed hopeful signs in the canteen at Smolny, the Soviet headquarters. The canteen was in charge of a soldier named Grafov. When the baiting of the Bolsheviks was at its worst, when Lenin was declared a German spy and had to hide in a hut, I noticed that Grafov would slip me a hotter glass of tea or a sandwich better than the rest, trying meanwhile not to look at me. He obviously sympathized with the Bolsheviks but had to keep it from his superiors. I began to look about me more attentively. Grafov was not the only one. The whole lower staff of the Smolny, porters, messengers, watchmen, were unmistakably with the Bolsheviks. Lenin and Trotsky had their eyes fastened on the masses. Tseretelli, Dan and Chkits had theirs fixed on the bourgeoisie. It is the difference between the proletarian revolutionary and the bourgeois intellectual, between Marxism and revisionism, between the Workers' Front and the Popular Front, between Trotskyism and Stalinism. Nothing now could change the situation but an insurrection. Lenin, not certain of gaining a majority of Bolsheviks in the Soviet, therefore changed the slogan, "All power to the factory committees." There the influence of the executive committee would be less. But at this point counter-revolution appeared. Property, taking advantage of the reaction against the July days and the inevitable confusion of a government half-liberal half-socialist, was about to make its last desperate effort under the Cossack General Kornilov. Kerensky, bestriding the bourgeoisie and the proletariat like a paper colossus, intrigued with Kornilov, but the negotiations breaking down at the last minute he turned to the Soviet, and it is here that we have the crowning stroke of Lenin's strategic genius, the classical example of the policy of the United Front. Leninism, the classical example of the United Front. The executive committee of the Soviet were represented in the government which was persecuting his party. Lenin dared not come out of hiding. Yet he called on his party to form joint committees of action with the Menshevik Soviet and fight side by side with them and with Kerensky against the counter-revolution. The letter in which he outlined the tactics shows his capacity for maneuvering without compromising his own position, his care that the masses should understand. In tactical skill as well as worldwide strategy his hand was equally sure. Even now, we must not support the revolution of Kerensky. It would be a failure of principle. How then, it will be said, must Kornilov not be fought? Certainly, yes. But between fighting Kornilov and supporting Kerensky there is a difference. We wage and shall continue to wage war on Kornilov, but we do not support Kerensky. We unveil his feebleness. There is a difference. That difference is subtle enough, but most essential, and it must not be forgotten. In what, then, does our change of tactics following on the Kornilov rising consist? In this, that we modify the form of our struggle against Kerensky, without diminishing the least bit in the world our hostility, without withdrawing a single one of the words we have pronounced against him, without renouncing our intention to beat him, we declare that consideration must be given to the circumstances of the moment, that we shall not concern ourselves at the present with overthrowing Kerensky, that we shall now conduct the struggle against him in another way by emphasizing to the people, and it is the people who are engaged in fighting Kornilov, the weakness and vacillations of Kerensky, that we were already doing previously. But now it is this which comes to the forefront of our plan of campaign, and therein lies the change. Another change. At this moment we place equally in the forefront of our plan of campaign the reinforcing of our agitation for that might be called partial demands. Arrest Milyukov, we say to Kerensky. Arm the Petrograd workers. Bring the troops from Kronstadt, from Vyborg and from Helsingfors to Petrograd. Dissolve the Duma. Arrest Rodzianko. Legalize the handing over of the big estates to the peasants, establish working-class control of cereals and manufactured products, etc. And it is not only to Kerensky that we should put these claims. It is not so much to Kerensky as to the workers, soldiers and peasants who have been carried away by the struggle against Kornilov. They must be carried further, they must be encouraged to demand the arrest of the generals and officers who side with Kornilov. We must insist that they immediately claim the land for the peasants, and we must suggest to them the necessity of arresting Rodzianko and Milyukov, of dissolving the Imperial Duma, of closing down the Wretch and other bourgeois newspapers and bringing them before the courts. It is particularly the left social revolutionaries who must be pushed in this direction. It would be erroneous to believe that we are turning away from our principal objective, the conquest of power by the proletariat. We have, on the contrary, got considerably nearer to it, but indirectly by a flanking movement. We must at the very same moment agitate against Kerensky, but let the agitation be indirect rather than direct, but insisting on an active war against Kornilov. Only the active development of that war can lead us to power, but of that we must speak as little as possible in our agitation. We keep it well in mind that even tomorrow events may compel us to take power, and that then we shall not let it go. In my opinion, these points should be communicated in a letter, a private one, to our agitators, to our propagandists, training groups and schools, and to the members of the party in general. And we have an unforgettable picture of Krupskaya supervising the duplication of these letters, scrupulous over every comma, so that the Bolshevik agitators might be able to put Lenin's precise ideas clearly before the eager masses and weld them for the revolution. Trotsky walked straight from prison to the committee of the Soviet which had helped to put him there, in order to organize the defense of Petrograd. Kornilov's force disappeared. Lenin, still in hiding, again offered to support the leaders of the Soviet if they would take the power from the provisional government. Lenin had early called for the arming and drilling of the workers, but still he hoped that these leaders would take the power without bloodshed, which they could easily have done. But they would not. Lacking Lenin's faith in the international proletariat, they feared isolation and could only urge the liberal bourgeoisie to do something while they warned the Bolsheviks against violence. Ramsay MacDonald during the general strike testified as to his faith in the ancient British constitution. Tseretelli, even before Russia had a constitution, was prepared to abide by it. Ex-prime minister and ex-convict, the political type is the same. Only historical materialism, which sees these men as the product of their social environment, can charitably explain them. The Kornilov episode, however, had made the masses see clearly what the Bolshevik party had preached so steadily and so patiently. The Bolsheviks gained a majority in the Soviets at last. Again the slogan was changed, all power to the Bolshevik Soviet. Lenin, studying carefully the situation all over Russia, judged that the moment was near. He called on the Central Committee to organize the actual insurrection. But the Central Committee, now that the moment was approaching, for which so much labor and thought had been expended and so much suffering heroically borne, wavered. Zinoviev and Kamenev were openly against, Kalinin said yes. But in a year's time, Lenin, still in hiding, threatened to resign and to appeal for insurrection over the heads of the Central Committee to the masses. He knew that the temper of the masses for an insurrection lasts over a period of weeks at most, sometimes only for a few days, after which it ebbs away. And he knew also that there was no question of a democratic republic for Russia. For once the spirit of the people, wearied by deception and disappointment, had subsided, the counter-revolution would grow stronger day by day and end in the destruction of the revolution. The chance, if any, of a bourgeois democratic republic, and that could only have been temporary, had been thrown away by the leaders of the Soviet when they handed the power to the provisional government. But many members of the Central Committee could not see this. Zinoviev and Kamenev carried their resistance into the open, writing against the insurrection in a non-Bolshevik paper. Zinoviev wrote against it in Pravda of October 20th. This article was accompanied by an editorial note which stated solidarity with Zinoviev and Kamenev. Sokolnikov, one of the editors, stated that he had no part in it. The other editor was Stalin. The Central Committee was thrown into confusion. Kamenev resigned. He and Zinoviev were forbidden to carry on agitation against the policy of the Central Committee. Stalin opposed this and offered his resignation from the editorial board. The Central Committee at that critical time refused to accept it. What would these men do when Lenin died, if they acted like this when he was merely in hiding? But Trotsky, now a member of the party, other leading revolutionaries, and the bulk of the party and the Petrograd masses were unreservedly for the revolution and ready to follow. Lenin had his way. The insurrection achieved an almost bloodless victory in Petrograd. There was fighting later in Moscow and other regions in Russia, but on the first night of the insurrection, power was in Bolshevik hands. The next night Lenin broadcast a decree informing the peasants that all land was now the property of the state and to seize it and divide it among themselves pending legislation. And when, a few days later, the commander-in-chief of the army refused to obey his orders to make overtures for peace, he ordered the soldiers to shoot or bayonet their officers and fraternize with the Germans. Marxism, the role of the individual. It may seem here that we have given too much prominence to Lenin. The foundation and maintenance of Bolshevism, the theoretical preparation for the Third International, the October Revolution, we have made them center around him. In all of them, he was the driving force, theoretician, and organizer. The October Revolution is the beginning of 20 years of such tense history as no age has seen. Now Lenin, it is true, did not make the October Revolution. We have pointed out and emphasized heavily enough the inevitability in history which enabled Marx and Engels to foresee the First World War, the revolution in Petersburg, the death of the Second International, the inevitable rise of a Third International. So far, historical materialism. It was within those limits that the most gifted of individuals had to work. But Trotsky, who played so great a part in the revolution, has stated categorically, "You know better than I that had Lenin failed to reach Petrograd in April 1917, there would have been no October Revolution. In addition to the fact of the revolution, it might have been a failure or a success. Lenin ensured its success. Trotsky was capable of both the strategy and tactics. Could he have brought the party with him? It is doubtful. And without October, the Third International might have taken many years to come. It might have taken a very different form. That the International came so quickly and in the way it did was due to the work of Lenin. He could not have done it without the party, but it was he who made the party. When he was in hiding, Trotsky led the Bolshevik Party, not only with immense vigor and executive skill, but with a brilliance of appeal and personality which not even Lenin could have equaled. As we have seen, his analysis of perspectives was more correct than Lenin's. But though the actual revolution brought them together, Lenin to Trotsky on the theoretical appraisement and Trotsky to Lenin on the organizational question, he joined the party in July. Yet without Lenin it is, to say the least, extremely doubtful what road the Bolshevik Party would have ultimately taken after the March Revolution. It is not only the road the party has taken since Lenin died which encourages us to think the worst, it is what they did even while he was there to watch them. In this short chronicle, Stalin appears only as making grave mistakes. A chronicle 10 times as large would have little else to add. Except that he delivered a report at the 6th Congress when most of the other leaders were in hiding or out of Petrograd, it is difficult to find in chronicles of the time any trace of his share in the October Revolution. Not only were they incapable themselves, they could not recognize capability in other men. When Trotsky arrived in Petersburg in May and was still outside the Bolshevik Party, Lenin, now having no quarrel with Trotsky over the permanent revolution, and remembering Trotsky's work in 1905, proposed to the Central Committee that Trotsky should be made the editor of Pravda. The Central Committee refused. To Lenin's urgent plea they replied with his own arguments against organizational unity, a unity they had been quite prepared to forget on the far greater question of the international revolution. They were many of them men of ability and character. Lenin's superiority, the breadth of his spirit, his knowledge of men, his tolerance, enabled him to use them all. But who knows how far the judgment of his colleagues by so clear-sighted a man was responsible for his tenacious advocacy of central control. It is when we watch the role in 1917 of those who became dominant after Lenin's death that we can see the germs of the future failures and ultimate collapse of the Third International. The absence of Lenin, different social relations in Russia, would bring out and fortify, not in new men, but in these reputed internationalists, those Menshevik tendencies which after 14 years of preparatory work had to be crushed by Lenin, almost single-handed, in the very heat of the long-awaited revolution. Chapter 4: The Failure of the World Revolution and the Foundation of the International. It would take us far too long to tell in any detail the history of the revolutionary movements in Europe after the war. Yet we shall have to consider the movement in Germany and to some extent in Austria to see how far Lenin's expectation of international revolution was justified, how far his conception of the political party as necessary to the revolution was proved valid. It was to Germany that he looked most anxiously. The obvious leaders of a revolution in Germany were Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. If we confine ourselves here chiefly to pointing out their errors, it is simply because in the historical period which is approaching we have to bear in mind what caused the failure of such splendid intellectual gifts and revolutionary fervor. Their virtues we know, nothing that could be written here would exalt them further. Nor do we imply any reproach. We today who can point out where they failed know that what is so clear today, after 20 years of revolution and the works of Lenin and Trotsky, could not possibly have been as clear in 1919 and before. Yet it must be remembered that Lenin, who before 1914 had several sharp controversies with Rosa Luxemburg, nevertheless saw the Sahara that separated her and Liebknecht from the opportunist leaders of their party. In 1914, at the meeting of the Social Democratic Party which decided to vote for the war credits, Liebknecht fought for 3 days and was defeated by 78 votes to 14. He tried to convince the other 13 to vote with him against the credits. Such a vote at the beginning would have exercised a powerful influence. They refused, and Liebknecht followed them. It is in crises like these that the individual quality of men tells. Rosa Luxemburg, immediately after the treachery of the Social Democratic Party, proposed to issue an anti-war manifesto which should be signed by a number, however small, of leaders known to the workers. At once some of the left fell away. She called a small meeting at her house. Only 7 came, and of these Clara Zetkin, Franz Mehring and herself alone were willing to sign. Liebknecht did not yet see the necessity of a clean break, and to issue the leaflet without him was to make the workers ask why the name of the most widely known of their militant leaders was not there. They decided to wait. Is it necessary to state that Lenin would have issued the manifesto alone, and set about building an organization to spread his ideas? It is in this way that individual men make history. It was December that Liebknecht recognized his error and decided to vote against the war credits. That month Lenin had a personal report on the situation in Germany. His first question was whether Liebknecht had made a clean break with the opportunists. He had not. But even his solitary vote and declaration had raised enthusiasm in the party and among the left section of the workers. He and Rosa Luxemburg began to issue illegal literature under the pseudonym of Spartacus. The government mobilized Liebknecht in a labor battalion, but had to move him from place to place because wherever he went the soldiers gathered round him in crowds. The ground was fertile, but the seed had been lacking. Late in 1915, another group finally split off from the German party and voted against the war credits. Its leaders were Kautsky and Bernstein, whose return to Marxism consisted in their being now against the war, but nothing more. Later the Spartacists, although they knew Kautsky and Bernstein and the vacillating centrist nature of these independent social democrats, entered the new party, a mistake that was to have disastrous consequences. For months Liebknecht had preached the negative peace with no annexations. It was only nearing Zimmerwald that he approached Lenin's initial position that to lead the workers to expect a peace with no annexations except by overthrowing imperialism was hypocrisy or ignorance. By Zimmerwald Liebknecht had reached not civil peace but civil war. The main enemy is in your own country, and sent a letter embodying his views to that conference. To Zimmerwald, Rosa Luxemburg also sent theses calling for the new international. She differed widely from Lenin on many points of organization. She opposed the harshness of his democratic centralism, with very clear ideas as to the necessity of democracy and the participation of the masses in the government. Rejected much too unceremoniously by Marxists because of Lenin's criticisms, time has proved that her views foresaw only too well the dangers of excessive centralism and the glorification of the idea of dictatorship, but she was with him on the necessity for centralized control of the new international. On this question, the Spartacists and the independent social democratic group split sharply at Zimmerwald. Ledebour, the representative of the independents, wanted, as centrists always do, an international in which each section could do exactly as it pleased, in other words, no international at all. Lenin pressed the Spartacists to break with these new allies. Rosa Luxemburg refused. She could not see the necessity of establishing a clear position and organization of her own so that all could see what the Spartacists stood for, on this basis establishing contacts with all who were moving towards her position, and working for those sudden turns in the moods of the masses that the war was bound to bring. The movement of the masses towards revolution was taking place day by day. A Down with the War meeting summoned by Liebknecht in May 1916 brought 10,000 workmen into the streets of Berlin, and sympathetic demonstrations in many big towns in Germany. Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg were arrested and imprisoned. They continued their underground work, but the movement naturally suffered. The German social democratic leaders stabbed the German Revolution in the back. The revolution, which came in Berlin on November 9, 1918, is still thought by many to have been nothing more than a spontaneous explosion of anti-war feeling. The bourgeois publicists, as usual, go out of their way to prove that every revolution always aims at everything else except socializing bourgeois property. The German Revolution was anti-war, but it was much more than that. There are periods in history when the events of a few hours or a few weeks exercise an overwhelming influence on the history of a continent for years to come. Such a period were the few weeks that followed November 9th, and also, of even more importance, the few weeks that preceded that day. Lenin was 10,000 times right in the expectation that the Russian Revolution would unloose socialist revolutions in Western Europe. The revolutionary workers of Berlin had prepared an uprising in October 1918. They, comprising chiefly those key workers in any capitalist society, the workers in heavy industry, had been stirred by October, had organized a shop steward movement, and were aiming at a socialist republic. But Lenin was more right than he knew when he had insisted on the necessity for a revolutionary party. He thought that the European revolutions might succeed without one. It was, on the whole, a justifiable assumption. What neither Lenin, nor, for that matter, any man could have foreseen, was the incredible treachery of the social democratic leadership. With capitalism defenseless, they stepped into the breach on its behalf. But for them all, Europe would have been socialist today. First Ebert, Scheidman, and others joined the Kaiser's government at a time when, if they had stood firmly against any entanglement with a war that at least was none of their making, the government would have fallen. No one but these leaders of the workers could have deceived the workers. And they did it voluntarily. The independent Social Democrats, with Kautsky and Bernstein on the right almost indistinguishable from Ebert and Scheidman, and Ledebour on the left near Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, represented such a diversity of aims and views. It is always thus in a party without tight organization and a clear program, that they lacked all capacity for cohesive action, the life of a revolutionary party. Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg had delayed too long, and it was to this centrist party that the shop stewards perforce looked for revolutionary leadership. Even led as it was, this revolution, definitely prepared with definite aims, could not have failed to succeed, so rotten was the government of the Kaiser. Who among the soldiers or sailors would have fought for it? These shop stewards after the revolution were powerful enough to seize the executive committee of the Greater Berlin Soldiers and Workmen's Councils. They had wide support all over Germany. The masses would infallibly have followed them. The masses, without whose partial support and goodwill a revolution is impossible, do not revolt for socialism or for communism. They revolt against intolerable conditions or for some concrete issue, as the peasantry for land or against a war or to stop fascism. In Lenin's phrase, a revolution is made on the slogans of the day. The masses will follow whoever has the will and courage to lead the revolt and bring it to a successful conclusion. They will accept a program and support it so long as the political actions of the leaders are progressive and in harmony with their general aspirations. The socialist measures which the shop stewards planned would have been backed by the demand for socialization which was so widespread in Germany in 1919. The possessing classes were powerless. There was the question of Entente intervention. We shall deal with that later. It is sufficient to say here that a revolution which waits to be guaranteed from hostile capitalist interference will never take place. But as history would have it, this revolution, aiming at a Soviet republic in Germany, was accidentally forestalled by the mutiny at Kiel. And this mutiny, already very different in aim from the other, was safely sidetracked by the Social Democrats. The Social Democrats today try to say that they acted as they did in Germany after November 1918 because the people were merely anti-war and did not want socialism. They lie. Ebert had seen the revolution coming. He could have put himself at the head of it and declared for socialism. But he feared the socialist revolution. He therefore conspired with Prince Max of Baden, and these two prepared in advance a policy which would switch the revolutionary fervor of the masses into harmless channels, a kind of popular front maneuver. When the mutiny broke out at Kiel, Ebert, primed for treachery, went down to interview the sailors. Skillfully putting himself at the head of the mutiny, he and his circle appeared to the great millions as leaders of the very revolution they had been preparing to stab in the dark. Now that it had broken out, they directed it into purely political channels against the Kaiser and succeeded ultimately in strangling it. There was no revolutionary political party in Germany known throughout the length and breadth of the country. It was not until December 30th, 1918, that the Spartacists split at last with the independent Social Democrats. At their conference in January, the nearest approach to a revolutionary party, they had less than 100 delegates. It had proved impossible to build an organization during the heat of the conflict, and in addition to this organic weakness, at every crisis the two on whom so much depended acted in exactly the opposite way to which Lenin acted in similar crises. They had no control over the party, for the party had not yet learnt their value by individual experience. They had had no time to educate their followers in the very elements of Marxism. Not only the objective situation, but Lenin's authority and prestige had enabled him to swing the party very quickly round to his own views in 1917. Lenin would have fought for independence, but also for a common agreement with the obvious revolutionary force in Berlin, the Shop Stewards' Union. He would have taken what terms he could and trusted to events to bring them to his side. But the anarchist tendencies of the Spartacists frightened the shop stewards, and the necessary alliance between them and the Spartacists did not take place. Liebknecht was against taking part in the elections. Rosa Luxemburg was in favor. The party decided against 62 votes to 23. The leaders of the shop stewards were definitely in favor of revolution, but not of adventurism. And we recall here again Lenin's admonitions to his party and the workers in April against the premature slogan of "Down with the provisional government." On the one hand is Lenin, master of tactics and able to carry them out through his organization, relatively small but powerful in its cohesion. On the other we see two highly gifted revolutionaries, able, honest, and fearless, widely known and respected, but unable to make headway against the tendencies of every type which surrounded them. They lacked the organized party and the training and experience which the building of the party would have given to them as well as to the members. Berlin at the mercy of the Spartacists. The Social Democrats who formed the revolutionary government were, as always, afraid of the people and looked instinctively to the bourgeoisie. In the inevitable clashes of that uncertain time, they compromised themselves so completely with the discredited German generals that on December 6th, not a month yet after November 9th, one of these actually attempted a counter-revolution with the aim of putting Ebert at the head of the government. The counter-revolution so soon after the revolution startled Germany. It was the opportunity that a revolutionary party expects, foretells and prepares to seize, though few could have foreseen that so-called socialists would turn counter-revolutionary so quickly. There was a mass swing of opinion against Ebert, and on January 5th the crisis came to a head over the dismissal of a left-wing independent, Eichhorn, the Berlin chief of police. For the moment, independents, Spartacists, and shop stewards formed a bloc and called the workers into the streets. The response was magnificent. There were arms to be had and trained fighters in thousands among the workers. On January 6th, the next day, 100,000 revolutionary workers again filled the streets of Berlin. But even then, none of the three groups of leaders knew its own mind. Some were thinking only of a demonstration, others of revolution. Fighting began without any preconceived plans. In this action, the Spartacist group was as bewildered as the other two. And yet despite all this confusion they could have held, and very nearly did possess themselves of, the power that day. The government fled for refuge to a private house, and the Chancellor's palace, the seat of government, was open to the revolution. Usually it is only by desperate mass fighting and barricades that a section of the army, refusing to shoot its own people anymore, massacres its officers and comes over to the side of revolution, giving point and edge to the weight of the masses. In this action, even before the fighting, the soldiers, sailors, and police in Berlin were neutral. But the revolutionaries, lacking all organization and leadership, instead of installing themselves in the traditional seat of power and making themselves a government in the eyes of the masses, directed their main attention to seizing newspaper offices of rival political parties. Not many revolutions could have recovered from such an error. For the German Revolution, deflected from the start, the mistake was fatal. Yet even when the movement had begun to disintegrate, the government dared not remain in Berlin and had to move to the suburbs. And to crush the revolution, Noski had to go to the German Junkers, who joyfully took the opportunity of destroying the extreme left. It can be urged that a party and leaders of Lenin's type only arise on a background vastly different from that of pre-war Germany. That can be freely granted, but the argument should not be allowed to stifle the consideration of all other possibilities. We have seen that without Lenin, much the same charge in all probability would have been made against similar indecision and inexperience in the Russian Bolshevik Party. We have seen Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamenev in 1917. We shall see them again. The lessons of history are there to be learnt by all men. The Russian Revolution of 1905, the causes of its failure, Lenin's views about organizing revolution, all were the subject of heated discussion by Rosa Luxemburg and the left wing of the German social democracy. Kautsky, destined to prove himself one of the most reactionary of social democrats, had been Lenin's master, and quoted by him as such for years until he ratted in 1914. Marx and Engels had worked out a complete armory of tactics nearly 70 years before. In the years before 1916, when revolution seemed dead in Ireland, James Connolly had studied the history of every revolutionary movement in Europe, preparing for the moment to overthrow British imperialism in Ireland. The discipline and organization of his Irish citizen army was in its own way quite comparable to that of the Bolshevik Party. We need pursue the subject no further except to state the last and greatest of the mistakes that Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg made. When the revolution was finally crushed, they could have escaped, but remained and were murdered, the murderers being openly incited by the official Social Democratic paper Vorwärts. It was the greatest mistake of all. But for Lenin, Rosa Luxemburg was an eagle, and Lenin did not throw bouquets. 1919 would have been to them, certainly to her, what 1905 had been to Lenin. And, equally important, being head and shoulders above all in the Third International except Lenin and Trotsky, they and they alone could have prevented the corruption from Moscow of the German party leadership, which began during Lenin's last illness and ended in the ruin of 1933. The social democratic leaders stifle the Austrian Revolution. It was the social democratic leadership that killed the European Revolution in 1919. To prove this finally, we shall let one of these, the Austrian Otto Bauer, speak for himself. Before the war, the Austrian Social Democrats had a great reputation for Marxist learning. Like their English counterparts of today, they were advocates of freedom, independence of nations, and all that is included in socialism, but collaborated willingly with the suppression of the subject peoples by the Austrian monarchy. They invented a special theory wherein the economic and political oppression of subject nationalities was compensated for by unity of culture or its independence, which it was is not important. Czechs, Serbs, Slovenes and Slovaks were as necessary to Austro-Hungarian capitalism as Indians, Egyptians and Africans to British capitalism. Like their counterparts in Britain, these servants of the bourgeoisie acquiesced in any action of their masters which allowed them to bargain with employers about wages and make speeches in Parliament urging the government and bringing pressure to bear. Every day when the Emperor Francis Joseph read their paper, Wiener Arbeiterzeitung, he used to say, "They reason very sensibly, but what do they want of me?" When war broke out, Austrian social democracy unreservedly placed its influence on the masses at the disposal of the military authorities. They were men of war until the mood of the working classes began to change. After the February Revolution in Russia, the revolutionary ferment made itself felt more and more in the ranks of German Austrian workers. The Austrian social democracy felt that if a revolution was on the way, they had better take charge of it. But they did not yet know how things would develop, so they played both sides. If we wanted to address the masses openly, we had to remain within the limits of censorship. We could not speak openly of revolution. We had to speak of it in some such terms as the complete victory of democracy, convocation of the Constituent Assembly. We could not openly bring forward the slogan of the disintegration of Austria, but had to use such expressions as, "There can be common government for all those who agree to it of their own free will." Thus, one of the leaders of these despicable time-servers, Otto Bauer, had been a war prisoner in Russia and was released by the February Revolution. Of the Russian Revolution he wrote in 1920, "For the first time the proletariat has assumed power in a great state. The capitalist world is trembling. With the help of cannon and howitzer, the international bourgeoisie makes war on the proletarian revolution. But all this makes the hearts of the proletarians of all countries beat in unison with the heart of the Russian proletariat. His own heart, however, beat with the heart of Austrian capitalism. The proletarian dictatorship in Russia was possible," he argued, "owing to the numbers and backwardness of the peasantry. For Europe there was no possibility of any such thing." In 1920 he propounded a new brand of revisionism tinged with guild socialism by which, peacefully and by parliament, the proletariat would establish socialism. Meanwhile, immediately after the war, Otto Bauer, Fritz Adler and the other leaders set themselves with might and main to prop the collapsing bourgeoisie of Austria. When Germany was on the verge of defeat, 11 days before Poland was declared an independent state, 10 days before the Czech National Assembly put forward its demand for a Czech Republic, Austrian social democracy, seeing that the oppressed nationalities could not possibly be held in subjection any longer, declared boldly for the national independence of all the German regions in Austria. This Bauer called a revolutionary act. When the Emperor Charles had informed William II that he would make a separate peace and a truce within 24 hours, and after Croatia, Slovakia, Dalmatia and Serbia had been amalgamated into an independent state, with the whole Austrian structure crumbling to ruins, the Austrian social democracy then called for a revolution social democratic brand. On the battlefields of the Balkans and of Venice, the revolution smashed the iron mechanism which hindered its development. In the meantime, we in the rear could make revolution without using violence. Meanwhile, day after day, the soldiers and enormous crowds of workmen demonstrated in Vienna. The workers were ready to seize the power. Every newspaper brought news of the struggle of the Spartacists in Germany. Every speech gave information of the glorious Russian Revolution, which by one stroke had put an end to all exploitation. The masses who had recently witnessed the downfall of a strong empire had no suspicion of the strength of the capitalist Entente. They imagined that revolution would spread like wildfire through the victorious countries. A dictatorship of the proletariat. All power to the Soviets. Nothing else was heard in the streets. The peasants were ready. Peasants had also returned home from the trenches full of hatred for war and militarism, for the bureaucracy and for the plutocracy. They too welcomed the freedom which had been won. They welcomed the republic and the downfall of militarism. They rejoiced at the fact that local organs which were formerly under the administration of the representatives of the King-Emperor were now under the administration of representatives of the peasantry. Together with the proletariat, they imagined that the political revolution must needs bring with it a revolution with respect to property ownership. Without the party, without organization, despite all the treachery to the cause of the Social Democrats, the revolutionary tide was flowing strongly. The German social democracy and the Austrian social democracy had the fate of European capitalism in their hands. But the Austrian social democracy did not look to the masses. They had their eyes fixed on the bourgeoisie, on the Entente leaders and President Wilson. No one except these leaders could have checked the revolution, and like Ebert they had proclaimed their revolution without violence only to place themselves in a position where they could kill the mass movement. Bauer bursts with pride as he explains this. The Social Democrats alone could put a stop to the stormy demonstration by means of negotiation and remonstrances. The social democracy alone could negotiate with the unemployed, could manage the people's army, could restrain the masses from revolutionary adventures which might have been conducive to revolution. How deeply the bourgeois social order had been affected was best shown by the fact that bourgeois governments without participation of social democrats had become an impossible proposition. This was the world revolution that Engels had written about and Lenin was counting on. Come it did. Austrian Soviets developed. Bauer and his socialist friends crushed them. Next door, the Hungarian Soviet Republic begged for arms. They refused. But they arrested the Austrian communist leaders, and when a mass demonstration of communists marched to the house of detention to free the imprisoned leaders, these servants of the bourgeoisie shot them down. The bourgeoisie could not have shown any resistance either in Vienna or in the industrial regions of Lower Austria. The police would have been quite powerless. There is no need to continue with the miserable record. They were afraid of France, with whom they sought to curry favor. They were afraid of famine. They were afraid of starting socialism with a ruined economy. They were afraid of everything except fighting tooth and nail to preserve that system of property which they had sworn to destroy. The people trusted them because they believed that they really meant the things they had said so often and so long. Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Russia, each proletarian dictatorship stretching out its hand to the other and sending out a united call to the workers of the world for support. The Entente would have been powerless. After November 1918, Lenin, in a public speech, offered the German Revolution 1 million Red soldiers and all the resources of Russia if the Entente should interfere with it. Ebert's reply was to send German soldiers to the Baltic to do a little social democratic imperialism against what was Russian territory. All history was there to tell them Russia was soon to show that, war-weary and tired as the masses were, under a strong and inspiring leadership, in the hope of a new society, they would fight again and endure threefold the very privations that had driven them in the first place to revolt. The Austro-Marxists stuck to capitalism. Lenin and Trotsky had watched and waited and prepared all the years for the world revolution, knowing by 1919 that without it another imperialist war would cripple civilization and kill millions, could see the new socialist order striving to be born all over Europe, and a thin scum of bureaucrats with the ear of the masses holding up the historical process and throwing humanity a generation back. And what have they got for it? Today, in all Central Europe, a dreadful tyranny reigns. The state that Lenin founded, isolated, is in deadly peril from the very forces they helped to maintain. In exile, their parties broken to pieces, living on sufferance or on money saved and carefully put away. They continue to spread their pernicious doctrines and encourage Blum, Attlee, and those whose turn has not yet come, in the same dangerous folly and treachery which has ruined them. Whatever happens, the Democrat comes forth unspotted from the most shameful defeat, just as he was a blameless innocent before he entered the battle. Defeat merely fortifies his conviction of ultimate victory. There is no reason why he and his party should abandon their old outlook, for nothing more is requisite than that circumstance should come to their aid. Noske, Scheidman, Adler, Bauer, Lyon Blum, Attlee, Morrison, Bevin, Citron, Lansbury. Marx knew them 100 years ago. When the international working class movement knows them, the road to victory is clear. The international proletariat. The Hungarian Soviet failed. So did the Bavarian. This is not a complete history but a thesis, and their failure can be studied elsewhere. It was the German and the Austrian Revolution that would have saved them. Lenin's expectations seem to have failed, but only on the surface. Lenin and Trotsky and the Bolshevik Party, Trotsky and the organization of the Red Army, the heroism of the workers, the determination of the peasants to fight for the land, these things alone did not save Russia. Without them, Soviet Russia would have collapsed. It was the international proletariat which was the decisive factor, and in a way that is not too clearly realized even up to the present time. It is not only what it did but what its masters feared it might do. Capitalism tried its hardest to crush the workers' state, but could not find the forces to do so. Of Europe in February and March 1919, Louis Fisher says, "The whole continent seemed on the brink of a social upheaval that threatened to sweep all governments into the ashbin of history." And he gives the evidence of the capitalist statesmen themselves. For Sir Henry Wilson, the soldier, the main problem was getting our troops out of Europe and Russia, and concentrating all our strength in our coming storm centers, viz. England, Ireland, Egypt, India. Lloyd George had almost as little doubt of the imminence of world revolution as Lenin had. If a military enterprise were started against the Bolsheviki, that would make England Bolshevist, and there would be a Soviet in London. "We are sitting on the top of a mine which may go up at any minute," wrote Sir Henry Wilson. And again at a cabinet meeting in London. "I emphasize the urgency of the situation, pointing out that unless we carried our proposals we should lose not only our armies of the Rhine, but our garrisons at home in Ireland, Gibraltar, Malta, India, etc., and that even now we dare not give an unpopular order to the troops and discipline was a thing of the past. The Council of Ten in Paris reported officially for January 21, 1919. Bolshevism was spreading. It had invaded the Baltic provinces and Poland, and that very morning they received very bad news regarding its spread to Budapest and Vienna. Italy also was in danger. The danger was probably greater there than in France. If Bolshevism, after spreading in Germany, were to traverse Austria and Hungary and so reach Italy, Europe would be faced with a great danger. Therefore something must be done against Bolshevism. 20 years before Engels had written just that, but Marxism was not taught in European universities any more than it is taught today. But history goes on just the same. They had to do something against Bolshevism. But they could do little. The armies they sent mutinied. The Russian counter-revolution they supported was defeated on front after front. When they tried to support Poland as a last hope, Czechoslovak workmen stopped trains, searched them for munitions and, when they found them, refused to let the trains proceed. The workers in Danzig harbor refused to load munition ships which lay idle for days. The workers of Britain organized councils of action and threatened the British government with revolution if British capitalism did not cease its support of Poland against Russia. The man whom H.G. Wells had the impertinence to call the dreamer in the Kremlin had learnt in the works of Marx and Engels that the international working-class movement was a living reality, had based his calculations fearlessly upon it, and had not been disappointed. The International is founded. The vast stage of history at its most dramatic moments is full of large-scale comedy. The war was no sooner over than the leaders of the Second International set about with undiminished ardor to become international once more. They passed international resolutions for peace, quarreled about war guilt, and sent a memorandum and a deputation to Clemenceau, Lloyd George and Wilson, giving their idea of a just peace. British delegations took their part in resolutions demanding self-determination for small nations, what time British imperialism rained bullets Indians, Egyptians and Irish to prove to them the benefits of British rule. But now, to their former stock in trade, they soon added something else, a shrill faith in democracy. First a conference at Bern in February 1919, and preliminary conferences of a permanent commission at Amsterdam in April and Lucerne in August, prepared for a General Congress in Geneva on February 2, 1920. But despite these antics and the old flow of words, all was not the same as before. The International Socialist Revolution had begun, Soviet Russia was visible proof, and opposition to these social democratic futilities was strong, even among the participants at these preliminary conferences. Great bodies of the workers were indifferent or hostile to these men without principle passing resolutions which meant nothing and ready at every turn to shoot down workers on behalf of capitalism. In March 1919, the Third International was founded, and so strong was the response that it nearly destroyed the Second. That the Third International was formed at that time was due primarily to Lenin. And the circumstances of its formation is yet another example of his grasp of revolutionary processes. His insistence that the business of leaders is to lead, to show the way, and then fight to carry the masses. After Kienthal, the left wing of the Second International, under the influence of the Russian Revolution, had attempted to hold an anti-war conference at Stockholm. By this time they had powerful support among the workers of their own countries. Inside the ranks of the Second International, the movement for peace defied the efforts even of governments and was silenced by the only forces able to do it, the social democratic leaders themselves. The Stockholm Conference failed. In September, the Zimmerwaldists held a small conference of their own and decided on the formation of a new international. But the Second Revolution in Russia made this decision a dead letter. German imperialism at the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk in March 1918 dismembered Russia, only to be treated in like manner when their English and French rivals got their chance at them. Then came the War of Intervention and the invasion by the counter-revolution financed by Allied capital, armed with Allied arms. The new worker state was blockaded and the Soviet armies suffered defeat after defeat late in 1918 and early in 1919. It was in the midst of this crisis that Lenin decided to call immediately for the new international. He, Shishirin Sorola of Finland, and Feinberg, a member of the British Socialist Party, met one night in January 1919 in the Tsar's large bedroom in the Kremlin to discuss Lenin's proposals. It was in one sense almost like the old meetings in holes and corners of the émigré days. The huge room was lighted by a single lamp, for electricity was precious in Russia in those days. The meeting was almost informal. Feinberg had been asked to come only that morning. Russia was attacked within and without. In Europe, the world revolution was being sabotaged by the social democratic leaders. The revolutionary workers were in confusion, being continually misled and deceived by the men who stood at the head of their outworn organizations. Lenin proposed the immediate formation of a new revolutionary international with a Marxist program of its own, which would make a decisive break with the Second International. The plan was agreed to, and the manifesto and invitation broadcast by radio, Trotsky signing instead of Lenin for the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party. The Congress was fixed to take place on February 15th, but had to be postponed to March. Passports were refused, delegates were arrested, some lost their lives, and in the circumstances of the blockade very few were able to enter Russia. Furthermore, the democracy which the Second Internationalists were asserting so vigorously in speeches and resolutions did not extend to invitations for a revolutionary conference, and there was little information in Europe, and that inexact, as to the aims and scope of the conference. The only delegates from abroad were Eberlein, representing the Spartacists, Rutgers, representing the American League of Propaganda, and representatives from Sweden, Norway, Austria, and some of the smaller countries. The other foreign parties were represented by persons already staying in Moscow. The most important question was whether the Congress was an inaugural Congress or only a preliminary conference for the purpose of discussing the ultimate formation of an international. And here Rosa Luxemburg nearly prevented the decisive step. She got the invitation at the beginning of January 1919. As neither she nor Karl Liebknecht were able to leave Berlin at that moment, she proposed to Eberlein that he should go, and discussed with him what line he should take. She told him that even if there were only a few delegates, the Bolsheviks would most certainly propose the immediate formation of the International. She, however, thought that it should be definitely founded, but only when communist parties would have arisen out of the revolutionary movement of the masses, which was growing in nearly every European country. In particular, it would be necessary to choose the moment for founding the International in such a manner as to accelerate the detachment of the revolutionary masses from the German Independent Party. She asked Eberlein to press for the point of view that this February conference should be a preparatory conference. A commission should be created composed of the representatives of the different countries, and the Foundation Congress should take place between April and June. 3 days later, Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht were murdered. But the Spartacists endorsed her point of view, and Eberlein and Levine set out with an imperative mandate. Levine was arrested before they got out of Germany, but Eberlein reached Moscow. He had an interview with Lenin and told him the views of Rosa Luxemburg and the Spartacus Central Committee. Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg knew each other well, for Lenin said he was not surprised at what she thought and had foreseen this attitude. Her arguments, however, had only a certain tactical value. The International must be formed immediately. The revolutionary movement, the influence of the Russian Revolution on the advanced section of the proletariat, the recognition by great numbers of working men that the Second International was bankrupt, and above all the historic necessity of directing and coordinating the revolutionary actions of the proletariat, demanded it imperiously. But Eberlein was rigidly mandated. In 1918 to 1919 everything revolved around Germany. So that when Eberlein put his position before the 57 delegates, there was consternation. Only a few weeks earlier Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg had been killed. Even as the conference was going on, Nostradamus and the Social Democrats were using the old German army officers and shooting down the revolutionary workers. Yet Eberlein maintained this hesitant attitude as the final word of his party. Doubt and distrust seized the delegates. Could the German Revolution ever succeed if this was their spirit? Yet even Lenin and the Bolshevik delegation accepted Eberlein's proposal. Such was their respect for the German party. And for the first 48 hours the conference sat as a preliminary conference. But the delegates were dissatisfied. They felt that the decision was wrong, and on the evening of the second day Gruber, the Vienna delegate, cleared the air. He was an agitator of the masses, full of talent. Electrified still more before his departure from Vienna by the deadly struggle of the few cadres of Austrian communists against the social traders, clericalism, the bourgeoisie and militarism, Gruber with his colleague struggled for 17 days against 1,000 dangers to arrive at Moscow. They had traveled on locomotives and on tenders, on springs and on cattle wagons. They had tramped, had got by trickery through the front lines of Petliura and Polish bands. See them finally in Red Moscow. Gruber hardly takes time to wash and runs to the Kremlin to be the sooner among his comrades, to help raise the standard of a third international, truly revolutionary. Here among the delegates he speaks to them, describing in flaming words the struggle, the enthusiasm, the devotion of the Austrian comrades. What magnificent speaking! It is impossible to give any account of it. Moved as one was by it, it seemed that he gave forth magnetic waves, communicating to his listeners his boundless enthusiasm, his audacity, his faith in our movement. I had many opportunities later in Moscow to hear Steingart, but never have I heard anything comparable to this first speech. The speech was followed by the formal proposition to found the new international. With the German 5 votes abstaining, the Congress unanimously decided to found it at once. Lenin had almost been betrayed against his better judgment into a weak and vacillating position. The Second Communist Manifesto. The Congress issued a manifesto signed by Rakovsky, Lenin, Zinoviev, Trotsky, and Fritz Platten. The national state, which gave such a mighty impulse to capitalist development, has become too restricted for the continued development of the productive forces. The only means of securing the possibility of a free existence for the small nations is by a proletarian revolution which releases all the productive forces in every country from the tight grip of the national states, unites the nations in the close economic cooperation based on a joint social economic plan, and grants to the smallest and weakest nation the possibility of developing its national culture independently and freely without detriment to the united and centralized economy of Europe, and of the whole world. The last war, which was certainly a war for the sake of the colonies, was also a war that was waged with the help of the colonies' populations on a scale never before known. Indians, Negroes, Arabs, Madagascans all fought in the European contingent. And for what? For their right to remain in the future the slaves of England and France. The liberation of the colonies will only be feasible in conjunction with the liberation of the working classes in the mother countries. Not until the workmen of England and France have overthrown Lloyd George and Clemenceau will the workmen and peasants, not only in Annam, Algiers, and Bengal, but also in Persia and Armenia, have a chance of an independent existence. In the more highly developed colonies, the fight is already proceeding not merely under the banner of national liberation but with a social character quite openly expressed. If capitalistic Europe forces the most backward parts of the world into the whirlpool of capital, socialist Europe will come to the aid of the liberated colonies with its technique, its organizations, and its spiritual influence to facilitate the transition to a methodically organized socialist establishment. The outcry by the bourgeois world against civil war and the Red Terror is the most abominable hypocrisy ever noted in the history of political fighting. Civil war is forced on the working classes by their mortal enemy. The working classes must return blow for blow, unless they would prove faithless to themselves and their future, which is also the future of all mankind. The communist parties never try by artificial means to encourage civil war, but exert themselves, as far as possible, to shorten the duration of it, and, if it does become an imperative necessity, they endeavor to keep down the number of victims, and, above all, to secure victory for the proletariat. Fully conscious of the world historical character of their undertaking, the enlightened workmen, as the first step in organizing the socialist movement, aimed at an international union. In repudiating the vacillation, mendacity, and superficiality of the socialist parties, we, the United Communists of the Third International, feel ourselves to be the direct successors of a long series of generations, heroic champions and martyrs, from Babeuf to Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. Even though the First International foresaw the coming development and inserted a wedge, and though the Second International collected and organized millions of proletarians, still it is the Third International that stands for the open action of the masses and for revolutionary operations. Socialist criticism has thoroughly stamped the bourgeois world order. It is the duty of the International Communist Party to overthrow that order and to establish instead the system of socialist order. We appeal to labor men and women in all countries to join us under the communist banner, under which the first great victories already have been won. Proletarians in all lands, unite to fight against imperialist barbarity, against monarchy, against the privileged classes, against the bourgeois state and bourgeois property, against all kinds and forms of social and national oppression. Join us, proletarians in every country. Flock to the banner of the workmen's councils, and fight the revolutionary fight for the power and dictatorship of the proletariat. As is proper with the initial statement of a Marxist political organization, the manifesto stands today, after nearly 20 years, far more valuable than when it was written. The analysis of capitalism has been proved correct over and over again since 1919. Millions all over the world are far more ready for the call today. More will be tomorrow, even than in 1919. Yet to repeat those words today is Trotskyism. Men are imprisoned, tortured and shot in Russia for doing so, and outside Russia reviled without ceasing by the agents of the Third International. For this manifesto, and all that it means, the Third Internationalists have substituted as tattered and torn a collection of outworn political rags as can be found in the footnotes of any old liberal schoolbook. A strong, free, and happy France. Merry England, the Popular Front with progressive individuals and right-thinking persons. And, despite the stench from the corpse of Abyssinia, the League of Nations and Collective Security. They dare not publish today the old documents of the International and for years have suppressed them. For many years it should be noted, and not since 1935. But the men who wrote and signed and the men who voted for that manifesto meant it, and some of them are in exile today still fighting for the principles it maintains. At that first conference Trotsky, describing the Red Army, of which he had organized and which was fighting on thousands of miles of front, told the delegates, "And I can assure you that the communist workmen who form the true foundation of the army conduct themselves not only as the Army for Protection of the Socialist Soviet Republic, but also as the Red Army of the Third International. And if today we do not even think of invading East Prussia, on the contrary we would be very much obliged if Messrs. Ebert and Scheidman leave us in peace. It is yet true that when the moment comes in which our brothers of the West will call to us for help we shall reply. Here we are. During this period we have learnt to handle arms, we are ready to struggle and to die for the cause of the world revolution. And not only the leaders but the people of Russia were animated by the same spirit. Through Moscow itself ran a fire of enthusiasm. Ever since October the idea of the Third International had caught on. Orators of various countries, ex-prisoners of war, spoke at crowded Moscow meetings about the Third International. The revolutionary workmen gave the name to clubs and organizations. Leaders and proletariat were convinced that the Soviet Union was merely the beginning of what the Third International and the international proletariat would conclude, and further that the existence of Russia as a worker state depended upon the international proletariat led by the Third International. As the news of the new international penetrated into Europe, it was seen how right Lenin was in opposing Rosa Luxemburg's idea of waiting. Millions rallied to the call, and many of the leaders of the Second International, fighting hard to avoid contact with the Third, had for the time being to abjure association with the Second. The Geneva Conference of the Second Internationalists, already put off from January to July, was a complete failure. Of the great countries in Europe only the German and the British were represented, and in addition to their urgings and pressures, resolutions about international peace and national self-determination, they added violent denunciations of the Bolsheviks as violators of their precious democracy. Henceforth that was their slogan. How tightly they hold on to it. It is not quite straightforward dishonesty, nor rhetoric, nor habit, nor ignorance, though there are solid elements of all these in it. The basis of it all is self-preservation, and when that is at stake men do not reason. Bourgeois parliamentary democracy was that form of political organization which had brought the Social Democrats into being and on which they flourish. They can find a place in neither fascism nor communism. They are therefore Democrats and will remain Democrats, though the world fall to ruins around them. Chapter 5 Lenin and Socialism. Though before very long the Soviet Union was to be the only worker state in the world, the international socialist revolution had begun. As time passed and the isolation of the Soviet Union became clear, it might have been thought that the dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia enforced by the situation inside the country was premature. Difficult and dangerous as was its position, liable to collapse at any time, yet the Soviet Union fitted into the basis of Lenin's first consideration, the economic condition of world capitalism. He had during the war worked it out very carefully in his little book, Imperialism, The Last Stage of Capitalism, one of his most important theoretical works. The Soviet Union, Historically Justifiable. In it, he traces the inevitable development of capitalism into huge monopolies, the dominant and decisive feature of world economy today. These monopolies gradually control the whole economic and financial life of the great capitalist countries. It is a characteristic of capitalism to separate the ownership of capital from its application to production, financial capital from industrial, the rentier who lives on his income from the entrepreneur, and those who share in the management of capital. Imperialism is that highest stage of capitalism in which this separation reaches vast proportions. Capital and finance tend to greater and greater amalgamation. The supremacy of finance capital over all other forms means the rule of the investor and of the financial oligarchy on a national scale, and on the international, the crystallization of a small number of financially powerful states out of the general body. In the old type of capitalism, that of free competition, the export of goods was the most typical feature. In the modern capitalism of monopolies, the typical feature is the export of capital. The surplus of capital is not put aside to raise the standard of living of the masses. This would mean a decrease of profits. The surplus capital is used to increase profits by the export of capital abroad to backward countries where capital is scarce, wages low, land and raw materials cheap. In proportion as the surplus of capital in each country increases, the competition between the monopolies for more colonies and greater spheres of influence increases. Finance capital has to divide up the world, not from original sin, but because the concentration of capital makes this method of getting profit a necessity. New imperialisms like Japan and America emerge. The competition between imperialism and imperialism goes on peacefully at first by industrial and commercial and then by political negotiation. This competition becomes more acute and ends in war being only a continuation of politics by other means. By 1914, the world had been divided up. Nothing was now possible but a redivision, and that redivision could take place only according to the strength of the competing imperialisms. Capitalism had reached its limit. Henceforth it would be imperialist war after imperialist war, until the destruction and slaughter or the economic chaos and social misery, which would inevitably follow such wars, would drive the international proletariat section by section to overthrow capitalism and build international socialism. The waste of armaments, the colossal destruction involved in unavoidable imperialist wars, the evils these brought in their train, were the unmistakable signs of the breakdown of the old system and the necessity for the new. As always, the change would be accomplished by violent revolution, this time on an international scale. As Lenin was to say later, the new era which was opening was the era of imperialist wars and proletarian revolution. The Soviet Union, viewed as a beginning, was therefore historically justifiable. If capitalism proved to be still progressive, then the Soviet Union was premature and would undoubtedly fail. It was simple Marxism that the new society could not exist for any length of time unless the old had reached its limits. But the conflict was not a conflict of entities already fixed. Capitalism in decay might be still powerful enough to overthrow the first socialist state, whence it would gain a longer ease of life. Or the Soviet state might so establish itself and organize the international proletariat as to strike great blows at capitalism. All this would depend on the opportunities that the development of history presented and the use men made of them. Leninism, the theory of the state. Yet, in the struggle for survival, the weakness and isolation of the worker state might well seem insuperable barriers to socialism. It was not only defense against imperialist countries. It was a question of the internal economy of the country. Lenin at first hoped for at least one advanced capitalist economy to become socialist. As he had reminded his readers in one of his early articles during the war, it is impossible to pass from capitalism to socialism without breaking national frameworks, as it was impossible to pass from feudalism to capitalism without adopting the idea of a nation. During 1917, 1918, and 1919, he did confidently expect the revolution in Western Europe, particularly in Germany. While he was in hiding during the summer and autumn of 1917, he, as usual, was very methodically clearing his mind, and the minds of his followers, about the immediate future in his book, The State and Revolution. It was under this expectation that he had made the notes before the March Revolution, and there is a reference to them in one of the early letters from afar. so that while in January he contemplated the possibility of not seeing the revolution in his lifetime, he was getting everything ready in case it came. Whereas formerly his writing had been directed towards the achievement of a successful insurrection, now he is concerned with what will happen after, the forming of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Marx and Engels had always considered this problem from the point of view that this task would be begun by the proletariat of one of the advanced countries, and it is from this basis that Lenin, expecting his revolution in one or more advanced countries besides Russia, prepares his notes. It is characteristic that the final draft of the book, though written while he was preparing for the Russian Revolution, devotes 7 chapters to advanced countries. Only in the last 2 chapters did he intend to deal with Russia, and events prevented him. An advanced country meant a country highly industrialized, and therefore with a proletariat urban and agricultural, but chiefly urban, which, with the petty bourgeoisie closest to it, constituted a majority of society. A majority was necessary because it was this class, working through its representatives, which had to remold society. The first thing was to smash the bourgeois state machinery. On the experience of the Paris Commune, Marx had seen that the proletariat could not use the bourgeois state as a means of introducing socialism. Its main purpose, however disguised, however modified by the organized force of the working class, was to keep the working poor in subjection. Its army, police, and prisons were mainly for the protection of the rich against the poor. As we have seen, Lenin recognized that in England there was complete political liberty, but this was only on the surface. In reality, democracy was democracy for the small minority, the rich. When the rich had been dispossessed, a new type of state was wanted, a state which, being a state, would be the instrument of class domination, the executive committee of the ruling class, only this time the ruling class would be the working class. The content of this rule by the workers would vary as the rule of the rich varies from democratic Switzerland to fascist Germany. The form of the new state, however, Lenin saw in the Soviet of Workers' and Peasants' Deputies. The absence of wealthy property owners would make for real political equality among the proletariat, a real majority of the people. There would be among them real freedom of the press, and an intimate control over their political representatives. There was to be no army set up against the people would be armed in a national militia. The first business of this new state organization was to dispossess the rich and suppress their inevitable attempts at restoration. But he stated many times that this was essentially a subordinate task. Socialism did not aim at substituting the rule of the poor for the rich, justified as this might be on the score of a majority. The real task of the dictatorship of the proletariat was to increase production and create such abundance that first the petty bourgeoisie would be drawn, on the basis of their own experience, to support the proletariat, and by a series of economic transformations extending over many years, ultimately the new system would be so obviously superior to the old that there would be no danger of a restoration to a system of society based upon the private ownership of the means of production. The whole system would stand or fall by the increased productivity of labor. This expropriation of the means of production will make a gigantic development of the productive forces possible. And seeing how incredibly, even now, capitalism retards this development, how much progress could be made even on the basis of modern technique at the level it has reached, we have a right to say, with the fullest confidence, that the expropriation of the capitalists will inevitably result in a gigantic development of the productive forces of human society. If Lenin returned today, he would not waste a minute on Stalin's propaganda, but would calculate the income and expenditure per head of the population and from it grasp at once the social and political character of the regime. Neither Marx nor Engels, Lenin nor Trotsky, cultivated any illusions as to the difficulties of the task. They looked forward with supreme confidence to the gradual change of human society and the whole psychology of mankind, but very strictly in relationship to the development of the forces of production. It will have been noted that in the passage quoted above, Lenin underlined the word possible. As Marx carefully explained, and Lenin quoted it with emphasis, this mere seizure of the property of the bourgeoisie and the maintenance of the state power did not mean socialism. Bourgeois ideas of right were not entirely abolished, but only in part, only in proportion to the economic transformation so far attained, i.e. only in respect of the means of production. Bourgeois right recognizes them as the private property of separate individuals. Socialism converts them into common property. To that extent, and to that extent alone, does bourgeois right disappear. It was a fundamental postulate of Marx that, whatever the political system, the law and justice of no society can rise higher than the technical level of production. There was, however, another aspect of this development of production to which too little attention has been paid: the part the workers were to play in it. The great value of the Soviet form of state was not only the nearness of government to the masses, but the opportunity it gave them to enter into the main business of any society: production. Ultimately, the standard of education, of fitness for the complicated duties of citizenship, rested on the level of production. As Lenin wrote later, the discipline of slave society was the whip, the discipline of capitalist society was hunger. The communist organization of labor, to which socialism is the first step, is based upon the free and conscious discipline of the workers themselves who have thrown off the yoke of landlords and capitalists. The creative capacity of the masses, he believed in it as no other leader of the workers ever did. That creative capacity had hitherto been seen only in revolution. The Soviet system based on the masses in the factories was to organize this creativeness not only for purpose of government but also for production, linking the two closer and closer together until ultimately the all-embracing nature of production by the whole of society rendered the state superfluous. Thus, the inherent development of the productive forces which was possible under collective ownership would be immensely stimulated by the direct participation of workers in the business of accounting and control. The higher the productivity of labor, the greater would be the leisure, the education, the capacity for service of the worker, and his emancipation from bureaucracy, leading in turn to a still greater productivity of labor and increasing opportunities. It was from this interaction, the development of the productive forces and the continually increasing active participation and capacity for participation in that work by the millions, that would be evolved the socialist society. The narrow horizon of bourgeois rights, which compels one to calculate, with the hard-heartedness of a Shylock, whether he has not worked half an hour more than another, whether he is not getting less pay than another, this narrow horizon will then be left behind. There will then be no need for any exact calculation by society of the quantity of products to be distributed to each of its members. Each would take freely according to his needs. It was under those conditions, with every member of society doing his share of work, with war and its huge unproductive expenditure abolished by the international character of production, with society reconstructed on the basis of such abundance as to minimize and abolish the competition for goods which breeds struggle. It was under such conditions only that the state, the instrument of class domination, in this case of working class domination, would gradually become superfluous and wither away. There would not be any one class to oppress another, for classes would have been abolished. People would behave decently, and the few abnormalities, for the most part the product of a grossly unequal society, could be dealt with by society without any apparatus of prisons and police, but by the mere good sense and general will of the community, as they were dealt with in the only known form of classless society, primitive communism. When would this take place? We do not and cannot know. Words which Lenin very frequently used. It was not going to come smoothly. The very name permanent revolution implies the constant recurrence of great social and political upheavals. But Marxists did not make the world. They found it as it is. And their policy was the only policy because it was based on the decisive factor, the inescapable development of production. Meanwhile, the greatest enemy to the development of the productive forces was capitalism. And when capitalism was conquered and the economic revolution began, the greatest enemy to the creative capacity of the masses was bureaucracy. And yet, as we have seen, in the most advanced stages of capitalist society, owing to the fact that production barely exceeded the minimum requirements of the whole population, some such administrative group was inevitable. Lenin was quite aware of this, but writing in August 1917, and having the world revolution in mind, he was confident. The dangerous isolation of the workers' state. By 1920, however, it was clear that support from an advanced proletarian state in Europe was not coming for some time, and a task which would have strained the energies of the most advanced proletariat in the world had now to be faced by one of the most backward, with an economy that was almost in ruins. The Russian proletariat was too weak to accomplish the building of socialism. It was a small minority of the population, between 2 and 3 million workers and their families, so that what would have been in Germany the rule of a majority meant the political domination of a minority in Russia. There was no help for this, neither then nor for many years to come. The capacity to lead the nation in every sphere, The discipline that Lenin counted on so much was not born of good intentions. It sprang from the material conditions of great capitalist production and from these alone. Without these conditions, it is inconceivable. The power destined to turn these conditions to account is an historical class created, organized, trained and hardened by capitalism. Under the best of conditions, this was a small and backward class in Russia. And in 1920, the proletariat was at its last gasp. Output was only 18% of the pre-war level. The output of pig iron was 2.5%. Then in 1921, to add to the destruction caused by the war, the two revolutions, the Allied blockade, the Civil War, came one of the most terrible famines in the whole history of Russia. It is in the weakness of the proletariat and these terrible conditions that we have to look for the disappointment that the workings of the Soviet system brought to Lenin and other Bolsheviks. The capitalist world outside sneered. The Social Democrats thundered at the absence of democracy even among the workers in Russia. Even inside Russia, a section of the Communist Party at the 11th Congress brought forward a resolution reminding the party that, according to the law, the trade unions participate in all the local and central organs of industrial management. Lenin, who saw it far more clearly than they, rebuked them with grave words. We know that capitalist production has been built up by decades with the assistance of every advanced country in the world. Have we fallen back into infancy to think that at the time of the greatest need and impoverishment of the country in which the workers constitute a minority, in a country with the proletarian vanguard worn out and bled white, and with a mass of peasants, we will be able to complete this process so quickly? A year or two of rest from starvation, a year or two of regular supply of fuel so that the factories should work, and we will get 100 times more support from the working class, and no one among its ranks doubts or can doubt this. At present we do not get this support, not because we do not want it, but we know that the need is desperate, that we have hunger and poverty everywhere, and this constantly leads to passiveness. Let us not fear to call an evil and a calamity by their real names. That is what prevents the use of energy among the masses. But the lack of energy among the masses meant the increase of bureaucracy. Bureaucratic control from above by the party was wholly due to the necessity of holding the power. It was to some degree forced upon it. Lenin applied the only antidote, a rigid and almost fanatical honesty before the masses, of which the quoted extract is an example from hundreds. Not only the party but the proletariat, small and dispirited as it was, had to be kept aware of the real dangers of the state and the necessary measures of guarding against them. And the greatest danger to socialist Russia was capitalism, not only outside, but the seeds of it inside, the peasantry. It is still the danger today, with the peasant disguised as collective farmer. The peasant had fought for his land, he had fought against the Tsarist regime side by side with the Bolsheviks. He had submitted to the premature socialism known as war communism, forced on the cautious Lenin by the pressure of war. But the moment the Civil War was over and the land was safe, the peasant first of all refused to produce and then revolted. Democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, or permanent revolution, Lenin and Trotsky had all through the years long foreseen these troubles. In 1920, Trotsky, whose work took him about the country, had observed that the economy of the country could stand the forced requisition no longer and had proposed the first outlines of the new economic policy. The Central Committee rejected the proposal. Now Lenin abolished the system of requisition, allowed the peasant to pay a tax in kind, and by degrees gave him the right to trade. And with the restoration of the right to trade, capitalism was on its way again. Lenin knew that, until the revolution in the West, there had to be an alliance between proletariat and peasantry, but he had no illusions whatever as to the nature of the conflict between these two classes. In April 1920, a year before the NEP and while the system of war communism was still in being, he let the Russians know what to expect. The peasants would be grateful for the emancipation given them by the workers, but on the other hand, under the conditions of commodity production, the peasants remain owners, property holders. Every instance of the sale of bread in the open market, every sack of flour or other food carried from place to place by private traders. Every speculative deal means the restitution of commodity production and therefore the restitution of capitalism. The overthrow of capitalism involved and brought about the emancipation of the peasantry, but against this overthrow there was the petty bourgeoisie, in old Russia undoubtedly a large class. The peasantry remain private owners as far as their production is concerned, and are establishing new capitalistic relations. These are the principal features of our economic position, and it is this that gives rise to those absurd speeches emanating from men who fail to understand the real position. Speeches on liberty, equality, and democracy. We are conducting a class struggle and our aim is to abolish classes. So long as there still exist two classes, those of peasants and workers, socialism cannot be realized, and an irreconcilable struggle goes on incessantly. If this was so in 1920 under war communism, the NEP, which established free trading, would intensify the danger in geometrical progression. But Lenin was not afraid of it at first. The socialist proletariat held the great industries, the transport system, the banks. And in the struggle between the development of peasant capitalism and the development of socialist industry, the party representing the proletariat had the enormous advantage of controlling the state power. State power cannot permanently defeat economic development, but it can exercise an immense influence. And the Russian proletariat had absolute control, perhaps too much, Lenin warned. The Soviet constitution gave one Soviet representative to 25,000 workers, but one to 125,000 peasants, thus ensuring the dominance of the proletariat. With energy, economy, and flexibility, industry could be improved, the balance could be held, and the standard of life raised until help came from the revolution in the West. Everything until the revolution in the West. But while so many know of the change, of equal importance for the building of socialism was the method of the change. In the spring of 1921, Lenin proposed the NEP and called it by its name, a retreat. In October, he weighed up the question and stated that it was necessary to retreat still further, passing from the first concessions to the creation of purchases, of sales, and of monetary circulation regulated by the state. To conceal from oneself, from the working class, from the masses, that in the economic domain, in the spring of 1921 and at present too in the spring-winter of 1921-22, we are still continuing to retreat, is to condemn ourselves to complete unconsciousness, is to be devoid of the courage to face the situation squarely. Under such conditions, work and struggle would be impossible. How many in Western Europe can understand these words? Certainly those who gloss over Stalin's monumental falsifications do not understand the elements of Leninism. On March 6, 1922, he said that he hoped the retreat was completed and that the Party Congress would be able to say so officially in the name of the party. The Congress presented the resolution and every party member, every worker in the state, every peasant knew the exact position and could take his share in the measures that the party advocated for the progress of the country. With the enormous responsibility which lay on the party exercising the dictatorship of the proletariat, it had to keep itself clean like a sword. Speaking of the retreat in 1921, Lenin said, "It is not the defeat which is so dangerous as the fear of admitting one's defeat, the fear of drawing from it all the conclusions. Our strength in the past was, as it will remain in the future, that we can take the heaviest defeats into account with perfect coolness, learning from their experience what must be modified in our activity. That is why it is necessary to speak candidly. This is vital and important not alone for the purpose of theoretical correctness, but also from the practical point of view. We cannot learn to solve the problems of today by new methods if yesterday's experience has not made us open our eyes in order to see wherein the old methods were at fault." He viewed every aspect of the new state in the same sternly critical way. At first he defended the Soviet regime, but when as time passed he began to see its shortcomings, he exposed them to the masses. No severer or more consistent criticisms of Soviet government were made by any social democrat. He said over and over again that it was bad, that there was a thin surface of democracy above, but that below it was the same old czarist bureaucracy over again. He pointed out the reasons, the ignorance and backwardness of Russia, far behind the capitalist countries. Even in Lenin's time, the Soviets were being deprived of power by the party and the bureaucracy. Lenin preached ceaselessly of the main reason, the backwardness of the people. There could not be democracy, far less socialism, in such a country, and without democracy there could be no socialism. The Russians had first to learn, secondly to learn, and thirdly to learn, not proletarian art and proletarian culture and such like nonsense on which he poured a contemptuous scorn, but simply to read and write. The Communist Party reflected this backwardness and added to its incompetence and arrogance which he continually denounced before the masses. For him this communist arrogance was the chief danger, Next came corruption, and thirdly, the ignorance of the people. The internal remedy was increase of production. No sentimentality was to stand in the way of this. He advocated dismissal from high posts of communists who had suffered years of imprisonment under Tsarism for the revolution, and the substitution for them of competent bourgeois. He pointed out the communist lack of culture in comparison with the bourgeoisie, the necessity to use these bourgeois at high salaries. The secret police would deal with them if they were in any way disloyal, to help the Soviet state until it had trained its own communist personnel. He could see the bureaucracy and the corruption growing around him. The party would have to fight them. No party member could draw more than 270 rubles, the pay of the skilled workman. Thus he strove to keep the self-seekers out of the party. And by precept and example he showed the party the socialist way, facing the truth fearlessly before the masses and encouraging them to feel that the state was theirs. His great error, and he saw it too late, was to have taken too lightly that filching of their power from the people in the Soviets. Yet the underlying remedy for all this, the pressing necessity for every aspect of life in the Soviet Union, was the restoration of Soviet economy. Under his direction, the party set itself to this task. But while he did so and called on the country to bend all its energies to this work, he lost no opportunity of telling the party and the workers and peasants that not only the external safety but the internal development of the state towards socialism depended in the last analysis upon the international proletariat. From every conceivable angle, with unwavering insistence, he never let them forget it. Leninism, the impossibility of socialism in a single country. At first his emphasis was on the impossibility of the two systems, capitalism and socialism, existing side by side. In March 1918, he told the 7th All-Russian Congress of Soviets, international imperialism could in no case and under no conditions live side by side with the Soviet Republic. And a year later, at the 8th Congress, we live not in a state but in a system of states, and the existence of the Soviet Republic side by side with imperialist states for an extended period is unthinkable. The danger, however, was not only external but internal. In a number of writings, in all our speeches and in our press, we have emphasized the fact that this is now the position in Russia, that in Russia we have a minority of industrial workers and a vast majority of small agriculturalists. In such a country, a social revolution can be definitely successful only under two conditions. The first condition is that it be supported by a modern social revolution in one of the several advanced countries. The other condition is an agreement between the proletariat which is exercising its dictatorship, or which holds the power of the state in its hands, and the majority of the peasant population. We know that only an agreement with the peasantry can save the socialist revolution in Russia until such time as the revolution takes place in other countries. When the revolution was seen to be further away than had been expected, he shifted the argument to the international character of modern production. Socialist or capitalist, Russia was tied to world economy. At the 8th Congress of the Soviets in December 1920, he told the delegates, "Whilst our Soviet Russia remains a solitary suburb of the whole capitalist world, during that time to think of our complete economic independence and the disappearance of all danger would be an utterly ridiculous fantasy and utopianism." And not only was Russia tied to world production, but the collective system in isolated backward Russia was at a disadvantage against even capitalist anarchy on an international scale. For the time being, the Russian state could keep out foreign goods and protect backward Russian industry by the rigid control of everything exported or imported, the monopoly of foreign trade. But this was an unnatural device. The ultimate test of a new civilization was the higher productivity of labor in comparison with the old. We are confronted with a test which is being prepared by the Russian and international market, to which we are subordinate, with which we are bound up, from which we cannot break away. This is a serious test, for here they may beat us both economically and politically. And in the last article he ever wrote, "Shall we succeed in maintaining ourselves with our petty peasant production, with our ruined condition, until the capitalist countries of Western Europe complete their development to socialism? Such is the question which faces us at this moment. We are not civilized enough to pass directly to socialism, though we have the political premises for it." We could quote dozens more of the same type. Why was he so insistent? It was because he knew that ideas are not a force until they are seized upon by the masses, and knew the difficulty of maintaining the international socialist conception and the pitfalls that awaited any deviation from it. While he lived, he held the party there, and the Russian proletariat followed faithfully. But in July 1922, Lenin fell ill and was away from work until October. When he came back, he noted in a draft for a speech, "There is no evil without good. I have been sitting quiet for half a year and looking on from the sidelines." What he had seen was not only the degeneration of the Soviet system, but also the degeneration of the party. And if that were not checked, then the dictatorship of the proletariat was in grave peril. From his sickbed, he set himself to fight it, the last and, without a doubt, what would have proved the greatest battle of his life. The next 2 or 3 years were critical for the Soviet Union and remain the most difficult years on which to form a judgment. The dictatorship of the proletariat. No more vicious mistake in socialist theory can be made than the too prevalent habit of using the term dictatorship of the proletariat as synonymous with the personal dictatorship of a Lenin or worse still of a Stalin. Mussolini's regime in Italy, the democracy in the Scandinavian countries, are equally the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a formula whose evaluation depends at a given time in a given country upon the relationship between the classes on a national and international scale. We have seen the national and international reasons for the harsh format of necessity assumed in Russia between 1918 and 1922. The dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia, Germany, and France, all socialist at the same time, would result, if by any conceivable chance a capitalist Britain should survive for any length of time, in such fascist tyranny in Britain that not only the working class but all except the fascists themselves and a few of the very biggest bourgeois would have less freedom than the meanest street sweeper in the emancipated states. The political content of the dictatorship in any particular country rests on the rate and successes of the economic transition to socialism, which in turn depends upon the natural and industrial resources of the socialist country, its relationship abroad with other countries, socialist or capitalist. In fact, the whole international background against which any political form in any European or other highly developed state must be judged today. While ultimately it is the economic situation and the class relationship resting on this which is the deciding factor, yet the state power exercises a powerful influence. The regulator of all these relationships in a socialist state is the Communist Party, which controls the state power and, in close association with the representatives of the international proletariat, governs the country in the interests of international socialism. Until the abolition of classes, a Communist Party must function. It is composed of the ablest and most trustworthy elements of the working class movement in each country, some Marxist intellectuals, but the majority workers from the bench, in order to keep the party in the closest contact with the working class through which, not from inherent virtue but from its role in production, the regeneration of society is to be attained. Though the party will in the last analysis reflect the general stage of development of the country, yet its leadership can, as Lenin's case proves so conclusively, rise to heights of character and insight which will help to maintain the party at a high level and accomplish tasks of worldwide importance. Or it can, as within a few months of Lenin's illness, drag the party down until it is nothing but the docile instrument of a degrading tyranny. The precise relationship between dominating individuals and social forces, always a difficult thing to determine, is exceptionally important here. For the moment, it is enough to say that we do not accept the view that the degeneration of the Bolshevik Party was inevitable. The party in power. In the years before October 1917, Lenin's insistence on the discipline necessary for illegal work and armed insurrection, then the ruin of the war, the civil war and military intervention, the temporary failure of the world revolution, the relative weakness of the Russian proletariat, had driven the Communist Party of Russia steadily along the path of becoming almost a military organization ruled from above. Yet, in the most desperate times of the Civil War, Lenin had insisted on maintaining what we can see today to have been an astonishing freedom of discussion. He dominated, but only by his personal authority. Immediately the Civil War was over, he initiated a resolution calling for party democracy, or as it was euphemistically called, workers' democracy. He knew that it was necessary to curtail the freedom he had promised in Russia, to hold on at all costs for the sake of the international revolution. Yet the party had to remain a free instrument. With the enormous power that it wielded, ossification would be a disaster. How far could there be full and continued freedom in the party if there was restricted political freedom in the working class as a whole? This was the danger of which Rosa Luxemburg was always aware in her struggle for a full democracy against Lenin's centralism. Lenin in his resolution stated that with the same energy and decisiveness with which the party had militarized itself, it should now set to work to have free democracy within itself. But in 1921 came the rebellion at Kronstadt and all the troubles that led to the NEP. For a moment the situation was more dangerous than ever before, and for the first time in nearly 20 years Lenin had to forbid fractions or organized groups in the party. The resolution on democracy within the party remained in abeyance. Now, after his return from his illness, he was appalled to find that the party was being corrupted from above as well as from below. The head of the bureaucratic fungus was Stalin, now General Secretary of the party, Commissar for Nationalities, and Commissar of the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection. He dominated the party machine. In the vast, backward, and unsettled country, party members and officials of the Soviet state had great power, and by a system of appointing from above, unparalleled even in the harshest times of the Civil War, he had built up in the organizational apparatus of the party a powerful support for himself. He was also in close relationship with Dzerzhinsky, the head of the all-powerful secret police. Lenin's authority was no sooner impaired by illness than he found himself in constant conflict with Stalin. The monopoly of foreign trade was the only safeguard of the Soviet state against the higher productive system of capitalism. To this day, Russian production is so backward that if goods from Germany, Britain, or the USA were allowed in, they would ruin Russian economy. Yet, as soon as Lenin was away, Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamenev, as incompetent in economics as in organizing insurrection, introduced important exceptions into this monopoly. Trotsky opposed them unsuccessfully. Lenin, as always when he found himself in difficulties, turned to Trotsky and asked him to defend the position at the party conference in April. Trotsky did so, and it was established that the monopoly of foreign trade is one of the pillars of the socialist dictatorship in the circumstances of capitalist encirclement. The phrasing being a clear indication that in those days no one in the Soviet Union dreamt of surpassing capitalist productivity of labor, while the worker state was surrounded by world capitalism. On December 25th, Lenin wrote the famous testament in which he characterizes Stalin. Comrade Stalin, having become General Secretary, has concentrated an enormous power in his hands, and I am not sure that he always knows how to use it with sufficient caution. Then came the Georgian affair and Lenin's swift realization that the party, if it were to save itself, must get rid of Stalin. Stalin and Dzerzhinsky had been entrusted with the mission of smoothing out the difficulties which were being experienced in the admission of the smaller republics to the USSR. Stalin, sent to Georgia, had behaved with such brutality as to call forth the strongest censure from Lenin. Ordzhonikidze, today Commissar of Heavy Industry and one of the chief supporters of the Stalinist regime, had continued Stalin's policy in Georgia and had even struck a Georgian comrade. "We live in a sea of illegality," was one of the first letters the sick Lenin had written to the Politburo, and now he could see where the chief danger was coming from. He demanded that Ordzhonikidze should be expelled from the party for 2 years. That such a thing could happen showed to what a morass we have fallen. He asked that the persecuted subject nationalities should be protected from the Dzerzomordes, tyrants and brutes. The tyrants and brutes were Stalin and Dzerzhinsky. To the Georgians he wrote, "I am working for you with all my heart," and while, for the time being careful in public statements, in his private correspondence he showed the anger and distrust he felt for the coarse, ignorant, and immoral Georgian. Internationalism from the side of the oppressing or so-called great nations, although they are great only in their violations, must consist in observing not only a formal equality, but an equality which would destroy upon their side that inequality which is created factually in real life. The hastiness and administrative impulsiveness of Stalin played a fatal role here, and also his spite against the notorious social chauvinism. Spite in general plays the worst possible role in politics. It behoves us to hold Stalin and Dzerzhinsky politically responsible for this genuine great Russian nationalistic campaign. He wrote these letters in the last days of December, and on January 4th he added a note to the testament, more restrained in tone but unmistakable in intent. Postscript: Stalin is too rude, and this fault, entirely supportable in relations among us communists, becomes insupportable in the office of General Secretary. Therefore I propose to the comrades to find a way to remove Stalin from that position and appoint yet another man who in all respects differs from Stalin only in superiority. Namely, more patient, more loyal, more polite, and more attentive to comrades, less capricious, etc. Once again he turned to Trotsky. In closing all his notes he wrote, "That affair, the Georgian affair, is now under investigation at the hands of Stalin and Dzerzhinsky. I cannot rely upon their impartiality, indeed just the contrary. If you would agree to undertake its defense, I could be at rest." Lenin struggles to destroy Stalin. The last 3 months of his working life Lenin spent in a vain attempt to reorganize the party machinery for the fight against Stalin and bureaucratic corruption. He began as always from below. On December 26, he recommended that the Central Control Committee should consist chiefly of workers in close touch with the masses and not those who have had a long period of Soviet employment, because these workers have already acquired certain traditions and prejudices which are just the ones we want to struggle against. And having decided that Stalin should go, he in January took the struggle into the open but still with caution. The government represented, to a very large degree, a survival of the past. It has only been slightly painted up on top, and in all the other respects it represents the most typically old of our old government machinery. The party must concentrate its best forces and, as it did in the period of the most dangerous times of the Civil War, find new forces where our dictatorship had its deepest roots. The reference to the Civil War showed how seriously he estimated the position and knew what so few communists know, that the greater the danger, the greater the necessity of mobilizing the great masses of the people. It was the personal power of the brutal and disloyal General Secretary which had to be curbed first. Lenin therefore proposed to elect between 75 and 100 new members of the Central Control Committee from among the workers and peasants, who should be given full rights as members of the Central Committee. The workers' and peasants' inspection, the organization Stalin controlled, should be reduced and the two bodies fused. In all these arrangements there is, as far as we can see today, only one serious error. He gave his authority to the idea of fusing the party with the state apparatus. Even with the party as it might have been, this plan was dangerous, and we have little doubt that with the increasing growth of the Soviet bureaucracy Lenin would have changed his mind about this, as he so frequently did about many things. But all this meant the end of Stalin's use of his position to bribe people to support him. Stalin, already disgraced as Commissar of Nationalities, attempted to use his chief political argument, suppression of the article. One of Stalin's confederates, Kuybyshev, proposed that a special copy of Pravda should be printed and shown to Lenin to pacify him. Trotsky opposed this so vigorously that Stalin had to give way, and the article appeared in Pravda of January 25. Lenin then decided to destroy Stalin and showed how serious he considered the position by taking the struggle into the open. In his last and perhaps the very finest article he ever wrote, he combined a profound warning of the necessity of getting the very best elements and training them carefully for government with a series of bitter attacks on Stalin's workers and peasants' inspection. The People's Commissariat of Inspection does not enjoy even a shadow of authority at present. It is well known that there are no institutions working worse than our Commissariat of Inspection, and that under the modern conditions there is nothing to expect from this commissariat. And why indeed form a commissariat that will work without any efficiency, so that it will not arouse any confidence and the work will not enjoy the least prestige? And our new Commissariat of Inspection will leave behind the quality which the French call prudery, that is, ridiculous affectation of trying to look important, which plays very much into the hands of our bureaucracy, both in the Soviets and in the party. It should be said parenthetically that we have a bureaucracy not only in the Soviet institutions but in the party institutions as well. And then, as was his habit, almost abruptly, he concluded the article by a long dissertation relating the matter in hand to the International Socialist Revolution, ending with the quotation we have given above. Vladimir Ilyich is preparing a bomb against Stalin at the Congress, wrote Lenin's secretary. He wrote a letter, his last, breaking off all comradely relations with Stalin. But he was seized by another attack and he could not speak at the Congress. His last strength had been spent in a vain endeavor to drive from the high councils and confidence of the party the man who concentrated in himself all the evil tendencies that Lenin feared for the future. In those few critical and uncertain months that Lenin lay ill, Stalin and his clique used their only weapon, the consolidation of their personal hold by the intensive bureaucratization of the party apparatus. It was in the beginning nothing else but a struggle for power. Even before Lenin died in January 1924, power was in the hands of Stalin, whom Lenin feared most, and Zinoviev and Kamenev, whom in his testament he had told the party never to trust. These three, the Troika, ruled Russia, and ruling Russia controlled the Communist International. We have seen how in March 1917 Stalin and Kamenev had switched the Bolshevik Party onto a road that would have imperiled the Russian Revolution, which had been served only by the timely appearance of Lenin. We shall see them acting in the identical way when faced with the German Revolution in October. But in October 1923, Lenin lay on his bed, dying, and though neither he nor anyone else knew it, the defeat of the German Revolution in that month heralded the death of international socialism in his party, its creed of 25 years. Chapter 6: Stalin and Socialism. In the testament, Lenin, as superior to his contemporaries in grasp of men as of politics, had warned the party of a probable split between Trotsky and Stalin. It was, he said, a trifle, but a trifle as may acquire a decisive significance. Lenin believed in historical materialism, but he did not underestimate the significance of individuals, and the full immensity of the consequences are visible today. Yet, as Lenin quite obviously saw, the immediate origin of the danger was personal. Lenin did not say so in so many words. The testament is very carefully phrased, but all through the Civil War there had been clashes between Trotsky and Stalin. Stalin, with Zinoviev and Kamenev, who supported him at first, hated Trotsky, but Stalin hated him with a hatred which saw in him the chief obstacle to his power. Zinoviev and Kamenev Stalin knew he could manage. Zinoviev on his part feared Trotsky, but feared Stalin also. He had the idea of balancing one against the other, but he went with Stalin for the time being. What manner of man was this who was so soon to usurp Lenin's position and attempt to play Lenin's part? No man of this generation, few men of any other, could have done this adequately. Lenin, first and foremost, knew political economy as few professors in a university did. He was absolute master of political theory and practice. He knew the international working-class movement of the great countries of Europe, not only their history theoretically interpreted by historical materialism, but from years of personal experience in Britain, France, Germany, and Switzerland. He spoke almost faultless German and wrote the language like a second tongue. He was at home in French and English and could read other European languages with ease. Intellectual honesty was with him a fanatical passion, and to his basic conception of allying the highest results of theoretical and practical knowledge in the party to the instinctive movements of millions, honesty before the party and before the masses was for him essential. The range and honesty of his intellect, his power of will, the singular selflessness and devotion of his personal character, added to a great knowledge and understanding of men, enabled him to use all types of intellect and character in a way that helped to lift the Bolshevik Party between 1917 and 1923 to the full height of the stupendous role it was called upon to fulfill. No body of men ever did so much, and how small most of them really were we can realize only by looking at what they became the moment their master left them. Lenin made them what they were. He was sly and maneuvered as all who have to manage men must maneuver. But through all the disagreements of those years which often reached breaking point, he never calumniated, exiled, imprisoned or murdered any leaders of his party. He was bitter in denunciation, often unfair, but never personally malicious. He was merciless to political enemies, but he called them enemies, and proclaimed aloud that if they opposed the Soviet regime he would shoot them and keep on shooting them. But Trotsky tells how careful he was of the health of his colleagues. Hard as he was, it is easy to feel in his speeches, on occasions when the party was being torn by disputes, a man of strong emotions and sensitiveness to human personality. In his private life, he set an unassuming example of personal incorruptibility and austere living. No man could ever fill his place, but it was not impossible that someone able and willing to act in his tradition could have carried on where he left off, and all knew that Trotsky was best fitted for that difficult post. Lenin had designated him as such in the testament. But the irony, the cruelest tragedy of the post-war world is that without a break the leadership of the over-centralized and politically dominant Bolshevik Party passed from one of the highest representatives of European culture to another who, in every respect except single-mindedness of purpose, was the very antithesis of his predecessor. Stalin. Stalin's personal character is not the dominating factor of Soviet history since 1914. Far greater forces have been at work. But if Lenin's individual gifts were on the side of progress to socialism, Stalin touched only to corrupt. Of political economy he was, and to a great extent is, quite ignorant. In Marxism he and his henchmen are today capable of errors that a raw social democrat would not be guilty of. These things will be proved in their place. For the moment it is sufficient to give some significant incidents in his early history. In January 1928, Vereshchaks, one of his early companions, gave in the Paris newspaper DUI some recollections of Stalin in prison. Their authenticity will not be denied by the Stalinists, for in Pravda of February 2, 1928, and December 20, 1929, Damian Biedny, a Stalinist scribbler, quoted such scraps as reflected credit on the beloved leader. He did not quote the following. One day a young Georgian was badly beaten by his brother prisoners in the Benlov prison as a provocateur, a charge which turned out to be false. Later it was discovered that the rumor came from Stalin. On another occasion an ex-Bolshevik knifed and killed a worker whom he did not know but whom he believed to be a spy. The murderer confessed afterwards that Koba, as Stalin was then called, had incited him. At the end of 1901 Koba suddenly left Tiflis. The Georgian Social Democratic magazine, Berdzoli's Khma Echo of Struggle, tells us why. Stalin, by means of slander and intrigue, had attempted to undermine the position of the leader of the organization. After he had been warned many times he spread still more vicious slander and was unanimously expelled from the Tiflis organization. This story is told not to blacken his character or cast him for the part of villain. It is of importance because he remains today what he was then, only where in early days he went round whispering and writing letters. From 1924 onwards, he had all the resources of a great country at his disposal. The moment Lenin was incapacitated, Stalin began to stamp the image of his corrupt and limited personality on the Bolshevik Party. There is no inevitability in this. He was one kind of man and Lenin was another. The trial of Zinoviev, Kamenev, and the others is no surprise to those who know the history of the Bolshevik Party since Stalin has had power in his hands. One final characteristic will also explain his supreme unfitness for authority in the socialist state. In 1911, he wrote a letter giving his opinion on the struggle Lenin was waging against those who wished to liquidate the revolution and against Trotsky still striving for an impossible unity. We have heard about the tempest in the teacup, the block of Lenin-Plekhanov on the one hand, and Trotsky-Martov-Bogdanov on the other. As far as I know, the workers incline toward the former. In general, however, they mistrust the émigrés. Why should they bother themselves about them? As far as we are concerned, everyone who has the interest of the movement at heart does his own work. The rest will follow of itself. That is, in my opinion, the best. He neither knew nor cared. There are other instances of his national limitedness. His sneers at the émigrés, his contempt for theory. The Leninism which he has preached so assiduously since 1924 means nothing to him. With the veneer of an Oxford education in England, or a personal fortune in France and America, he would have been an ideal prime minister or president. An army of personal advisors and a traditional system would have given him scope for his powers of organization, and intrigue and ruthless will. He could never have built a mass movement, but as a second or successor to a Hitler or a Mussolini, he could have found perhaps the best scope for his extraordinary abilities. As guide to a state based on the principles of scientific socialism and formulator of the policies of the Third International, it is impossible to imagine any person more unsuitable. But it is these very qualities and defects that made the bureaucracy instinctively side with him against Trotsky in the struggle that followed. He was without reputation and had reached where he was by rigidly siding with Lenin on nearly every occasion. In 1905 and October 1917, he had done little. He had no personal appeal whatever, nor had Zinoviev and Kamenev. All knew the part they had played not only before October but immediately after, when they had urged a coalition with the Mensheviks and had resigned from the Central Committee on account of their disapproval of the uncompromising policy of Lenin and Trotsky. Lenin had broadcast it to the whole population of Russia. Zinoviev was known to be a coward. His unoriginality earned him the nickname of Lenin's gramophone. Despite a certain popularity, neither he nor Kamenev could rival either Stalin or Trotsky. Trotsky, on the other hand, was, even while Lenin lived, the most brilliant figure in Russia. As far as the strategy of October was concerned, Lenin's had been the guiding hand, but while he was in hiding, Trotsky had been the leading figure before the masses in Petrograd. He was the man of October. His organization of the Red Army had given him not only an international reputation but a vast popularity among the peasants. As Commissar for War, traveling from front to front, he had become personally known to and beloved by millions. He was the greatest orator in Europe, and at congresses of the International delivered the chief address in Russian, German, and French, and would then, as War Commissar, review the Red Army for the delegates. His pamphlets appealed equally to professors and peasants. Most important of all, he was Lenin's right hand, acknowledged by all as his successor. His personal weakness was imperiousness and a certain inability to function easily with men, his equal in status but obviously inferior in quality. He lacked Lenin's comprehensive good nature and homeliness. His very brilliance and audacity in action carried with it a compensating incapacity for that personal maneuvering at which so many lesser men excel. His great weakness, incapacity in party organization, did not impede him so long as he was a member of Lenin's great organization. While Lenin lived, he smoothed over all difficulties, and Lenin and Trotsky were two names indissolubly linked together. Stalin, jealous, small-minded but ambitious, lurked in the background and schemed and plotted. He found kindred spirits in Zinoviev and Kamenev. About priority, Lenin and Trotsky never quarreled. After the October Revolution, Lenin proposed Trotsky as chairman of the Council of Commissars. Trotsky saw that the suggestion was preposterous and insisted on Lenin taking his rightful place. They were concerned with policy, not with place. But some old Bolsheviks hated this outsider who, after opposing their master for years, had suddenly walked in and ousted them from the position they thought theirs by right. But to the great masses, Trotsky, even when Lenin was incapacitated, had still the prestige of his gifts and achievements and the magic of his close association with Lenin. The Troika destroyed the party. Trotsky was not only beloved by the masses, but was popular in the rank and file of the party. What had Zinoviev, Kamenev, or Stalin ever done to make anyone except their own immediate followers enthusiastic over them? But the three had the party apparatus and the party funds in their hands. Dzerzhinsky, who had shared with Stalin Lenin's castigation on the national question, was close to them, and they won over Bukharin in control of the party press. Stalin is supreme in his management of men. The emergency of civil war, blockade and famine, the forcible requisitioning from the peasants in the Civil War, the fatigue and passivity of the masses, all these had given power to the party apparatus. Officials in the party were increasingly appointed from above. All over the vast, almost roadless, countryside, Soviet officials and party officers held almost unlimited power, subject only to the central authority. While Lenin and Trotsky were immersed in economics, politics, and the international revolution, Stalin worked for power. He had had a narrow escape from Lenin. But after Lenin's final incapacitation, he bureaucratized the party more and more, Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Bukharin helping. What must not be forgotten is that this struggle went on in a narrow circle. So small had the governing group become, even under Lenin. The masses played little part, and Trotsky either could not or dared not bring the masses into it, as Lenin would infallibly have done sooner rather than later. Dissatisfaction began to grow. The party youth resented this tyranny as youth will. Then, in September 1923, with the economic situation critical, two secret societies were discovered in the Bolshevik Party. Measures were instantly taken to suppress them, but such formations were obviously the result of the bureaucratic regime which Lenin had recently attacked so openly and so pointedly. Trotsky brought the struggle into the open. He and many other members demanded that the old resolution on workers' democracy be implemented. On October 8, he wrote to the Central Committee pointing out that the apparatus had been bureaucratized by the method of selection instead of election, that the party was now in a dangerous condition and might be taken unawares by a crisis of exceptional severity. He had tried for a year and a half inside the Central Committee, but there had been no improvement, and he felt it his duty to bring the matter to the notice of the party. The reply was typical of that boorishness which has more and more distinguished Soviet politics the more Stalin's influence has increased. The Central Committee said that Trotsky's attacks on the Communist Party, which had continued for several years, and his determination to disturb the party, were due to the fact that he wanted the Central Committee to place him and Comrade Kolgev at the head of industrial life. He was striving for unlimited powers in industry and military affairs and had categorically declined the position of substitute for Lenin, that evidently he considers is beneath his dignity. He conducts himself according to the formula all or nothing. Years have not abstracted anything from the coarse personalities of this government reply to a political accusation by a man who still occupied the position in the socialist state that Trotsky occupied. The degradation of political life before the party and the masses had begun. But opinion in the party was in those days too strong for Stalin and his clique, and they were finally compelled to pass a resolution binding them to institute workers' democracy. The resolution was unanimously carried. But the three could not put it into operation, for it was the absence of democracy that gave them their power. Now that Lenin was away, a democratic regime and Trotsky's authority and moral and intellectual superiority would automatically place him at the head of the party. Somehow they had to destroy him. Stalin has no principles of any kind, political or otherwise, but Zinoviev and Kamenev lent themselves to this intrigue not only out of personal enmity, but because they feared all that Trotsky stood for. Trotsky wanted to push on with the industrialization of the country. Zinoviev, notoriously a coward, feared to upset the equilibrium of Soviet economy. Trotsky wanted to utilize the bourgeois technicians as Lenin had always advocated. Stalin opposed this. It was on a similar question, the utilization of Tsarist officers, that he had intrigued against Trotsky during the Civil War and had been snubbed and suppressed by Lenin. Trotsky was the center of the intellectuals of the party, of Marxist learning and analysis with its insistence on the necessity of going forward, the permanent reconstruction of the economic basis of society. Where Zinoviev and Kamenev from temperament stood for caution, Stalin, as his speeches during the next 4 years proved, undoubtedly did believe, if he ever gave any serious thought to the matter, that if one maintained the Soviet power, socialism would come somehow. For these various reasons, the three were united in their desire to destroy Trotsky. What Zinoviev and Kamenev did not see was that behind them in this quarrel the party bureaucracy would inevitably range itself. Behind the party bureaucracy was the state bureaucracy, and behind these were the capitalist elements in the Soviet Union. There is an observation by Lenin in one of his last articles which shows that he was always aware of the unstable nature of the class relations in the country and feared a split for the very reason that the classes would seize the divisions to align themselves. But neither Zinoviev nor Kamenev nor anyone else could have foreseen the lengths to which Stalin would go in allying himself with reaction in order to destroy Trotsky and the international revolution for which he stood, and in which they, with all their faults, believed. For the time being they worked to destroy Trotsky. The resolution had pinned them down. A few days after they got their opportunity, flushed with his paper victory, Trotsky had written a letter to his own party local with the intention of elucidating the significance of workers' democracy. Without a shadow of malice or personal references, he analyzed the dangers which beset the party. Destroying self-activity, bureaucratism thereby prevents a raising of the general level of the party. And that is its chief fault. To the extent that the most experienced comrades, and those distinguished by service inevitably enter into the apparatus, to that extent the bureaucratism of the apparatus has its heaviest consequences on the intellectual political growth of the young generation of the party. This explains the fact that the youth, the most reliable barometer of the party, react the most sharply of all against party bureaucratism. It would be wrong to think, however, that the excess of apparatus methods in deciding party questions leaves no trace on the older generation, which incarnates the political experience of the party and its revolutionary traditions. No, the danger is great also on this side. It is needless to speak of the enormous significance, not only on a Russian, but on an international scale, of the older generation of our party, that is generally known and generally acknowledged. But it would be a crude mistake to estimate that significance as a self-sufficient fact. Only a continual interaction of the older and younger generation within the frame of party democracy can preserve the old guard as a revolutionary factor. Otherwise, the old may ossify, and unnoticed by themselves become the most finished expression of the bureaucratism of the apparatus. Still pursuing a theoretical analysis, he showed how the leaders of the Second International had degenerated from revolutionary Marxism into revisionism, and the responsibility which the seniors bore, we ourselves, the old men, while naturally playing the role of leaders, should recognize the danger, state it openly, and guard against it by fighting against bureaucratism. On this recurrent question, the interaction of the old and the young, no more valuable advice has ever been given to any political party. Stalin, Kamenev, and Zinoviev read the document and did not object to its publication in the party press. Kamenev spoke about it without enthusiasm, certainly without hostility. But the very quality of the letter was a signpost of their approaching eclipse, and suddenly they decided to use it against Trotsky. They accused him of setting the youth against the old guard. Stalin began in Moscow. Whence this attempt to uncrown the old guard and demagogically tickle the youth, so as to open and widen the little rift between these fundamental troops of our party. To whom is all this useful, if you have in view the interests of the party, its unity, its solidarity, and not an attempt to weaken its unity for the benefit of an opposition? Zinoviev in Leningrad called it an attack on the direct disciples of Lenin, and the Leningrad Soviet of which he was president passed a condemnatory motion by 3,000 votes to 7 with 5 abstaining. Bukharin followed in the party press. However, Bolshevism has never contrasted the party with the apparatus. That would be, from the Bolshevik point of view, absolute ignorance, for there is no party without its apparatus. The direct disciples of Lenin, Bolshevism, that is to say Leninism, that was the cue. They had to break the name Trotsky from its inseparable association with the revered name, Lenin. They therefore posed as Leninists, as the heirs and guardians of the true tradition against Trotsky's perversions. That, and that only, was the origin of Stalin's Trotskyism. They had begun by calling Trotsky a left communist. But now they quickly shifted over and called him Menshevik. For in order to prove that Trotskyism had always been opposed to Leninism, they dug down into past history and raked up the old quarrels between Lenin and Trotsky. Now these quarrels had been on 2 main points: one, the organizational question, on which Trotsky had been wrong. But the second was the theory of the permanent revolution, and this embodied the whole theoretical basis of the Soviet Union and the Communist International. But Zinoviev and Kamenev followed Stalin and performed prodigies of casuistry. Incapable of even the most primitive theoretical analysis, Stalin, in his simple-minded way, elaborated upon the ideas they put forward. But the management of the campaign of slander, the scope it assumed, its success, these were the contributions of Stalin. His gifts were useless in a revolution. In a period of calm and an internal struggle for power in the apparatus, Trotsky was outgeneraled from first to last. What is important is not that Trotsky was beaten, but that he was beaten so quickly. The Troika create Trotskyism. Lenin died in January 1924, and then followed a campaign on an unprecedented scale which vilified Trotskyism and Trotsky, and prepared the way for removing his supporters. Paul Schaeffer, Max Eastman, Louis Fischer, and Walter Duranty, the last 2 firm supporters of the Stalinist regime, have testified to the nature of this campaign, its baselessness, its dishonesty. No evidence is more valuable than that of Louis Fischer, wholly devoted to the Stalinist regime. In the New York Nation of May 1, 1934, he tells how Stalin rewrote Soviet history so that Trotsky's role either disappears or becomes besmirched, how propaganda excited hate against him, not only in the party and youth but among the general population which once revered him, how his supporters had to undergo years of well-nigh intolerable physical, mental, and moral suffering. Lenin's eyes used to blaze at any hint of political power used for personal ends. How is this better than bourgeois parliamentarism, he would ask. Here was the whole power of the state being used to destroy the finest and ablest servants of the revolution. Political reason for this baseness and disloyalty there was at the beginning none. Few of the cynical bourgeois who relate these facts, however, seem to have understood one of its most important aspects for any socialist who understands the part the masses must play in the building of socialism, the degradation of political life and the political thinking of a country already backward. What Lenin, in the face of enormous odds, had striven for as the only counter to the dictatorship, the political education of the masses, hoping to bring them more and more into control of production and political activity and understanding as the country developed, all that Stalin, and he is the individual responsible, no sooner in power, began to destroy on a scale that has no parallel in history. To account for this in 1923 purely by the class relationships in the country is to make a geometrical theorem of the materialist conception of history. The process then begun has continued. In the early days, there are still fools who say it. Trotsky was compared with Danton. He was an individualist unable to work with a party. But during the years, the full force of Stalin's dictatorship has been used to prove to the Soviet workers that Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Rakovsky, Rykov, Tomsky, Bukharin, all their leaders, have at one time or another been guilty of counter-revolution and have plotted to restore capitalism in the Soviet Union. Stalin alone has been good, faithful, and true. To the Webbs and other bourgeois Philistines, corrupted to the marrow by bourgeois politics, this is merely worth a footnote whereby they show exactly what they mean by socialism. Whatever the future of the Soviet Union, it will be many, many years before political life recovers from this corruption injected from above. Given the defeat of the world revolution, degradation was inevitable. But that it took this particular form, and so early, is due to the evil personality of its chief representative. Trotsky has always been in the sphere of political questions a mere revolutionary dilettante. So read a sentence from a pamphlet published by the Leningrad Soviet under Zinoviev. And in addition to personal abuse of the fishwife variety, every sentence that Trotsky had ever written against Lenin or Lenin against Trotsky was raked out and published in unlimited editions. Lenin, in his controversies with Trotsky, had stated somewhere that Trotsky underestimated the peasantry. The Soviet Union was suddenly overwhelmed with pamphlets, articles, and speeches proving that Trotsky underestimated the peasantry. The three conspirators had in their hands the party organization, the party funds, the party press, every means of monopolizing publicity. Dzerzhinsky and the secret police, the strong centralized control and tradition of discipline, did the rest. Many party members, old Bolsheviks, were bewildered by the charges. But in the confusion, their old habits of loyalty to the party induced them to side with the ruling group against Trotsky, who was unceasingly made to appear as someone striving to break party discipline. Discipline, orthodoxy, centralism. This, said Stalin, was Leninism and used the tradition to cover his aims. All who supported Trotsky and had any influence were dismissed from their posts, the more distinguished sent as ambassadors to foreign countries, others less in the public eye sent to remote parts. The students were dismissed from universities in thousands, and the GPU was active against these new class enemies, meaning Trotsky's followers. The intellectuals, who were able to investigate all the trumpery about Trotskyism, were driven out of the party. The party conference in May was managed with equal ruthlessness and cunning. Krupskaya had given the Troika the testament to read at the conference. The Central Committee decided that it should not be read but discussed only with the most important party members. The fetish of party unity, party discipline, ceaselessly hammered by Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamenev, stifled criticism. Lenin had asked that more workers should be introduced into the party. In January, Stalin's secretariat selected 100,000 workers all over the country. In May, 100,000 more. All were given votes, all voted against Trotskyism. Trotsky was ill and remained silent. Soon his friends dared not speak, for it might mean banishment to Siberia. Unemployment was rife, and the rank and file who would not see and acknowledge the difference between Stalin's Leninism and Trotskyism stood in fear of losing their jobs. In October came the climax. Trotsky published his articles and speeches of 1917 with a preface on the Lessons of October, in which, comparing those who opposed Lenin in October 1917 with the leaders in October 1923 in Germany, he laid the blame for the failure at the door of the pusillanimous and incompetent German Central Committee. October 1917 was above all what Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Stalin could not have any discussion upon. The book was unofficially suppressed. But the campaign against Trotskyism reached fantastic heights. A flood of articles and pamphlets against Trotskyism was let loose on the Russian public. Electric lights at night advertised replies to Trotsky, what Lenin had said about Trotsky, what Trotsky had said about Lenin. Friendly critics have blamed Trotsky for his continued silence. It was not only illness, a stubborn pride, a respect for the dignity of the Soviet state. Under the influence of his profound studies of history, he seems for a time to have accepted with too much fatalism this emergence of bureaucratic corruption in a period of revolutionary ebb. A persecution so cruel, in the name of the socialist revolution for which they had cheerfully risked life and liberty, broke the spirit of many who would have been unshakable against the counter-revolution. Suicide among the party members became so common that a special investigation had to be made and a report sent to the Central Committee with recommendations to check it. Lenin was not yet dead 1 year. Who that knows his record can believe that had he lived such a state of affairs could possibly have existed at that time. In September 1924, Trotsky's secretary, expelled from the party, committed suicide. The bureaucracy conquers. The split to begin with might appear to be a trifle, but it was to have a decisive significance. A political struggle of this kind cannot be isolated from its national and international environment. It took 4 years to drive Trotsky and those who followed him out of the party. The traditions of Leninism were too strongly rooted. Stalin and his faction, by their attacks on Trotsky and Trotskyism, were driven further and further from Leninism, the theory and practice of the International Socialist Revolution. Trotsky's special contribution to Marxism, the permanent revolution, was their special target. But they could not rely on argument, and they destroyed physically the left wing of the party, strengthening thereby the right. The defense of bureaucratism against workers' democracy caused the Troika to lean still further on the bureaucracy. The proletariat, exhausted by the Herculean efforts between 1917 and 1924, had received a crushing blow with the defeat of the German proletariat. The World Revolution and all the hopes of 1917 seemed dead. It was bewildered and confused by the sheer weight of the attacks on Trotsky, the man who, more than all others, it associated with October and the defeat of the European counter-revolution. The party bureaucracy had a clear field. Supporting it was the bureaucracy in the country which knew without being told where its interests lay. It knew Lenin's views, that Trotsky held them, and that if Trotsky and the opposition gained power, it would mean a cleansing of the party, a cleansing of the governing bureaucracy in the manner Lenin had suggested, and a vigilant watch on all bureaucratism. Stalin steadily fused the party and the bureaucracy until today they are indistinguishable. And supporting the party bureaucracy and the bureaucracy in the Soviet government were the new class of kulaks in the country and the traders in the towns. Under the new economic policy, Soviet economy was recovering, but creating inevitably a new capitalist class. Outside, in Europe, capitalism, fed temporarily by American loans, was stabilizing itself on the ruins of the German Revolution and was reinforcing the growth of reaction in the Soviet Union. The proletariat outside Russia was moving away from revolution to reformism. From much muddle-headed chatter about the imminent revolution, Stalin and Zinoviev were compelled to see that capitalism was strengthening itself. Using revolutionary phraseology, but in reality from then and for the next 3 years the ally of Kulak and Nepman against Trotsky and the Internationalists, the Soviet bureaucracy crystallized its development and clarified its aims in a new theory that struck at the very basis of all Marxist thinking, the theory that socialism could be built unaided in a single country. When Zinoviev and Kamenev, under pressure from the proletariat of Leningrad and Moscow, recoiled from this theory and its consequences and started to struggle against Stalin, they were helpless. The same methods and machinery which they had helped to build for use against Trotsky and Trotskyism were more than efficient for use against Zinovievism. Kamenev was sent abroad, Zinoviev's followers were weeded out, he was dismissed from his positions and Bukharin set up in his place. Stalin, Marxist. Stalin produced his new theory in the autumn of 1924. In the face of elementary Marxism and the whole history of the party, Stalin declared that since 1915, later he made it 1905, Lenin, in opposition to Trotsky and Trotskyism, had always preached that socialism could be built in a single country. In April of that year, 1924, in his own book, Problems of Leninism, he had written that the organization of socialist production in the Soviet Union was impossible. For that, the assistance of several of the most advanced countries was needed. In October, he published a new edition of the book in which the passage was changed to exactly the opposite. Marx and Engels, said Stalin, had not known that socialism could be built in a single country because they did not know the law of the unequal development of capitalism. One of the first laws learnt by the student of economics, Marxist or otherwise, during the past 100 years. Lenin had at times spoken of the building of socialism in the Soviet Union. That, after all, was the ultimate aim, and every time he said socialism he could not have been expected to say the International Revolution. His works were diligently scoured. Yet so precise was Lenin's phrasing that in all the thousands of letters and articles that he wrote the Stalinists could find surprisingly little that was of use to them. An article in 1915 was discovered in which, writing of Western Europe and arguing against Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution, he had postulated the organization of socialist production in a single country. He was writing not of Russia at all, and he was arguing against the idea of each working class waiting to act until all the others were ready. That no hint of National Socialism was in his mind is proved not only by his writings before 1915 but by scores and scores of passages in his writings down to the last paragraph of the very last article he ever wrote. The passage was torn from its context. In 1923, an article on cooperation discussing the political premises for socialism, he said, "Have we not all the means requisite for the establishment of a fully socialized socialist society? Of course, we have not yet established a socialist society, but we have all the means requisite for its establishment." That was enough for Stalin. In April 1925, the new theory was made party policy. Men held up their hands and voted for this as the policy of Lenin. To do otherwise was Trotskyism, and already, in the Russia of 1925, party members could see the immediate consequences of Trotskyism much more vividly than the remote results of Stalin's perversions. They voted. Zinoviev and Kamenev refused to accept what Zinoviev could in those days call Stalin's opportunist nonsense. Stalin attacked Zinoviev in his clumsy, blundering attempts at polemic. It is impossible to build socialism in a single country? If so, is it worthwhile to fight for victory over the capitalist elements in our own economic life? Is it not a natural sequence of Comrade Zinoviev's views to contend that such a victory is impossible? Surrender to the capitalist elements of our economic life. Such is the logical outcome of Comrade Zinoviev's arguments. He indulged in a logical retrospect. The only puzzle is why we seized power in October-November 1917, unless we intended to establish socialism. We ought not to have seized power in October 1917. Such is the conclusion to which Comrade Zinoviev's train of argument leads us. But after this elephantine casuistry, he fell back on his strength. I declare, further, that, as regards the fundamental problem of the victory of socialism, Comrade Zinoviev has taken a line which is opposed to the plain decisions of the party, as expressed in the resolution, concerning the tasks of the Communist International and the Communist Party of Russia in conjunction with the enlarged Executive Committee, the plenum of the Communist International. A resolution adopted at the 14th Party Conference. He used the party machine to create a majority for anything, however absurd, however false, and on that basis he expelled, imprisoned, banished, and shot. To such docility had he bludgeoned the party by April 1925, that Trotsky and Zinoviev and Kamenev found little support in their opposition. In little more than 6 months, International Socialism, the whole basis of Leninism, had been dragged out of the ideological armory by Comrade Stalin, Comrade Lenin's best friend and helper. We must guard against thinking that Stalin himself had made any great change. Neither before 1917 nor after has Leninism meant anything to him. When a young comrade wrote personally to him saying that he had looked through Lenin's works and failed to find any reference to the victory of socialism in a single country, Stalin, in a public report to the party officials in Moscow, replied, "He'll find them some day. To many people all this argument about socialism in a single country is only tedious nonsense. There could be no greater mistake." It signified the defeat of Trotsky, that is to say of Lenin's International Socialism. And the crude violence of the falsification is evidence of the profound changes of which this theory was the outcome and still more the forerunner. The thing to be noted is the extraordinary mastery and speed with which Stalin maneuvered the party to the new position. With his infallible political insight, Lenin, at the beginning of 1923, had pointed his finger at the danger spot. Remove Stalin. As Souvarine has so justly pointed out, there was a possibility then that the party, having recovered from the civil war and the famine, could, under Leninist leadership, have regenerated itself and moved forward on the socialist road, adapting itself flexibly to the economic circumstances. Between the rising strength of the bureaucracy and the proletarian masses, the party was balancing during 1923. It was the illness and death of Lenin on the one hand, and on the other the superiority of Stalin to Trotsky in a struggle of this kind, that so quickly and decisively turned the scale in favor of the bureaucracy. The role of the individual. It is convenient here to point out the enormous tragedy for the whole movement of the illness and premature death of Lenin. The growth of the bureaucracy was inevitable. There were bitter struggles ahead. But with Lenin alive, the incredible degeneration of the Bolshevik Party between April 1923 and October 1924 is unthinkable. To gain control and introduce his theories, Stalin had to destroy the party. There is a tendency among Trotskyists to exaggerate the economic and social influences at work in the Trotsky-Stalin struggle in 1923. By October 1923, Trotsky was beaten. Even under Lenin, so much power had been concentrated in the upper circles of the party that Stalin could win by his superior gifts of maneuver and intrigue. He could never have defeated Lenin in that way. Quite early in 1923, Lenin knew the dangerous range of Stalin's influence, but he could have broken him and intended to do so, and Stalin would have disappeared alone. Zinoviev and Kamenev were never persons to go down fighting for anybody or anything, least of all a Stalin attacked by a Lenin. Lenin and Trotsky were solid in this matter, and what they said went, not from tyranny but from intellectual power and strength of character. Like attracts like, and they had the best men in the party with them. Whatever the power of the party bureaucracy in 1923, and even of the bureaucracy in the country, Lenin and Trotsky were the ones whom the Red Army and the masses of Russia, workers and peasants alike, loved and trusted with a blind faith. Such jealousy of Trotsky as existed was in the old clique, not among the rank and file of the party. And even the old clique acknowledged the superiority not only of Lenin but of Trotsky. In January 1924, Zinoviev, speaking at the special conference which pretended to investigate the causes of the German failure, paid an involuntary tribute to the very Trotsky whom his Soviet was calling a revolutionary dilettante. The campaign against Trotskyism, of which Zinoviev was one of the chief authors, had been raging for 3 months. On the question of the tempo we erred. There is some consolation in that Lenin and Trotsky sometimes erred on this point. The more one reads Lenin's last writings, the more one sees how clearly he saw the danger. An unanswered question is why Trotsky never used the army, which was devoted to him. He did not realize early enough the deep menace of Stalin. He thought first of the unity of the party. He did not want to appear anxious to step into Lenin's shoes. Instead of mobilizing his considerable support to do what Lenin had said and remove Stalin, Trotsky tried to collaborate with Stalin. To understand a problem is to be halfway on the road to solution. Lenin saw it to the end, and it is our belief that he would have gone to the masses, using the people in the army and in the Soviets against the bureaucracy. Circumstances were driving him to repair another error, too great a concentration of power in the summits of the party. Whenever he was in difficulties, he looked below, and his head was already turned that way. He had dominated his party for 20 years. In April 1923, despite Stalin's intrigues, he was still unquestioned master of it, with even Stalin mortally afraid of him, of even an article by him. Without the world revolution, the bureaucracy was bound to grow. But to think that with Lenin alive and well, with Trotsky head of the Red Army, and the thousands of old Bolsheviks in the party who followed Lenin and Trotsky but in reality Lenin, to think that Stalin, or any other bureaucrat for that matter, could have slipped into the power without years of struggle, without even the final resort to force, is to show a complete misconception of what Lenin started out to do and did, when he wrote that with an organization Russia could be overturned. Lenin was not only Lenin. He was Lenin plus the Bolshevik Party, still intact despite the inroads made upon it, with enormous reserves of strength in the masses of the people. To explain all, as too many do, by economic and social forces, is grossly to simplify a complex problem. Let us not forget that those who were the antithesis of Lenin from the first found their most potent weapon in using his name. They at least had no illusions about what Lenin, his party and his tradition, meant to the majority of the Russian people. The very strength of his leadership was its weakness, for when he went the party, built around him, almost instinctively clung to the center he had dominated, but which, without him, was already heading for reaction. If anything will emerge from this book, it is not only the strength of principles but the power of leadership. The first helps the second. The party of International Socialism rose with Lenin and died with him. This is not to deny Marxism. Lenin would have fought the bureaucracy, would have striven to keep the party clean, and used the party and the masses unceasingly against the bureaucracy, would have conquered it with the help of the World Revolution, would certainly have kept it in check for years. But nobody else could. And yet Marxism, while giving full value to the role of remarkable individuals in history, and Stalin, in his own corrupt way, is one of the most remarkable men in modern history, yet offers the only conclusive logical explanation of the events we have just outlined. For the working-class movements in Western Europe had begun on an international revolutionary basis in the First International, had each raised, through its own weakness against capitalism, a bureaucracy. These bureaucracies, with criminal short-sightedness, had gradually succumbed to surrounding circumstances, become penetrated with bourgeois ideas, crushed the revolutionary elements, and then decided each to build socialism peacefully in its own country, had revised its theories to suit, and by the logic of events had deserted internationalism at the great crisis of 1914. In the same way, the bureaucracy in Russia, having gained a victory over the powerful international revolutionary tradition and sections in the worker state, succumbed to its weakness against the temporary stabilization of capital which began in 1924, deserted internationalism for National Socialism, and using its influence on the world working-class movement, is preparing it for a still more colossal betrayal than that of 1914. That is the way that history works. So for historical materialism. But the National Socialists might have won in 1917. If Lenin had not reached Petrograd in April 1917, International Socialism would probably have lost, despite the work of the previous 30 years. Lenin was out of it in 1923, and International Socialism had lost this time almost before the battle had begun. We deny emphatically that so complete a defeat at such a time was inevitable, and shall have no difficulty in pointing out the immediately ruinous influence which Stalin exercised on the Communist International. Chapter 7: Stalin kills the 1923 Revolution. The German Revolution was for years the most urgent and important for the Communist International. In the war, Germany lost over 1.25 million men killed and 4.25 million wounded. The Allied bourgeoisie blockaded Germany for 9 months after the war, so that 1 million children died. Meanwhile, they called on God and man to witness how the wicked Bolsheviks were shooting thousands of good Russian bourgeois. Germany lost 100,000 horses, 175,000 cattle, 220,000 sheep, 20,000 goats, and 250,000 poultry. The Allied capitalists deprived her of all her colonies and 12% of her European territory, 10% of her population, 74% of her iron industry, 68% of her zinc industry, 25% of her coal industry, and 80% of her mercantile fleet. In addition, they saddled her with a debt which was unpayable. From August 1914, Lenin had preached openly that there could be no democratic peace except by revolution. Now the advanced liberals, the advanced social democrats, the advanced churchmen, all the warmongers on behalf of democracy, raised their lamentations over the peace. But their urging and protests being of no avail, they said never again, and forthwith proceeded to confuse the great masses of the people with a ceaseless babbling about democracy. Lenin had warned them from August 1914 to cease their nonsense about a democratic peace. He was equally simple and equally clear about the fate of democracy in the post-war world. Speaking as far back as April 1918, before the Soviets, Lenin gave the theoretical prognosis of the future history of Europe. For any country passing through a difficult transition or the desperate disorganization caused by a horrible war, democracy and all other middle courses were advanced by the bourgeoisie in order to deceive the people, or through stupidity by the petty bourgeois democrats prattling of a united democracy, of the dictatorship of democracy, of a single democratic front, and similar nonsense. Those who have not learned even from the course of the Russian Revolution of 1917 to 1918 that middle courses are impossible, must be given up as hopeless. Have the Democrats learned? As we write, the revolution in Spain is fighting for its life, and not only from the democratic press, they are incurable, but also from the press of the Third International. The clamor for a democratic Spain fills the air. And yet the whole history of Europe since the war, and of Germany in particular, shows that for capitalism in crisis no middle course is possible, and that the banner of democracy serves one purpose and one purpose only: to blind the masses to the inevitable onslaught of capitalist reaction. The social democracy rules. Ebert, Noske, Scheidman, and the Social Democrats remained in power in Germany, and when the German proletariat and petty bourgeoisie realized that the Social Democratic Party intended to do nothing to change the social system, they lost interest in the revolution. The premature insurrection of the Spartacists had deprived the revolutionary proletariat of vigorous leadership. The Independent Social Democratic Party, a typical centrist party, opposed Ebert and Noski in speeches and resolutions, but gave no lead. A dangerous unrest developed in the country, just the kind of situation in which the forces of reaction can take advantage of the lassitude and disillusionment of the workers, shatter their vanguard, and by their very decision, win over those wavering elements of the petty bourgeoisie and even some of the proletariat to the temporary support of a reactionary regime. The old ruling class of Germany planned attempt after attempt, but was so thoroughly discredited that it could not succeed and would have been completely crippled had the labor leaders not leaned on it against socialism and the revolutionary workers. Whenever the old ruling class fell prostrate after an attempt at counter-revolution, the Social Democrats hastened to its rescue and propped it up again. The Social Democrats allowed the Reichswehr to develop great power and encouraged various illegal military organizations, like the Black Reichswehr. They gave huge pensions to the Kaiser and the old royal families. They subsidized German industrialists and the large landowners, who used the money to finance the counter-revolution. The more adventurous of the counter-revolutionaries formed secret societies and regularly murdered anyone who seemed dangerous to their future plans, from workers and socialist deputies and editors to Rathenau, author of the Russo-German Entente. Courts in which the old ruling class still dominated let these criminals off with light sentences or did not punish them at all. Many of these judges have been rewarded today by the Hitler government. As the Social Democratic government disgraced itself before the only class which would fight for it, the workers, General Kapp on March 13, 1920, marched on Berlin, aided by some of these same counter-revolutionary military organizations with which the Social Democrats had made war against the Bolsheviks in the Baltic states and on the communists at home. Despite all the votes they could point to, the Ebert-Scheidman government again proved powerless and fled from the capital. Kapp seized Berlin. In Bavaria, the army officers pushed out the Social Democratic government and waited. The army was divided and waited. It was the masses who rose all over Germany and, by taking power in Rhineland-Westphalia and fighting the counter-revolutionary troops elsewhere, broke the Kapp counter-revolution. Kapp retired on March 18. The Ebert-Scheidman government returned to Berlin, and failing to form a coalition with the independents turned again to the capitalists and the German generals. A government was formed with Hermann Müller as chancellor and regiments which had stood neutral while the workers had fought for the Republic, and even Kapp battalions were sent against those workers in the Ruhr whose successful uprising had been mainly responsible for Kapp's defeat. Severing, the Social Democrat, induced these workers to surrender their arms, and as soon as they had done so the Kapp battalions massacred them. Social Democratic leaders and workers who seemed dangerous were murdered with or without court-martial. On the other hand, the leaders of the Kapp revolt were given light sentences, most of which were never served. One of them, Erhardt, received his full pension. Another, Luttwitz, received an annual pension of 12,000 marks. The indignation of the workers forced a split in the centrist leadership of the independent Social Democrats. A minority went back to the Social Democratic Party, while the majority at last joined the old Spartacist organization and formed the Communist Party of Germany. Lacking in experience but determined, this new party, standing by the principles of the Third International, could constitute a serious danger to the state in times of crisis. In the mining district of Mansfeld, the proletariat was powerful and maintained its hostility to the increasing reaction of the new coalition government. Horsing, a social democrat, was sent down to Mansfeld with a police detachment to destroy the movement. His slogan was, "The first day shall be a bloody one." The German Communist Party put itself at the head of the fighting, and under the influence of Zinoviev and Bukharin led the Mansfeld workers to a crushing defeat. Zinoviev, president of the Communist International, always unstable and lacking the patience so characteristic of the great revolutionaries, had been disappointed by the failures of the workers since November 1918 and had developed a new theory, the theory of the offensive desperate attack by the Communist Party and the vanguard, by this means to electrify the great masses. The Mansfeld action was fought under this theory. On March 17th, the Communist Party press was peaceful. The next day, without that wide preparation for revolution among the organized workers without which revolution becomes an anarchistic adventure, the Communist Party press summoned the proletariat all over Germany to the general insurrection against capitalism. The Mansfeld workers, instead of fighting defensive battles against Horsing, opened an offensive with the hope of kindling a nationwide insurrection. They failed. To these fighters, the Ebert government distributed 2,500 years of imprisonment. A reward of 100,000 marks, 8 years' value of the pension paid to Lutwitz, was offered for the capture of Max Holz, leader in the fighting, and Weiss, the Social Democratic Assistant Chief of Police in Berlin, offered 50,000 marks for evidence that might help to convict him. Holz finally received a sentence of life imprisonment and served 8 years. Thus, the Social Democratic leaders, enjoying their newfound camaraderie with Junkers and Big Capital, protected them on behalf of democracy and crushed the militant proletariat. The counter-revolution bided its time. It was under the influence of these events that the Third Congress met at Moscow in June 1921. The Third Congress. It is fashionable today to say that the Bolsheviks in 1921, seeing the possibility of the Soviet Union surviving for some time at least in a hostile capitalist world, changed the tactics of the International from World Revolution, as embodied in the documents of the Second Congress in 1920, towards its present line of propaganda for the defense of the Soviet Union. There is no foundation whatever for that view. Communist tactics must be, and until the death of Lenin were, based strictly on an analysis of the objective economic and political situation. The Third Congress realized that capitalism had to some degree recovered from the shock of 1919. But Trotsky, the undeviating protagonist of the theory of permanent revolution, made the report to the Third Congress and insisted that, despite the possibility of a temporary recovery, the danger and instability of the system were proved now to every worker, and the perspective of world revolution still remained. The recent experiences of the masses had altered the pre-war relationship of class forces. The development of capitalism was not a matter of trade figures and prices, but was conditioned by the struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat which, since 1917, had reached and would by the very instability of capitalism be maintained at a pitch far higher than before the war. The boom, such as it was temporary. In accordance with his pre-war theory, prosperity would only strengthen the masses for another decisive clash. Tactics would have to be changed, but the world revolution was only temporarily postponed. After a heated debate, he carried the conference with him. On the question of specific tactics, however, there was almost a split, and it needed all the prestige and authority of Lenin and Trotsky to swing the Congress their way. The March Rising had been condemned by Paul Levi, hitherto leader of the German party, and he had been expelled. Mere condemnation of thousands of proletarians who risked their lives against the bourgeoisie has never been tolerated by Marxists. But the Russian Bolsheviks in true Marxist fashion made the action the subject of an exhaustive analysis, and Lenin and Trotsky condemned the theory of the offensive. The German party should, of course, have put itself at the head of the rising under any circumstances. It should have told the workers clearly that if Horsing invaded central Germany it would stand by them, but that if they allowed themselves to be drawn they would be defeated. The German representatives, however, stood by the theory of Zinoviev and Bukharin, and Lenin had to speak very harshly against them. Some people say that we were victorious in Russia though we formed a small party, but those who say this betray their utter ignorance of the Russian Revolution and of how revolutions are prepared. And Trotsky was equally uncompromising. We must say frankly and clearly that the philosophy and tactics of the offensive is a great menace and any application of it in the future will be a crime. Under such pressure, the Congress reluctantly gave way. The new slogan, "To the Masses," was adopted, though it was not until December 1922 that the final thesis on the United Front designed to give the Communist Party a preponderating influence among the majority of the workers was adopted. Lenin fought stubbornly for the word majority. For without the sympathy at least of the majority of workers, there can be no successful proletarian revolution. The tactic of the United Front. We have hitherto avoided discussion of tactics in the abstract. But it is necessary to understand thoroughly the tactic of the United Front, which is fundamental to any understanding of the history of communist revolutions after 1923. Misunderstanding of it was at the root of the failure in Germany in 1923, in China in 1925–27, and, most catastrophic of all, in Germany in 1929–1933. It is being shamefully abused today. Yet it remains a basic tactic for any revolutionary socialist party. Without a thorough realization of all its dangers, the party that attempts it will be lost in a swamp of opportunism. On the other hand, without it there can be no success. It is based on the fact that except at moments of very high tension in national affairs, moments which though long in preparation are of comparatively short duration, a communist party is likely to be a definite minority among the organized workers. Most of these are in the trade unions, where they struggle for the maintenance or improvement of wages and working conditions. These trade unions are the basis of social democracy, and the workers, for instance on the outbreak of war, succumb to social democratic leadership, their war to end war, neutrality of Belgium, independence of Abyssinia, collective security, or whatever capitalist ballyhoo these social democratic leaders may be using at the moment. A communist party knows that a revolutionary crisis will inevitably approach, but the revolutionary crisis is itself conditioned by the militancy of the masses whom the reformist leaders do everything to deceive, mislead, and, when necessary, crush ruthlessly. Hence the slogan, "To the masses." The masses can be reached by worker communists entering the trade unions, cooperative societies, sports organizations, etc. of the workers and struggling for influence there. But there must be a political approach also. They can form secret groups, fractions as they are called, inside the social democratic parties and with discretion propagate communist ideas there. But this is not sufficient to perform the main task, opening the eyes of the workers to the real nature of the social democratic leaders. Party must approach party, and a communist party constantly offers the united front to the social democratic parties for purposes of struggle. Obviously, to offer a social democrat the united front for the purpose of overthrowing capitalism is an absurdity. The social democratic worker is social democratic precisely because he does not believe in revolution. He has seen it fail so often, he dislikes bloodshed, or more simply because the great majority of mankind decide on revolution only after they have tried every other possible way out of their difficulties. While the communist rank and file are assiduously urging the struggle for these or similar measures in the rank and file of the social democratic workers, from below, the official Communist Party offers the united front above to the social democratic leaders. These offers must be unremittingly made at every opportunity which presents itself. The communist knows that these gentlemen will not carry the fight any distance, very often will not fight at all. He knows that and says so openly. But the social democratic worker does not know it. The pathetic faith the average worker has in the leaders of the organizations he has created is one of the chief supports of the capitalist system. By constantly offering the united front for measures that the Social Democratic Party worker is willing to fight for, not as a revolutionary but merely as a worker, the Communist Party hopes to expose to the workers, before the actual crisis approaches, that the Social Democratic leaders, having to make a choice, will always choose the bourgeoisie. If the Social Democratic Party were homogeneous, its leaders could afford to neglect these appeals, while continuing to assure the workers that everything can be left in their hands. But as capitalist pressure increases, as the state machine becomes more oppressive, the more militant of the Social Democratic workers begin to press on their leaders for action of some sort. These are compelled to stop mouthing phrases and act, or face the loss of large sections of their party and the distrust of others. The Communist Party offers a definite program of struggle for definite ends. It knows that once a struggle does begin, the Revolutionary Party inevitably takes the lead. All the negotiations are made openly and in the light of day before the workers, so that all the responsibility for refusals or broken agreements can be laid at the proper door. The united front is not for all times. The social democratic worker must sense some nationwide danger to his class before he can be stirred. But persistently carried on during a period of growing crisis, the tactic of the united front can result in a vast strengthening of the influence of the Communist Party over the millions of workers who might not join the Communist Party en masse, but mentally compare its energy and its activity in the face of danger with the rhetorical passivity of their own leaders. At the moment of crisis, decisive action over the heads of the social democratic leaders will bring enough of the masses to make the revolution. Action is the final pillar of the bridge. Millions of people are never moved to revolution by propaganda alone. Obviously, the tactic of the united front has great dangers. Few men are like Lenin, and before him Marx, able to pass from the most furious onslaught on capitalism to ordinary humdrum, everyday constitutional action a few months later. Few parties have the discipline to respond with the least amount of loss to such leadership. A communist party not homogeneous enough might lose its revolutionary identity in the effort for the united front, especially over a comparatively quiescent period where active struggle is impossible. In such periods, with communist leaders who have social democratic tendencies, especially in communist parties which have sprung out of social democratic parties, the clear line of demarcation that must always exist between the two parties becomes blurred, with fatal results when the time for action comes. A party might still be fiddling about with the social democratic leaders at a time when it has already won influence over a majority of the workers and should pass to action, before its influence over the majority, always temporary under capitalism, evaporates. The party must be able to take united action with social democrats and yet remain an independent organization with an independent banner. A most rigorous principle of the Leninist United Front, therefore, is that never under any circumstances must the right of criticism be abrogated. A joint struggle for the 8-hour day, even if agreed upon and carried out, must not prevent a communist party from attacking a social democratic party for supporting, let us say, the dispatch of British troops to crush a national movement in China. Yet, the revolutionary must exercise discretion. Lenin's letter about the method of attack against Kerensky in the face of Kornilov shows that his granite intransigence was quite compatible with knowing when not to say certain things, though in the very heat of revolution.